This is the original esport racing game. This is iRacing.
For 61 years, it's been regarded as the pinnacle of Australian autosports. It was here where Peter Brock won an event vest 9 times, earning him the nickname King of the Mountain. And this evening, some of the top road course racers in all of iRacing are here at the virtual Mount Panorama Circuit for the 2019 edition of the Bathurst 1000, where we will have your coverage from green flag to checker flag on the RaceSpotTV and the iRacing Esports Network to find out who can put their name on the Peter Brock Trophy. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen from across the iRacing world, and welcome to virtual Bathurst, Australia for this year's edition of the Bathurst 1000 for 161 grueling laps of thrilling racing action here on RaceSpotTV, the iRacing Esports Network. I'm Justin Prince alongside the booth. With me tonight is David Haynes along with Lorenzo Bonder, and a lot to talk about here tonight as you look at some of the format details. David, a lot to go through for this evening. These drivers expect to take as much as 8 pit stops this evening.
Yeah, indeed. The very, very thirsty V8 engines in these cars mean that they'll be taking a lot of stops for fuel, but also these cars chew through the tires. Not a lot of downforce, big, heavy cars. That means a lot of load through those tires, lots of twisting corners, lots of fast corners around this circuit. Going to be a real challenge for everyone because not only are these cars a challenge, but this circuit, one of the greatest challenges in world motorsport.
Absolutely. There's a lot of danger zones. There's a lot of places to gain speed. And here on this 6.1 kilometer racetrack, a lot can go wrong. 23 turns, tons of elevation changes, a red hot track temperature for today, and very high winds today. As our producer Randy Chinnis would say, today is going to be a banger, Lorenzo.
Absolutely. Justin, absolutely, because this will be a race of attrition. You know, the mountain's kind of like if you think a track that is very similar in racing, it's Nordschleife, so it punishes for any failure that you're going to make. If you make any failures in the mountain, it's basically going to be a trip to the wall and can be a race over. So drivers need to be focused from start to finish to avoid any kind of mistakes and not let the mountain punish you.
Absolutely. Today is going to see a lot of throwing action. As you've seen, 30 max teams per split. So 3 different splits taking place tonight for what should be an exciting amount of action. The drivers have been qualifying for the past 15 minutes or so. They're about a minute and a half away until the starting grid. But that's not to say there's a lot of competitive teams here today. Some of the top teams in all of iRacing are on the track today, including some drivers from the infamous and new series. He's in the Supercars E-Series that's just started in the past few weeks or so. David.
Yeah, exactly. A real mix of teams and drivers like we might expect to see in this car often, but also some global drivers. So a true mix of the Australian drivers we see driving these cars in this track all the time. Then also some European teams, some American teams. Going to be a very, very interesting mix.
Yeah, with the yes, indeed, with the Gfinity Supercar E-Series, seeing one of those drivers specifically on top of the pylon for Oman and Xerio Esports Blue at the moment with the 206.311 with about 30 seconds to go in qualifying. But, of course, there's a lot of danger zones here today, Lorenzo. We talked about it a little bit moments ago. Lots of elevation changes, more than 600 plus meters above sea level, and a lot of turns to go through, and a lot of chances to get into incidences early.
Yeah, Yeah, especially on lap 1, it's going to be really complicated. Drivers need to be on their focus 100% to, again, avoid those mistakes, and especially when they pass through the quarry bend.
Indeed, as the drivers are all set to go for the grid. Again, 30-plus teams all set to go for what should be a thrilling addition to the Bathurst 1000. Let's take a look at your starting grid for tonight's racing action. Starting on the pole, as mentioned, Omen Xerio Esports Blue, as they'll have their 097 entry starting in the front row with Hot Bird Racing Team. Starting in row 2 is Evolution Racing Team and Beetle Racing Team. Pursuit Sim Racing rounds out the top 5 with FT1 Motorsport Pi. Evolution Motorsports 027 machine starts in 7 with Swift Racing in 8. Team Hyperdrive starts 9th with Zuffa Racing in the top 10. Race Autos with one of their 2 entries starts 11th with Illusion Motorsport in 12th. RSR Esport 13th. Kinetic Racing starts in 14th with the 323 machine, with Transparent Apex with some mobile drivers in 15th. Race Auto's number 1 entry starts in 16th with Pulse Racing Team Blue in 17th. J3 Racing rounds up the top 18 with AAR Gold in 19th. Rounding the top 20, Dirty Torque Sim Racing. Chicken Up Racing starts 21st with RRT LeBlanc starting in 22nd. Kinetic Racing Velocity starts 23rd with iRacing Today Motorsports in 24th. Running the drivers recording times, Wild Animal Wizards Team and Racing Sim Tools Black. The drivers today record times, Majoa HCR Corps, iRacing China, Goes Down Under, sponsored by Roast and Water and No Luck EM Sport. All set to go as they wait for the green lights here from Australia. And the drivers just about set to go for what should be a thrilling race. Omen Zero Esports Blue leading them to turn number 1 all the way to Hell Corner. It's the reason they call it Hell Corner. The chance for multiple incidents for the start of the race. The drivers have it a few seconds before the green lights here in Australia.
And something we don't often see in these endurance races, but is typical of Bathurst, a standing start.
Engines are revving up as they wait for the red lights to go to green. To the loud pedal they go. Green flag is waving. We're underway for the Bathurst 1000. Brady Myers with a good run into turn 1 as the drivers dive bomb their way through Hell Corner and all the way up the mountain straight. Already an attack for the race lead, trying to go to the left side. Thomas McMillan for Hot Bird Racing Team, looking to get a run up the long straightaway, more than a kilometer in distance up the hill.
So far, a clean start for every single car as they go around the quarry bend right now, with Brady Myers leading the bunch.
Remember, 1,000 kilometers is the distance for tonight. You look along with one of the Beetle Racing Team machines with Lucas Gestade.
Oh, contact.
A couple cars checking up. Just amongst the drivers checking up. Still holds on to 4th position, though. But we did, as mentioned, have a pile of 11 on back. That involved the 651 machine, but we still keep going. A couple drivers did have to take tow trucks. And already the lead drivers through much of the course here, David.
Yeah, across the top of the mountain for the first time. There's no way to pass between the cutting and Forest Elbow for almost half of the lap here, and there's no room for error because you see those concrete walls either side. So just for the first time around the top of the mountain, Thomas McMillan just has to ride along behind Brady Myers, and of course they come down Conrod Straight here into what's typically considered the best overtaking opportunity into the cutting, into the chase.
You look at the speed in miles per hour on the lower left-hand corner of your screen as McMillan tries to get a drop. Bump drops the race leader as McMillan checks up. Myers sends it hard, heading through the chase through 21 and 22 in terms of the corner numbers. And already the top 3 looking to break away from 4th on back. The 3rd driver in that group is James Scott for Evolution Racing Team of the 26 machine. So the top 3 off to a good start to begin tonight's racing.
Absolutely, and Veronix, the BLX Racing Team, is not far behind if we are to consider the gaps itself. It's around half a second to the top 3, so we know the mountains is very punishable, like we said before, so they have a good shot to make it back and regain that advantage.
Yeah, we already, as mentioned, seen that with a few drivers. That's why for about 12 on back, there's about a near half a kilometer distance between those positions. As the fighting continues about 4 on back, you see that group side by side up the hill. 3 wide. And 3 wide nearly for 10th position.
There's just room for 3 cars wide on the exit of Corey and the exit of Griffins, but on the way up towards cutting, there is not room for 3 cars wide, so they do all fall into single file across the top of the mountain this time. Plenty of drivers challenging for some positions in the early goings.
Some of the drivers heading towards Skyline right now. You'll look on board for some of the front bumpers here, but it's a very treacherous track for a reason. You look with Zuber Racing on board, for example. There's a lot of chances for fatigue, or even early in this kind of event, and there, as mentioned, a lot of chances for mistake. With how many chances you can overrun a corner, some of the others you can see are in the preference for some of the drivers. Others, they're nearly overrunning them as they head back towards the Conrad Straight in this grouping.
Yeah, because one of the things that is very relative to this car is how you actually approach the throttle is different to many of the other cars you can see on the iRacing service. The supercars, they're very sensitive to throttle, so if you put one amount of throttle more than usual, it's basically you're going to have a little bit of a slide, so you need to have a amount of throttle, or a proper throttle, and also steering lift.
Yes, and you can see with this battle now continuing on for 7 spots, some of the drivers looking to steer the way around our competitors. Not quite close enough, some of the drivers yet. Gus, this is Thomas Hins in the 209 machine rounding. That has gone up a couple spots on this lap so far. Now heading into lap number 3 through Hell's Corner here, but these cars can be pretty tricky, to say the least, and some drivers might compare them to, say, stock cars a little bit. They're competitive cars, to say the very least, in real life and on the sim.
Exactly, not easy to drive. More power than a GT3 car, but heavier, nowhere near as much downforce, and a locked rear differential functionally means that, as we pointed out, very, very hard to get the power down sometimes, and it is a lot of power to get down. Thomas Hins now up to 3 spots. He's gained another position going up the hill and towards Griffin's Bend, but we do keep our eyes on top 3 there, making a little bit of a breakaway. Plenty of battles going on.
Plenty indeed. Of course, we showed that battle for 3rd spot, for example. 4th and 5th currently has drivers nearly connected to the hip. Ocean Racing Team 027 trying to trail behind the BMO Racing Team, Aeronix, and BMO Racing Team has had a heck of a campaign for all of their drivers when you consider the major events and some of the world events for that organization.
Absolutely, because it is a European team, a very stacked lineup of really great drivers, and you might be thinking, oh, why they are racing in the Aussie and the American slot, but well, it's gathering experience, and they are a top team, so why not fight it out? Well, and they're doing really good thus far, keeping contact within the top 3. Of course, they're far back, nearly 2 seconds, and Lucian, the number 27, is right behind them, already catching that draft going into the Conrad turn. But really good thus far from Lucas Yetzat so far.
Indeed, but should note that one of the drivers that was inside the top 10 a few moments ago and is still trying to hobble around, the 987 Team Hyperdrive, ended up making contact with the wall in Quarry Bend, allowing the 209 of Zuver Racing to gain a position. They've lost some track position and are diving to the pit lane right now in the 987, so Team Hyperdrive already with a quick pit stop with no back bumper. The rest of the drivers in that group are still fairly healthy for the most part.
Yeah, because
yes, so
what
Team
happened
Hyperdrive, it's the 4th team to go into the pit lane to get a little bit of repairs. We saw some cars effectively retire, I think, after the first lap. That's the first incident we've seen since the first lap. Jamie Stovold in the pit lane to get some repairs.
Yeah, and just to improve upon that, actually what happened was just that throttle input, like I was talking about, and catch the back ride, and actually had a suspension damage. That's why he's going into the pits.
And it's not like some type of cars where some of them are extremely durable, but there's the chance of aerodynamic damage in some types of cars in the iRacing service. And as you mentioned, if you get certain amounts of suspension damage, that would definitely not help you. In fact, some of the cars have already gotten some bit of fender flare-ups underneath the doors around the front wheels from some of the hills because there's so many elevation changes on this racetrack, David.
Exactly, watching this top three battle, and what was all three cars almost completely stacked together. Thomas McMillan now almost holding up James Scott in third a little bit. Brady Myers for the lead, almost getting away, but it's at 0.8 of a second right now. Thomas McMillan in second will get some slipstream this time down the straight, try and close up.
Still following along with that lead group. Currently the gap between third and fourth about 4 seconds. But again, Brady Myers leads the group. Thomas McMillan still on the chase, though. McMillan's been looking pretty sporty. In practice, he had the fastest car in the section by 0.7 of a second for Hotbird Racing Team.
Yeah, they've been looking very, very competitive. Been a switch for positions for fourth place. Kyle Stokes has gotten past that Beeler Racing Team Euronics car we were mentioning about earlier. I think that's happened at the exit of Forest Elbow and coming down towards the chase. I think the move was done possibly before the chase. So Evolution Racing Team now moved up into third and fourth positions. Now this long look down Mountain Straight here. You see the first car, second car, third car come through. And then that little gap, about 4 seconds, back to Evolution Racing Team. This battle over fourth and fifth.
Kyle Stokes having a bit of a faster entry again as that lead car for Evolution Racing Team. Your team machine, though, not a good of a corner exit out of Griffin's Bend as they head towards the cutting. And again, one of the more dangerous spots here. A bit of later braking again for Beetle Racing Team, nearly making contact. Stokes with that earlier braking, faster corner off, and already pulling an hour car length and a half up the hill.
And one of the differences that can be between these cars in the setup is about the length of the gears. So one car might have slightly shorter gears, gives them better acceleration out of some of the corners, might give them a little bit better punch out of some of the corners over the top here, but you don't want to be hitting the limiter at the top of sixth gear in a slipstream. So that's one of the considerations for the teams here. We often see teams have a slightly shorter gear ratio for qualifying. In the race, if you're in a slipstream down the long Conrod straight here, the speeds you can hit, as we saw on board, can be quite tremendous.
Yeah, it was estimated somewhere around 300 plus kilometers an hour. The distance 1.916 kilometers down the Conrod straight, the longest straightaway on the circuit. And coming down from that 862 meters above sea level. This time, though, Beetle Racing Team not really able to pull too much time. From the start of the race, drivers in the 207s, most of them still around that same ballpark, including the drivers in the next grouping. This is the battle for 7th and 8th. They've already swapped spots on the lap. Swift Racing has moved up to 7. Thomas Hines and Zuber Racing already dropping at 8. The driver behind them is FT1 Motorsport Pi as you look on board with the double 03.
And these three cars, these are drivers and teams we typically see in these kind of cars. These are some Australian teams right here in Swift Racing, Zuva Racing, and Dominic Ferraris here for FT1 Motorsport Pi. So 7th, 8th, and 9th. We'll see if these guys can do anything interesting with how they look after the tyres or how they use the fuel. Maybe they can move up deeper in the race. Certainly by you get to the point about lap 6 here, if your setup and your driving style doesn't look after the tyres in this car, then you will absolutely be suffering. You will feel it. And that might be one of the things that's happening for Beeler Racing Team Euronics in 5th right now, is just not as much experience with these cars that are quite difficult to get a grasp on. They might be using up their tyres just a little bit quicker than drivers and teams that just have more experience, more seat time, and more data to go on.
Lorenzo, your thoughts on that?
Actually, I'm gonna agree with David because if Euronics is using the tires quicker, you know, the rubber is actually gonna be much lower. And given the temperature we have, we saw that before we went into the grid. It's 47 Celsius, 117 Fahrenheit. Actually, now it's 49 Celsius. So any mistake that you do, it's already really complicated for you to maintain tires under such heat. So you really don't want to overextend your rubble, so you have to be very conservative with your tires. If you don't have a really good first stint, it's going to be really complicated whenever you go for the second and third and fourth and fifth, because you got to be thinking of your strategies on point on this track.
For comparison's sake, for Fahrenheit, that's 120 degrees Fahrenheit, and leads to a bit of the question here. We mentioned a bit of the fuel save, and we already see Bill Racing Team struggling off the corner, as Justad ends up bobbling a little bit off the corner exit of the chase. So at this point, what do you do if you're some of these teams? You mentioned it's hard to save tires here, and a lot of cars, such as Swift Racing, bobbling off the corner out of Murray's corner, leaving himself open to the bottom side, down the pit straight. One driver in Zuber Racing already made the pass, a second one. And FT1 Motorsport Pi still can't complete the pass for the second position. So these drivers getting a little bit slippery now all of a sudden. Once again with those hot tire temperatures up the mountain straight.
Ferraris was looking for 2 for 1 there, and he just couldn't get the traction down around the on the inside. That now puts him for the outside for turn 2 here. It's just so difficult to go around the outside there. But you can see once again really struggling with the traction on the rear.
Yes, indeed, David. And in the end, though, Swift Racing able to defend for at least 8th position by getting the better exit off Hell Corner. But now at this point, Lorenzo, it's looking more and more like drivers who have prioritized a little bit of the short run, still falling off a little bit here. Do you want to be someone, say, in somebody's draft at this point now and think about the fuel window, or do you want to be someone that tries to pull away from your fellow competitors?
Being on someone's draft, especially in the Conrad Straight and the mountain, it's kind of good. You're not going to be saving much fuel though, so you really want to try to distance yourself. If you really are a driver who's in a top 5 or a top 10 spot, you really want to try to back off as soon as possible, because you can work in clean air and not be worrying about someone pressuring you and you're extending your tire rubber. So for now, just work a little bit of a gap, try to be comfortable with it, and just don't do any mistakes, because right now this track is hot, a lot of cars are slipping out. You can see that all over the track.
Yeah, one of the hottest track temperatures we've seen in a while on the iRacing service for a special event such as this. As the drivers still, by the way, have about 154 laps to go this time. However, the in-sim time is 11:52 a.m., so it only could potentially get hotter as this event goes on here, David.
Yeah, exactly. Still in the late morning, clear day, not expecting much clouds whatsoever. That harsh Australian sun beating down. The track temperature has been rising. It might cool down a little bit as we get towards the end of this race. 161 laps. We do expect that to be around 6 hours or so at the pace these guys are doing. So we'll be getting deeper into the evening later in the race. We might see the track temperatures drop then. But for the next 1 hour or 2 hours, definitely still expect these hot track temperatures to punish the tires, punish the drivers, make it very, very slippery out there.
Let's check back in on the top 3, by the way. They've ran away with a train of 7 seconds now. That's away from the ERT 027 machine. Still in front is Brady Myers at this point. If you're Brady, what do you think's going through his mind here, Lorenzo? He's led every single lap so far here in Bathurst.
Yeah, I think he's doing really good this far. Not feeling any pressure. I think he knows that the other drivers are not going to be aggressive. I think they're going to open up a gap a little bit and try to be more comfortable whenever they're coming down to the final end of the Dearson, and maybe can duke it out. But again, one mistake made is probably going to be maybe two spots down. But you know, Brady Myers is one of the guys that knows how to drive this car, so a mistake seems highly unlikely.
Yeah, again, mentioned part of the G-Xfinity Supercars E-Series prize for Fox Sports Racing's organization in the series. Again, this Fox Sports Racing team, for the specific name via the draft, is regarded as one of the more competitive drivers in this machine for a reason. It is already having a strong start here. Again, better corner exit out of the top 3. Myers able to have the least amount of tire spin and a bit of looseness from the heat so far. This time, though, a bit more conservative coming off Murray's corner here. Lorenzo still a long ways to go here, but these 3 have been the class of the field so far early on.
Yeah, absolutely. They've been the cream of the crop of this race, showing high class, high standard racing, and keeping it close between one another and not losing any second to the other guys in the field. They keeping themselves constant with the 208 low times, and even sometimes getting into the 207s, whereas the rest of the field is not getting even close. So well done for them this far.
Indeed, as Myers still looks to try and pull some more gap in front of the second and third place cars. Get Hotbird Racing in second. Evolution Racing Team's 26 car rounds out the top three. The gap between them and the rest of the field, at least 7.6 seconds from leader to P4 at the moment. Myers still looking comfortable as he heads back up the hills once more and heads his way towards Solman Park between turns 9 and 10.
Indeed. One of the interesting things right here is that Brady Myers, looks a lot smoother, a lot less slip angle there. Thomas McMillan driving the car, with almost a sheer blunt force instrument there. Lots of steering input, lots of slip angle here, but he's still quick doing that. It's very, very interesting to see. I saw it about a lap ago coming out of Forest Elbow here. McMillan had it all crossed up, but still seemed to get better drive down than Brady Myers. And you can see just with the steering input as he puts the power down there, very, very tough.
And Lorenzo?
Oh, that was, I was going to say, really scary moment for the number 26 of Evolution Racing Team. As soon as they were coming out of the elbow, they were on the right side of the exit off that curve heading to the Conrad Street. They actually had a nudge on the right side wall and nearly got themselves locked up in the fence.
Yeah, seen a little bit of that wheel motion too from Myers in the onboard there. And that blue and white car as the green and white machine still follows on behind. But they've, as you mentioned, they're pulled away from third spot now too. James Scott in that car has now nearly lost the draft to the back end of the top two all of a sudden this lap. This last time by, he had the fastest time of the group. This time was nearly a full second slower than everybody else with a bit of the mistakes on that lap. And David, it looks like he might lose the draft here to McMillan if he isn't too safe here up the mountain straight.
Yeah, we'll see what pace Brady Myers has got, because he was obviously holding up these other two guys, or they were just content to run with him. Scott definitely might be able to catch that back up, but how much of his tyres would he use up trying to close that gap back up? He might get there and have used too much of the tyres and have to wait till the next stint or later in the race to be able to make any movements. So certainly I don't think he's entirely out of it just yet, but this is going to have to be a very good lap, very clean lap, if he's going to get back within that draft range, and I think he just might be able to do it. So Brady Myers and Thomas McMillan not quite as quick as I think James Scott is capable of being here.
Yeah, he's closed down the gap to the car in front to about 9/10 of a second, give or take. That is going down as they start to work their way back down the hillside. And Scott looking fairly comfortable for the most part for the much of the day. Again, quickly got himself to the top three, qualified in third. Has pulled away at this point. We're approaching the midway point of the opening stint, by the way, for these drivers. Again, it was estimated about 8 pit stops today, about 45 minutes a stint, give or take, in this 161 lap thrower. Lorenzo.
Yeah, so around 21, 22 laps roughly in this track, and they are at lap 10, so we're going to have about midway through their stint, and whenever they come into the pits, we should be seeing tires. I would put tires and maybe a little bit of fuel coming in, of course, full fuel and tires, but hey, that's just me talking. That's me, the racer, not the strategist, of course.
Curious about this perspective because I know you're with Huge Ass Motorsports here, David. What's your strategy in this kind of a racing situation? Again, 1,000 kilometers the distance, and what would you do if you were right now one of the team managers for your strategy for your organization?
You know that attrition is going to be very, very high in a race like this, not just because the cars are difficult to drive and the track's hot, but as we said, for half of the lap across the top of the mountain, there's no room for error. The walls are right there. You really don't need to risk it too hard in the first half of the race. Our kind of strategy for a race like this, or for the Nürburgring 24 hours, or just about any endurance race really, is that you still need to be there in the final stint of the race. If you pick up too much damage, lose too much time getting repairs done, on the pit lane, anything like that, that's going to take you out of contention a lot more than, say, giving up 10 or 15 seconds in traffic in this first stint. You want a clean car, all the panels straight, and no time lost on pit lane by the time you get to the end of the race. So I think really a lot of these teams are in a sort of mode right now where they're just looking to get through this stint, looking to get through the next one, and they've obviously got other drivers to put in the car later in the race. They might save some of the talent, some of the speed for just a little bit deeper in this race.
And you mentioned attrition, already 2 GNFs, already 2 air drivers and teams in the pit area at the moment. The latest being Transparent Apex, that features 2 of the Stillman Crowder Racing drivers, one of which is a part of the Aussie organization, and Matt Danson. They're into the pit lane in the past 30 seconds with some damage, should note. So 2 more drivers have had to duck down into the pit lane. We've seen already a lot of attrition, Lorenzo, with some of the potential damage already. Much of it, though, has stayed outside of the top 12 positions so far, outside of that opening lap incident we referred to a bit.
I think most of the drivers are playing it safe, and they have experience with the car. They probably know how this track can bite you, and they're doing a really good job. I think in terms of retirements, I think we only had 2 retirements thus far. In Team Hyperdrive 987 and Kinetic Racing 323, because the other one, J3, is on the pit, so who knows, they might be coming back whenever they're done with the repairs.
You see those 2 drivers now inside the pit lane. Again, Danson's car is the first of the 2. That was Transparent Apex. They were as high as 14th before they had to duck down to the pit lane with some of the damage already in there for nearly 2 minutes in the lane. And we'll have to see if we can take a look. Well, amongst the air drivers that had damage today was that 26th place car, but you can see Transparent Apex had been running on their very lonesome until they clipped the grass. And then we'll see what builds up from there, because this doesn't look good here, David.
The car was all sorts of out of shape on the braking zone there, and that was obviously the steering was very significantly left or right hand down. Quite a lot of damage on that car, and you'll see the troubles they have getting it pulled up even in the pit entry. So suspension damage, and you can see a lot of that damage is on the front right of the car, and it's coming down the mountain. This is what I was talking about. There's no room for error whatsoever from Skyline all the way to the elbow. You're on the limit of the grip, and you're on the limit of how much room you have to the walls. The concrete walls do not give as well as the car and body panels do. So we watch the replay here. Quite able to pick up. And I've been carrying that damage for a while, but yeah. I'm sure they picked the wall somewhere else and made it just a little bit worse.
Yeah, it looked like it got to the point where they had to duck down. They were having struggles trying to hold on to the race cars. You look at the top 3 still. As you can see, the 26 machine has picked back up the draft after some good laps from James Scott. So he stayed within range and again has been the fastest car out of the 3 drivers in this grouping. Currently recording 2:08 at the moment in the lead pack. The next grouping of drivers on their own, like ERT's 027 machine, are in the 2:09s at the moment for reference sake as you take a look at this battle still.
Absolutely, and one thing that actually working on the favor of James Scott is that he knows he has this comfortable gap between himself and Hopper Racing right ahead of him, Thomas McMillan. So he can work around this 7-10 gap that he has to reach and try to save a little bit of fuel, do not overuse the tires. So you can see he's not pushing the car so far, and he knows that the 2 ahead of him are not using the same risk as well. They're not being aggressive, they're just keeping the car on track. And that allows him to close bit by bit, lap by lap. It's not much, but it's considerate if you consider this on the long run.
Still keeping an eye on this group again. Center of the shot again is Thomas McMillan here, who's still trying to follow along and has, again, not played too dangerously. Other than a couple bump drafts here and there, has still looked very comfortable. Still 0.3 of a second back, has not let off the pressure here, David, on Myers all race long.
Yeah, exactly. From pretty much the first lap here, Thomas McMillan has been following along, even tried to challenge into the second corner of the race. couldn't get the position then, and you just sense that unless there's going to be a mistake from Myers, McMillan's just going to ride along behind until the next pit stop. And if he's using less fuel than Myers, he might indeed have a quicker pit stop as well if they pit on the same lap. These cars, when they come into the pit stall, the sequence is they go up on the jacks and they fuel at the same time. And once again, you see this speed down the straight that McMillan gets in the slipstream, not able to get the pass done. Unlike a lot of the GT cars we're used to seeing in endurance events, these cars take fuel and tyres at the same time. We see one of the damaged lap down cars in front of them peel into the pit lane, and a top three carry on. So we do expect tyres at every stop, because when you're taking fuel, the tyres are free. That means that these drivers, the pit lane time is really limited on how much fuel they're taking. If McMillan is burning less, pits at the same time, he'll have a slightly shorter stop, might be able to jump Myers, or he has the option of going longer, but with how advantageous new tyres are going to be, an overcut really isn't going to work in these cars in these track temperatures.
That was about to lead to my next question here with the potential strategy here. So we'll have to see when they decide to duck down. They've already gone to lap number 14 of 161 here for the Bathurst 1000. Here at Mount Panorama Circuit, 3.86 miles. Again, the distance on the circuit with 23 corners. And still following along McMillan, who has been in second much of the day. These drivers started 1, 2, 3. As we continue to follow along with the group. At this point here, still a ways though, till they reach the lap traffic. We've seen Justin Wallace duck down that last time by, David. They're still ways away till they potentially reach it here, but it could be a factor in the later going. What do you do once we get to that situation, especially if you keep up a battle such as this?
Yeah, I mean, they'll just really be hoping that if they catch some traffic, they're able to get past it cleanly and just get a good run out of Forest Elbow. That's what's going to really matter. And you saw Thomas McMillan get all sorts of out of shape there again. And these guys, last time around, Brady Myers was 1.4 seconds slower than his fastest lap. So if you're looking at how many pit stops you're going to need in this race to get to the end, you might be thinking about cutting them all in, cutting the race and the pit stops up equally, so that you actually take some slightly shorter runs on the fuel tank. You've got fresher tyres more often, because right now, if McMillan or Scott from second and third come in before Brady Myers, just one lap on fresher tyres could be worth as much as 2 seconds. You really cannot understate how much the tyres are dropping off. Not only in these cars, because that's typical to see, but in these track temperatures of almost 50 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, the amount of fall of about 1.4 seconds at the moment for these cars. The fastest lap was ran by Myers with the 2:07 around the start of the event. But they're still in the 2:08s, now into the 2:09s though in this group. So that fall off is getting more and more drastic. McMillan that time a little bit of a bobble off of Hell Corner, losing a touch bit of ground to Myers up the mountain straight this time. But the draft helping him pick it back up here again, David.
Yeah, exactly. Our top three cars still within 1 second of each other. And as it is right now, they're still pulling away from the rest of the field. We're really looking at potentially these three cars as our breakaway stars in this race at the moment. Between Omen Zero Esports, Hotbird Racing Team, and Evolution Racing Team. In these very, very early stages of the race, we've not even reached 10% of the distance yet.
It's still a ways to go here, but again, the gap they've already pulled up again, though, David. 12 plus seconds to the fourth place car in Evolution Racing Team 027. The gap between first and sixth, 16 seconds to Pursuit Sim Racing. They've had a blistering pace from the drop of the green lights, and the green flag today here in Australia.
Yeah, between fourth and fifth place there, I thought that Billa Racing Team Euronics were maybe going to fade a little bit. I think they've let the Evolution Racing Team car through, and they're just going to ride along there. So those two haven't separated too far. Lucas Yestadt still riding along behind Kyle Stokes for fourth and fifth.
Still following on with the lead group again, losing time off the corner exit of Forest Elbow is James Scott. He'll try and gain the time back up just inside the draft as they collect the grass once more. As seen at the top of the broadcast, incident limit about 50 incident points today. And look, right now, most of the drivers, though, have stayed fairly incident-free from the drop of the green lights today here at Bathurst. for the most part, they've looked pretty clean. They've stayed on the racetrack, haven't clipped the grass. This group hasn't tapped the walls at all, really.
Yeah, indeed. It's actually tough to rack up some incident points around here without completely throwing your race away. I mean, like we've said, for 2/3 of the lap, it's not possible to go off track without finding a wall. So if you're managing to rack up too many incident points, you're probably damaging your car far too much anyway. And you would say that the track limits are rather self-enforcing around here for a lot of the lap.
And so Myers, McMillan, and Scott again in this top three for their respective teams. Kyle Stokes for Evolution Racing Team in fourth. Is Jetstead inside the top five. As you follow along, you can follow along again with those on the top ticker for the positions of the drivers already. Some of the gaps nearly 2 minutes, a minute and a half almost amongst these drivers here. So, at this point, we're quickly approaching the pit window, nearly 3/4 of the run here. We still fall along back towards the battle to P12 and 13, meanwhile, because this has also picked up a little bit. Pulse Racing Team Blue with William Mitchell behind the wheel. Kennick Ladder for Race on Oz. Number 1 is the driver trying to gain chase. Their team car rather, has had a rough one so far. They've also had a bit of a rough one, nearly losing some body panels, but is still looking to have a pretty decent run at this race. +3 from drop the green flag.
Yeah, because what happened this far, they got actually in contact in that big one, we should say, at the start of the race at Quarry Bend, but they still kept it going, unlike the other car. But now you can see they're just driving the back drive. They're probably going to try to set up something whenever they come down to the Forest Elbow or the Skyline, try to close down the Forest Elbow and go all the way to Conrad and try to make an overtake. I think they have the pace. I don't think they're going to be able to clear it out, though, the car ahead of them.
And you can see some of the dents, though, a bit on the front nose, some of the left end, some of the rear end. That might have been along with some of the collisions we mentioned around 11th on back in the first lap or so, potentially. They were in that grouping of cars, but still looking to keep up with this draft. Pulse Racing Team Blue, not a single ounce of damage, it looks like, on their Ford. David.
Yeah, exactly. On these cars, you can get away with missing a couple of panels, but it's when that suspension is damaged, when you've got steering damage, that it really, really hurts you. Coming down into the chase this time, they're pretty close, but the inside is well and truly covered off by Pulse Sim Racing Team Blue. That might hurt their exit out of here. Race on Oz looking to get through, but balked on the exit almost. Going to look for the inside of the final corner to try and make an outbraking maneuver. Not going to work, and 12th and 13th place stay in that order for the moment. Kenneth Ladder definitely looking to get a move done soon.
Again, the car in the front is the Ford. The Holden is the car trying to make the pass again in the 451. The gap between the leaders is a bit substantial, but they are slowly also gaining up to where 11th is having to work with the other Race on Oz machine. For reference sake here, they're currently in the 211s at the moment, Lorenzo, as well.
Yeah, so they are within the mid-pack, kind of like top 10-ish pace, but the problem was that contact that actually kind of separated the groups, so they kind of have to scrap themselves into racing contentions, trying to get themselves right ahead of a car, watch a jab, trying to make an overtake, or just right behind them, trying to save as much tires and fuel as they can as we're actually coming down. It basically at our last quarter of our first stint.
Following along with the front bumpers of some of the machines in the battles, as you look towards this way through the chase. Still a couple more corners to go for this grouping, for example. Amongst, I believe, the top 3 you might be following along with here, as they again have pulled away a long distance of 13 plus seconds from 4th on back, with a lot of clean space at this point. With still a lot of pit stops to go, 144 laps to go. Meyer still leads the group in the 097. McMillan in second, James Scott in third for the respective teams, David.
Yeah, and this is what we talk about, this top 3 forming just a little bit of a breakaway. This is the view forward from your leader, Brady Myers, and what does he have to worry about in front of him? Not a whole lot. It's just the track that he's got to battle and not look too often in his rear vision mirror at Thomas McMillan, about 8 tenths behind. through turn 2 there, through Griffin's Bend. He has a little bit of a slide, but that's not a bad corner whatsoever, because the crown of the road really gives you a little bit of banking to the inside of the corner there, and sort of off camber on the outside of the corner, though it's the inverse of the progressive banking we see at some oval courses that let you carry speed around the outside. That's why defending the inside into turn 2 there is so critical, because the inside is the high ground there. The outside, you just really cannot carry the speed around. So it's a corner where if you get to the inside, it's easy to pass, but if you can defend the inside, it's difficult for someone to get around you. And it's not easy to pass anywhere around this circuit, except if you get a good run out of Forest Elbow and down towards the chase.
And you follow along, for example, as they go to the S's through the dipper as well, the third sharp corner of the S's, for it literally dipping off the tracks as the track describes the naming for the head to the Forest Elbow, named after Jack Forrest, motorcycle racer that scraped his elbow away after dropping his bike on that corner on the sharp left-hander leading to the high-speed section. But Myers, having a high-speed corner exit, has already pulled a near second, give or take, away in the race lead, and now continues to pull away now from McMillan in that middle part of this grouping.
Yeah, McMillan's last 2 laps were around the 209 lows, and if I'm not mistaken, the zero from Myers has been 208.7, 208.9, 208.7. This lap might be a 208.8 if I can see my timing correctly at 209.0. Still faster than second place, so not giving an edge, and making good use of what rubber he has remaining for this final half of the stint. But of course, McMillan, I can see he's struggling a little bit on this final end of his stint.
Yeah, he's lost now a couple tenths on this lap alone. David Sanford is in the paddock, watching along as he tries to gain the time back somehow with some of the draft. They've fallen to the 209 flats to 209 threes now. For reference sake, it looks more and more, David, like McMillan is struggling with tire wear on corner exit compared to the Omen Zero Esports Blue Machine. That is looking somewhat comfortable on the corner exits for comparison's sake.
Yeah, look at this. Brady Myers has a gap of more than a second for basically the first time since the start of this race. McMillan struggling, now 1.4 seconds back. Myers right now has the opportunity to pull a little bit of a gap, and I wonder how far away from a pit stop he is. We are now getting close to 40 minutes into the race. There's definitely a few more laps in these guys in the fuel tanks if they want it, but I think the tyres are getting close to crying enough on almost all the cars out there.
And the gap has now grown 0.3 of a second alone in that sentence, so all of a sudden, McMillan really struggling more and more. James Scott still stuck behind him, has also fallen to the same tire bracket as McMillan nearly scraped the outside wall out of Forrest's elbow. Nearly added a strength to his elbow that time, losing more time, now nearly 1.7 seconds the gap to the race leader.
Yeah, I think right now McMillan was a little bit lucky. Actually, he did grind the wall over here, Justin. He just got a little lucky that he wasn't just like James, where he kind of like hugged at the wall when he actually grinded it, but managed to save with a little bit of a slide of the tires, then lose a lot of time, but allow James Scott to close around 0.2 of a second. Now they're going to probably battle it out for second place.
And David, at this point, McMillan losing tons of time, and you still have Scott stuck behind. What do you do if you're Scott now? Because they've lost 0.7 of a second, even more so time now with the slip out of Hell Corner in the span of 2 laps.
Yeah, the gap from Scott to the lead, it's not a big problem yet when it's 2 seconds, but if it goes on for too much longer and he gets, 10 seconds off the lead, then it's so hard to get some of that back. Big slide from McMillan into Griffin's Bend. Costs a lot of time for James Scott, but there's no way he's going to go around the outside of the cutting here. So once again, he's being held up by McMillan, whose tyres look well and truly past their expiry. Suddenly, in the last couple of laps, his pace has just dropped like a stone.
McMillan drifting his way, that time through corner. Scott still trying to find a way to get on by as McMillan's tires nearly going towards the cliff. Currently still shuffling around as they go through turns 9 towards turns 10 past the parks. But McMillan really on the loose end here, Lorenzo. More and more drifting away here at the end of this run.
Yeah, that was very scary. I think James knows that he needs to make an overtake like now immediately. Otherwise, they're gonna not only he's gonna lose contact to Brady Myers ahead of him, but it's gonna be really complicated if in his car probably, because who knows, they might slide, hit a wall, and then once he goes 180, he might not be able to avoid contact and might get some damage out of it. Let's see if Scott actually goes for it. Here the car runs straight.
Scott looking to try and get the run. They've lost a full second alone this lap. 1.8 seconds in the past 3. Scott moves up to second. Using the draft down the Conrad straight, up to the second step of the podium was still a long ways to go, but he needed to get that pass done with McMillan's tires lighting up with only 20 laps into the race.
Yeah, and we saw when Scott dropped off the top 3 earlier, he was able to close it back up. He might still have enough pace to be able to close up onto Brady Myers in the last couple of laps of this stint. But McMillan, yeah, those tyres dropping away, and look at how much he struggles on some of the braking zones there. Scott has got a lot of work to do if he's going to catch Brady Myers. It's 3 seconds that he is now behind the leader.
And now, what's going through Scott's mind, do you think, here, Lorenzo? Because now Myers has basically pulled away. He's been running 209s as the slipperiness of McMillan had been holding up these two drivers to the 210s, some of the slowest times on the track. There's still a long ways to go, but again, the gap is now up to 3.1 seconds with Myers with no draft behind him to deal with.
Unless McMillan managed to grab himself back up and try to work themselves together and try to close the gap to Brady Myers ahead of him, I think what Scott needs to do is just hammer it down, forget about who's behind you. You can see he's struggling hard with the tires. He can barely keep the car straight. So just, do your lines properly, and whenever you deliver the car for the full stop service, you're coming up in a nice lap or two, just one thing, pray for the traffic ahead of you to be on your favor, because, we can see the traffic doing wonders for some of the drivers here in Mount Panorama.
Meanwhile, P4 and P5 also just swap positions. The old racing team up to the position, but you can see Kyle Stokes clipping the grass that time. Using a little bit of a lawnmower effect, so to speak, on his car. He is losing tons of time all of a sudden in that 027 for Evolution Racing Team.
I saw the move there. Kyle Stokes for ERT just came into the cutting a little bit too hot, locked up some tyres, pushed wide. Lucas Yestadt took the correct racing line, just sailed down the inside. And we're going to see that replay on board from Bieler Racing Team, all out sideways there, quite locked up past the apex, and pretty easy for Lucas Yestadt there to just get the car stopped, take the apex of the corner, and hairpin like that. That puts him through up into 4th place. Tale of two different fortunes for the ERT guys. James Scott moving up into 2nd, but Kyle Stokes moving back into 5th, and he's going to jump into the pit lane. Kyle Stokes thinks his tyres are done, so that's the first of our drivers in the top 10 to take regular service, not for damage. Kyle Stokes, 027 Evolution Racing Team. His tyres are done. It's time for a new set.
So that opens up the pit window for some of the lead cars. About 22 laps the stint for the 027 ERT as Kyle Stokes into the pit lane here. So now that leads to the question here, Lorenzo, when do the other drivers decide to pit? We've seen Hotbird Racing Team fall off the mat. Matt, what do we do here?
I think right now for Brady Myers in the top 3, Scott and McMillan, I think the time is now for them to come into the pits and do their pit service. I believe Yetstad and the other ones will do it as well. But I got a really quick question to my buddy over here, David, because you're the OZX specialist and you know this car is better than me. Is there any difference in terms of rubber tires and how the car handle turns between the Holden and the Ford?
Hold on a second.
Identical.
RSR Esports, the 10th place car has hit one of the tire barriers. That's the 78 machine that's had trouble with Braden Nash. Ended up getting loose into the right-hander. You've seen them leaving some of the tire barriers. Take a look up the mountain straight, because towards the end of the straight, heading towards Griffin's Bend, disaster struck David.
Yeah, we see the replay here. The rear end gets very, very loose, and that's a hard impact back left into the tyres. And I think it's just at the point of turning there, hasn't been able to get it slowed. And that has gone in very, very hard. And he's going to struggle to get that thing around. You can see the kind of damage it's carrying. Very, very tough for him. We look back at the leaders. Brady Myers from the lead stays out. Well, second or third pit.
Top three have all stayed out this time by. Myers still up by 3.5 seconds now before the opening of the window. But now still a lot of opportunities for drivers to duck down. No one inside the top four at the moment decide to go. Pursuit Sim Racing also stays out, who currently is in net P5 in the window as you look at the battle for second and third at the moment. Since Scott's made the pass, his pace has picked up a little bit, but so has McMillan's here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, both McMillan and Scott picked up the pace, but it's still not enough. It's still 2:09.4, and Myers did a 2:09.3. So if they actually gained something, it's something right now kind of like irrelevant for the short run and for the short-term view. But on the long run, they're keeping it within contact. So for now, they shouldn't be pushing their cars themselves too hard. Just deliver them into the pit service and make sure they are all in one piece.
Swift Racing has also just ducked down to the pit lane. For reference sake, one of the lead cars we already seen had a 40-second pit stop. So keep that in mind. Potentially for when some of these drivers, such as these two, duck down. They currently are now on their 23rd lap around the circuit with 138 to go as they work their way through the S's and down the hillside again, David. Still, the question is, when do they duck down to pit? You mentioned potentially evening up the stops right here. How is that strategy looking in your opinion?
Yeah, big fuel tanks in these cars, and don't fill particularly quickly, even though tires and fuel get done at the same time. Still looking at 40 seconds for a pit stop. With regards to the strategies in the top guys, though, it's going to be very, very interesting, because that Evolution Racing team we saw come into the pits early, sure, they were 15 seconds or more off the lead, but they're going to get 5-6 seconds of that back with these fresh tires that they've got. Kyle Stokes trying for quite an aggressive undercut in that car. We'll see what happens, but yeah, the leaders are going to have to be wary of that.
Leaders ducking down to the lane this time by Myers, Scott, McMillan all jump in as McMillan hits the back end of a car. McMillan damages the front end, already apologizing to his fellow competitor as he overran the pit entry and rammed into the back end of James Scott.
Wow, I imagine how much damage that number 3 car actually is gonna take, because that was a hard contact. I think he just didn't see his driver ahead of him and didn't predict the early braking from the number 26, and unfortunately carried out that damage.
Rest of some of the leaders also ducking their way in as you see them up on the jacks here, but amongst the drivers, there is a swap. Omen Zero Esports Blue changing drivers. Farzan El Nabi, I should say, jumping into the 097 machine. He'll take over for the second stint of the race, David.
Yeah, driver swaps for Hotbird Racing Team as well. David Sanford going to get in that one. Don't see any driver swaps for Bueller Racing Team, for example, but Omen Zero away and out. 45 seconds on the lane there for them. They're probably, once it all shuffles through, going to hold on to the lead. And this is the gap that you can see that they've got over the 027. Not been enough for that ERT car to close it back in, but I think there's going to be a potentially speeding on pit lane penalties for the ERT 26. And but not for Hotbird Racing Team. So that's costly 15 seconds lost for James Scott. He's now behind his teammate car and got the Bueller Racing Team car right behind.
Again, remember, Scott's car, it was hit in the rear end, and that was right at the commitment cone too, so there's that possibility as well with some of the damage. Now with Scott again, 1 minute 1 second in the stall. Everybody else in his grouping, 45 seconds. Only 2 drivers currently inside the top 4 have not pit yet. Zupa Racing in the 209 and Pulse Racing Team Blue. But in the lead, Omen Zero Esports Blue back up at the top of Renzo. And they actually gain time of the racetrack as well here. 2+ seconds gain for the pit stop compared to David Sanford and his organization, David.
Yeah, indeed. So looking very solid for Omen Zero Esports. The only car out there yet to have pitted is the Zuva Racing 209. And when they come into the pits, it'll all have cycled through. And Omen Zero will have the race again. And here is that Zuva car. Thomas Hinz going longer than just about anyone else. Sure, they'll be looking forward to new tyres on that car after 24 laps on this set. Quite a slow pit lane here. It's a 40 or 60 kilometre an hour limit. I think it's... 49, about 50 kilometers an hour. There we go. So quite a slow pit lane speed limit compared to some other tracks. And so Hinz stays out, but then, sorry, comes in, but coming through the Omen Zero Esports car. Forza El Nabi going to take the lead of the race once again. And from them having a 1 second, 2 second, 3 second lead, suddenly the gap they've got for the lead for Omen Zero is out to 6 seconds. And El Nabi's going to probably look to extend some of that gap, being wary that this set of tyres is going to have to do another 24 laps or so, and they need them in good condition at the end of the stint. That's where they built out the gap in the first place.
And a couple more details here, David, as well. We just got involving that incident in the pit lane. The reason for the contact from behind, apparently, this is from McMillan himself from Hotbird Racing Team, didn't set the pit limiter. And the reason there was the extra time in the stall, 15-second hold from the contact, might have pushed that driver who got hit in the rear end and Scott above the speed limit. So, two important things, especially the pit limiter, ends up costing both of them some time.
Yeah, so first round of pit stops done indeed, and then your top three now looking, well, it's still Omen Zero Esports, Hotbird Racing Team, and then Evolution Racing Team, but the Evolution Racing Team cars have swapped because the 26 is now back down into fourth, and that 027 with the early stop, the undercut, those fresh tyres giving them 1.5 seconds a lap quicker times almost for just a couple of laps before the leaders pitted. That's gotten them up into the top three, but they're going to have to pit earlier.
All the cars that started in the top 8 have stayed in the top 8. As we go to Race Spot Fan Immersion with the 77 machine, Pursuit Sim Racing looking to attack at the edge of the top positions. You're watching RaceSpotTV on the iRacing Esports Network. Welcome back, everyone, to the Mount Panorama Circuit for more coverage of the iRacing Bathurst 1000. With 134 laps to go, some of the top competitors continue to work their way around this thrilling circuit. Justin Prince, David Haynes, Lorenzo Bonder, Randy Chen in the director's seat for today's coverage. You've been following along with your RaceSpot fan immersion with Pursuit Sim Racing. They're currently in the 4th position. Part of why we've just seen an interesting strategy call for the 027. They came back down the pit lane for a driver swap. Jamie McKnight is now behind the wheel for ERT 027, David, all of a sudden.
Yeah, and from 3rd position, so I don't know if there was technical issues there, if they picked up any damage, or what's going on there, but now Mr. West End Mazda, Jamie McKnight, behind the wheel of 027, is now down in 10th. What he is going to have, though, is a bit fresher tyres than a lot of the cars around him, so he'll get some of those spots back, some of that time back, but unusual strategy, and I can only assume it's because they encountered a problem of some kind.
Indeed, they are currently, again, back down to the end of the top 10 at the moment, looking to try and regain some of the time. In the lead, if you just tune in, Omen Zero Esports Blue is in the lead with El Nabi in the lead. David Sanford is in second for Hotbird Racing Team. Round the top 3, ERT's 26 car with James Scott. The gap between the 3 about 18 seconds here. But Lorenzo still a long ways to go here. And we already seen some of the drivers extend their runs a bit longer with the help of the draft. There's the chance teams might have been able to cut an extra stop out of this race. We mentioned an estimated 8. There's a chance they can only go 7 pit stops now with the amount of time they went the first in.
Yeah, we saw drivers doing 23 laps, so that draft working in wonders for them. And like you said, it's going to cut them a stop short. Remember, this race is 161 laps, so they're going to be coming up into 7 pit stops, and that will be enough for in terms of fuel and tires. And one thing that I'm actually curious, and especially for the last 2 pit stops, given the time of day, because right now we are still on a hot track, 49 degrees Celsius on the track. That's around 120. Well, I'm not good at mathematics, like degrees mathematics, but you can correct me on that. But, you know, it's going to come down eventually with due time, and is double stints possible in these kind of cars if the track is much, and I mean much, cooler down in the day?
I think that's more of a David question. David, that is something that, at least from my perspective, might be a bit risky as you follow along with some of the battles here, but what's your thoughts on a double stint on a very hot racetrack like this?
There's nothing to be gained from it whatsoever, because the tyres and fuel change at the same time, and the tyres change at about half of the time it takes to put in a full tank of fuel. So I really can't see a situation where anyone would save anything at all from double stinting a set of tyres. And if you got to the point where you had a very short fuel fill to get to the end, well then, in that situation, taking a set of tyres would only cost you maybe 5 seconds or so. And we've seen already that, you know, a new set of tyres can be worth 2 seconds a lap.
And we've already seen that a little bit with the ERT 027 make a pass in the rear end. Battle for 13th, let's check on that though, because it's been fairly competitive back there. Some drivers have moved up as much as 6 to 8 positions, including in this grouping. AAR Gold with Dwayne Burns trying to pull away. Chicken Up Racing trying to gain a position here as Kinetic Racing Velocity watches right behind, along with iRacing Today Motorsports here at Lorenzo.
Yeah, I'm seeing over here on the track, I think the biggest movers have been Dirty Torque Sim Racing. They're number 1. They started 20th and now they're at 12th. And if I'm not mistaken, also the 160 of iRacing Today Motorsports 6 was 20th, 4th. And now there's on 16th position, so the same amount of positions gained compared to the Dirty Torque Sim Racing. But yeah, that battle for 13th has been going on for quite a few laps. I think 3 or 4 laps, and Martin Turner has not been able to close down the gap. He was 0.5 of a second up to a point, but it distanced them a little bit over these 2 to 3 laps, and Turner not being able to regain that disadvantage he just lost.
Yeah, and you can see some of the difference now with AR Gold. They're currently in the 210s, by the way, along with Chicken Up Racing in this grouping. Kinetic Racing Velocity had been one of the mid-tier pit stop strategy drivers as well in the circuit. They currently work their way down the Conrad straight. Currently the gap between them and the leaders still about 1:52 seconds. These cars in this mixture of machines, though, are at the risk of being the next cars put a lap down. The leader has already lapped his way past 17th on the track for reference sake here, as Martin Turner still tries to close the gap here, David.
Yeah, our top packer drivers didn't have much traffic to deal with whatsoever in the first stint. Now in the second stint, there's some that they're starting to approach. So Forzen El Nabi's going to have to be careful with that, because the lead he's got 10 seconds pretty comfortable. He doesn't need to push too hard getting through the traffic. But certainly, if you end up caught behind a car that isn't going to let you through across the top of the mountain, seeing what the speed difference is there, that could cost El Nabi, a second and a half per lap, if for only half a lap he's held up behind some of these other cars. So that's something that's absolutely coming into play now that we've got one stint and some in the bag, is the cars are all further spread out around the track, and our leaders have just a bit more traffic, a couple more lapped cars to deal with.
Here's the thing, though. You mentioned their chance of losing time. Eventually, though, the other machine's going to have to work their way through traffic. The fastest car was ERT's 26 car, James Scott, for reference sake, but they're going to have to deal with the same traffic, too, that this machine has already had to pass. The gap to the next lap car is about, give or take, maybe a kilometer or so up the road, but closing quickly. P5, though, is heating up. We took a look a little bit with Swift Racing for a few moments. They've caught up towards the back end of Buell Racing Team. Remember, Lucas Jested struggling a little bit today, a bit on the long run for the car. He's also got some left front damage right above the tire well.
Yeah, it doesn't look to be affecting either of them too badly, but certainly Buell Racing Team, still Lucas Jested behind the wheel of that car since the start of the race. Just not quite as confident here. Josh Nowak's moving up the order a tiny bit.
Right now, he's still trying to drift his way a little bit behind, lost some time. It looks like, again, that Lucas is comfortable in the middle portion of the track. This is the technical part with the hills, but again, the effect of the draft Lorenzo, we've seen it all day long, has kept everyone that's been able to stay close in this section, for the most part, within the draft, to stay within range for longer than, say, a lot of other circuits you might see on the iRacing service on road courses.
Yeah, because it is so close. The turns are so close and they are so short that it's really difficult for you to make a mistake unless you really hit the wall and lose a lot of speed. So that's why they stay within the reasonable contact from the car ahead of you. And Josh knows this, and he's making work of from the skyline all the way down Forest Elbow, but overextends the brake. He slides a little bit into the chase, loses a little bit, around 2-3 tenths of a second. The contact to Lucas Jested. Now he's gonna work himself all the way back up again.
At that time, you can see on the side of the doors, get on my level. That time, he said, get on my braking points, and a bit more harder on the brakes. Swift Racing did to the Buell Racing Team in front of him. And keep an eye on the timing and scoring at RaceSpot.tv/timing across iRacing Esports Network's coverage of events tonight. Again, the battle still keeps up for 5th position, though, but just barely. As right now, it looks like Josh might have just about lost this draft here. David.
Yeah, he was a little bit closer earlier, and a lot of this, how aggressively you run the camber and the suspension settings. Maybe Swift Racing just had a little bit more grip the early phases of the tyre life. As they go deeper into it, maybe the Buell Racing Team car, even if the drivers aren't as used to trying to look after the tyres, maybe they've gone with a setup that helps them with that. Of course, the variation lap to lap when these cars are so difficult to drive on the edge, a car can close and then have a bad lap and lose some of the gap and then close it back in again. So we'll see what happens between these two. They are our closest cars in the top 5 here, battling over 5th and 6th. And Nowak certainly has the opportunity, if there's any dramas, for Lucas Jested and Buell Racing Team in front.
Behind them, you've seen him a bit in the backdrop moments ago, was FT1 Motorsport Pi with Cameron Dance behind the wheel. So a chance he can try and pounce. He's currently about 8 seconds back, though. As a bit of a bobble that time for the car in behind you just seen. As you look back over to Dance, who doesn't have the same bobble we just seen from Swift Racing at the edge of that last shot. Looking back down the hillside once more, down to Conrad straight. This time Swift Racing lets off the gas through the chase. Not wanting to send it yet, so this is now again towards the window of fuel saving, though. David, thinking big picture all of a sudden, it looks like, is that pink, white, and bluish machine.
Yeah. Which is a very good looking machine, by the way.
And yes, indeed, it is a nice looking car. It's a similar pattern, by the way, if you might notice, just a bit of darker colors on the Beal Racing Team machine. The Beal Racing Team, though, much better corner exit, already pulling 4 car lengths alone down the straight as they try and gain up on Pursuit Sim Racing. They're still about a second or so slower a lap compared to P4, by the way.
Mullen McMullen actually the fastest driver out there right now, and I think there was a driver swap potentially the last time for the Pursuit Sim Racing Team. Mullen McMullen, I know, pretty quick driver when it gets down to it in these cars, so he's pulled a 10th out of 3rd place and a little bit more out of 2nd place on the last time around, and you can see that there. His best at 2:08.294, the last time around at 2:08.775. The fastest car out there at this point in the race, and he's on the same age tyres, pitted on the same lap as the top 3, so it's none of that coming into play. He's just putting in some good laps at this phase of their stint.
It's crazy how he's been on his own much of this run. He's the fastest car on the racetrack still, by about a 10th or so. You see the time gained, in fact, that lap 32 total, as mentioned, was the fastest on the track, quicker than even the race leader last time by, so McMullen is getting up on it without any help in front of him. It's still a long ways to the next car in front, about 5 seconds, but he is closing a little bit on James Scott.
Yeah, he is, and right now the last lap was a 2:08.7 compared to the 2:08.8 for Scott and 2:08.7 for McMullen. So it is possible, but the Pursuit Sim Racing 1 number 77 car needs to work a little bit more to make sure he actually stays within a feasible gap for him to close down and then work Jeff and try to make an overtake.
Looking on board for the battle once again for 5th. Again, Swift Racing loose off the corner exit, off Murray's corner. As they go back to Hell Corner, that seems to be the difference between these two cars. Again, you mentioned the camber settings, for example. It just looks like Swift Racing just having trouble to gain the power down off the corner and is really bobbling and weaving on some of them, David.
Yeah, track temperatures still where they've been the last hour or so, and we're now getting 10 laps on the tyres for a lot of these guys, and it's a long lap around here. That's a lot of work on them. Not an easy car to drive on a brand new set of tyres. Once they start wearing down, the grip on the Dunlops does go away. So how you manage that, how your car is set up across the whole stint, not just the first 5 laps out of the pits, is very, very critical. These two continuing to battle, Yeshtat and Nowak. Across the top of the mountain here, you know, stays pretty level, and this is where the confidence in the car, the confidence in the setup matters a whole lot, because how hard and how close you're willing to push it close to all of these walls. You can make speed there, but it's far too early in the race to risk damaging your car and collecting them and potentially ending your race.
And it's not just that, you have to have the confidence too to make that line stick, especially with not just some of the rubber buildup, some of the dirt buildup we've actually seen a little bit on this track, Lorenzo.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of what we call the green goo, or what would be the patch of grass coming down into the forest elbow, heading into Conrad, and then Conrad itself, the Conrad corner, heading into the chase. You can see there's a patch of grass right around the track coming up just now. There they go. You can see there's a little bit of dirt going in that track. We're of course grabbing that left hand tires, which, you know, doesn't do a lot in terms of, you know, making the car dirty or picking up heat. It just loses a little bit of grip. You know, these cars and these drivers know what they're doing, so they're not going to make any rookie mistakes like I would do.
Yeah, nobody wants to make a rookie mistake in the Bathurst 1000 with still ways to
Absolutely
go with
not.
Yeah, you don't. Because if you lose the car, it's not just you that might be not happy. It's going to be your teammates that might not be happy as well. Remember, there has been driver swaps in this event. And there is at least 2 drivers for these machines today. But should note, the leader has now lapped up to 16th, is in traffic. Omen Zero Esports Blue. It is quickly approaching the other battle we were talking about a little bit before, AAR Gold and Chicken Up Racing that spread out as we still stick with this battle on your screen.
Yeah, Yeshtat had big problems getting the power down. Josh Nowak was right underneath the rear wing there, but once you get to the cutting, you know, it's across the top of the mountain here, this half of the lap. Where is he going to be able to possibly pass around here? It's just not going to happen. So that is how this circuit goes, and one of the reasons why we love it. You can see Nowak pushed all the way out to the wall there that time. Now so does Lucas Yeshtat. These two guys sort of egging each other on, trying to pick the pace up, but giving it just a little bit too much risk potentially over Skyline down towards the S's, and these guys are battling each other hard. Nowak wants that position, and Yeshtat, they started in 4th in the Bela Racing Team Euronics car. They've lost 1 position to Pursuit Sim Racing. They don't want to lose another to Swift.
Pursuit just actually lapped a car up the road a little bit. A big moment. Big bubble. Bela Racing Team holding on that time. As Shilstead trying to hold onto the position, holds the defensive line on the left side of the track. Up the Conrad, straight down the hill they go. Up into the top 5 goes Swift Racing with the mistake. And that looked to be potentially coming a little bit with these hot temperatures. David, bit of an overcook though from Swift Racing. They hold on to the racing line though as they hold on to P5.
They're just too ambitious with the right pedal that time, coming out of Forest Elbow, and that's where it all came undone for Lucas Yeshtat. But then you saw Nowak was so bold on the brakes, trying to seal that position. He sailed quite wide of the apex, was lucky to not go onto the grass, gathered it all up. He's into 5th this time, but is he even going to be able to get away? These two guys do look pretty evenly matched. I think we'll see across the top of the mountain what Nowak can do.
You can see some of the cars in front, some of the lap traffic, as well as P4 just in front of your screen. Now, as you mentioned, can Swift Racing try and pull away a little bit here? Still 33 seconds to the race lead, but it's been their highest position of the race, about +3 from the start of the event today. Still a ways to go here as they work their way through the cutting. It's been a challenging part of the racetrack, though. Swift Racing has struggled in Sector 2 much of the day on ordered tires, David.
Across the top of the mountain this time through the twisty half of the section. We do see twisty half of the circuit. Do see Nowak pull out 7 tenths, 8 tenths. We'll see how much he can get done with that there. Fantastic racing though between those two, and you just see that how difficult these cars are to drive. Makes them very, very lively, very exciting to watch. They're just real beasts. These guys have to try and tame, and not always successfully there for Lucas Yeshtat. It just got away from him for a second.
And by the way, they were going to reach some lap traffic as mentioned pretty soon. Some of those cars you've seen up the hillside, for example. It's going to get dicey. Some of the leaders have been getting into dicey situations. The leader is currently stuck behind that battle for 13th we also talked about. P2 is now started to heat up because of the traffic. David Stanford had been held up by some traffic. James Scott got it a little bit quicker through. That's a little bit up the ways from these two cars you still see up on your screen, but the battles are still heating up on the racetrack. Should note, though, no left side panel on the front end now for Bela Racing Team, it looks like, on that 450 machine. Might have been for a little while, but that might affect a little bit there, Lorenzo, with that damage.
Yeah, if it does, it might be on stability, because top speed related, it doesn't affect much, you know. If David can correct me on this, or even Randy can correct me on this, it shouldn't affect acceleration and drag per se. So it comes down to if Lucas Yeshtat is actually struggling with a little bit of the tires and trying to keep the car straight and off the wall. But talking about that one at the front, the P2 battle, which is just happening right now. James Scott right on the back bumper of David Sanford. Even though the lap traffic got in the way, I think it wouldn't matter much because Scott's pace thus far in this second stint has been really, really, really good, matching the leaders itself, getting 208, 209 constantly, whereas Sanford not being able to put the same laps.
Still taking a look at the moment at 5 and 6 in terms of positioning. That battle you mentioned 18 seconds back, we're looking at that now with Sanford trying to hold on, but he has been getting a bit slippery like his teammate at this point of the run, James Scott, looking to get by again. Remember, the last time they got by was a bobble. This time Sanford has another bobble. James Scott up to second spot on the mistake again from Hot Bird Racing Team.
Scott was massively quick the last couple times around. David Sanford's had some issues, not just with the traffic, and through that time, James Scott got a much better run. He moves the ERT car up into second again, and pretty easily done move in the end. We've normally expected to see drivers have to wait a bit longer, try a bit harder to get a move like that done. James Scott doing well for himself there with that ERT car.
And Lorenzo, you feel they let him on by, but at the same question, they've had troubles again in this mid to late run, the whole team for Hot Bird Racing Team here. What can they do here? Because now they've been getting more and more slippery compared to this car in second spot. And even with the driver swap, it stays an issue for that green and white car.
Yeah, it stays a little bit of an issue, especially with Mike Mullen right behind him in fourth place, doing really good laps and closing down the gap ever so slightly. So it becomes, I think, in terms of setup related, I think they're really good on the early stint, and whenever they come down, they try to compensate with a little bit of aggressive driving, and it's not doing well for them because it just bends, it just wastes rubber, and rubber here is very essential, especially on the late stint in this temperature. You really don't want to have complications coming down. Oh, nearly touching itself, going to into McFinley, one of the parks itself, right in. It's complicated, you know. It's really complicated. I think they have to do minor adjustments to the setups wherever they can to try to scrap themselves back into this race.
You look at how much time Hot Bird Racing Team has lost just to second place alone. About nearly a second or so plus a lap. So they are still having a problem here. Even with that, ERT was the fastest car last time by with James Scott, but it still weighs away 18 seconds after some of the pit struggles and losing the draft to Omen Zero Esports Blue. Still ways to go, 123 laps to go here. And we're quickly approaching that second pit stop window. Remember, last time drivers went around lap 22-ish to about lap 24. We're about 10 laps or so from that window now, David.
Yeah, indeed, getting deeper into this second stint. They go through the stints pretty quickly because they go through the fuel quickly, but they also go through the tyres quickly. And while the length of the stint is limited by the fuel economy, a lot of these guys will really be thinking about that tyre life as well. 15 laps now completed on the set of tyres for our two cars on screen, Scott and Sanford, who are on the same strategy as our overall leader in the Omen Zero Esports car, and also the same as Marlon McMullen in fourth, who once again puts in a good lap.
Major contact between Aeronix and a back marker.
And we're going to have to see if we can take a look. That was amongst drivers, I believe, getting around lap traffic. They had been side by side again. That was the battle for 5th and 6th. You can see the BLO Racing Team trying to get rolling. This was heading into Murphy's Corner. And you'll see here, they try to go around the right side. Disaster strikes, though, Lorenzo.
Yeah, and it was basically overlapping. People were just battling for positions as well, and got cut off by surprise coming into Murray's Corner. It just couldn't avoid. It was actually in the line, and nothing he could do over there. And unfortunately, gathering up a little bit of a, I don't know if that's steering damage or suspension damage.
That was Wild Animal Wizards team that cut across. And you're going to see another look here, David. The leaders were going on the left side. It looks like the lap car didn't realize there was a second car.
Yeah, long braking distances in these cars. Lucas Yerstadt was already committed to braking there, and he didn't expect that other car to be quite as slow. And I think for the violence of that impact, it really looks like the Biela Racing Team car has gotten away with a little bit less damage than you might have expected. A pretty hard impact there. And I guess that's some of the drama that we were maybe expecting when some of the lead cars got towards the traffic, but we were not quite expecting it to be like that.
And so they fell to 7th. Biela Racing Team, by the way, with the contact. And we look back towards 2nd spot again, which currently sees ERT still in front of Hotbird Racing Team. So, bit of a scary moment, but they're about to reach lap cars. That is the 444 machine of Chris Pellet for Pulse Racing Team Blue up in front of them at the moment. And they're closing in and quickly here. Now it's getting a bit scary with some of the traffic, Lorenzo.
Yeah, but so far I think they are on the safe portion of the track. They are on the straights. If they actually come into the Corey's Bend and then try to make an overtake at the cutting, it might become a little bit scary. So far, the number 26 will have the advantage. It comes down to where Hopper would actually catch the car. He backs out for both of them in a very safe distance and let them both go through to the Corey Bend.
And we're getting confirmation that it's fine for Biela Racing Team, by the way. That's in 7th, so looks like they got through relatively unscathed, now in 7th spot. So good news for Biela Racing Team Euronics as #1 car for today's event. Still following along with James Scott, with David Sanford, I should rather say, who have now fallen off with some of the time here. But now with some of the contact here and some of the lap traffic going to be potentially heavy for the top 8 drivers even. Now, what do you do as a driver?
I'll defer that one to David because he's a specialist on these cars.
David?
Specialist would be stretching the word very, very thin, but yeah, of course. I mean, we've seen coming through the traffic, not necessarily easy. You can never fully read the intentions of the drivers around you, and then for about half of the lap, you need a driver to be very, very, very generous to let you through across the top of the mountain. That's where it comes in. Good for Biela Racing Team that their car is mostly undamaged and they carry on. They did lose a little bit of time though, because you saw how far off track they went facing the wrong way. Did manage to gather it up, so fortunate that there's not a lot more damage to the suspension and the steering on the front left of their car there. They're now being closed in though by Zuva Racing 209. Thomas Hins behind. That gap has just come down into underneath 1 second, and we'll see if it's affecting any of their straight line speed potentially. At the very least, Thomas Hins has a nice little draft, bit of a slipstream to pick up down Conrad Straight here.
Still looking at the Biela Racing Team machine. The draft helping Zuba Racing close in under a car length. And the 209 machine, but still can't get a run to make a pass quite yet. And the Biela Racing Team has been one of the stronger cars in the technical corners today. And off the exits this time, Biela Racing Team able to have a better exit than Zuba Racing once more. By the way, the car that moved them down to 7, remember FT1 Motorsport Pi? They were the car that took advantage. Remember, they were 8 seconds back before the contact with the lap traffic. That is that blue car up in front, while Biela Racing Team goes to the left. So still a ways to go up the road to try and regain that position, David.
Yeah, side by side, here we go. Hins has the inside line, which is absolutely the preferred line into Griffin's Bend here. So back down one more spot goes Lucas Yerstadt and Biela Racing Team. But Trouble's getting the power down on the exit there for Thomas Hins, but his car is blocking the path of Biela Racing Team Euronics, and then they cannot get that spot back. So up in the 7th and plus 3 spots from where they qualified for Zuva Racing. It's unfortunately minus 4 spots for Biela Racing Team as they lost a couple spots with that incident we saw on screen earlier, and they lose just another one here. I think they'll be looking forward to the end of this stint, because not only will they be able to potentially do a driver swap, put some new tyres on that car, they might also have time to do just a little bit of repairs if necessary.
Yeah, and it looked like Zuber took advantage mistake there, Lorenzo. Didn't even see it coming, I don't think. Biela Racing Team as the last second heading towards Griffin's Bend that they got the run, and I think Biela might have thought, just let them go try and save some fuel if we can keep up with the back end of the 209 machine.
Yeah, I think they're doing a good thing, because I don't believe they're gonna be matching in speed, raw speed, that damage they're actually getting. Any car whatsoever in the field, so staying behind the draft, try to do their best to keep themselves within clear contention and contact might be working wonders for them, because right now it becomes a little bit of a race of survival.
Absolutely. You can look at the 450 again. They're still surviving without that left front. And that car is still fine from what we heard. But again, the fuel number that some of the teams have to get to for a 7-stopper is about 23 laps. So it would make sense again, David, to let the car behind and go on by if they have to run and see if you can keep the draft and save a touchdown in the straightaways to try and reach that goal.
Yeah, I don't think he's... it's a good strategy, but I don't think he's got much of a chance of sticking with Thomas Hinz there. He's flying along last lap at 209.47. It's a second and 1/10 faster than 6th place car Cameron Dance for FT1 Motorsports Pi. So Hinz has gone and grabbed one spot on the previous lap, and it won't be too long before he's up the road and looking for another position. So you can see the FT1 car there, and then right in behind comes Thomas Hinz, and in maybe 1 or 2 laps he'll be there or thereabouts. Cam Dance was pretty quick at the start of the stint here, but Hinz has all of the pace on the old tyres.
And now we're looking towards Hinz once again in the 7th position, last time by, +3. And they've again been a mover so far, as we've seen so far, but they're also going to have to move on by some lap traffic. Potentially they're also closing in, and fairly quickly, to that car you see there, the 0003. That is for position for 6th spot. David, they're closing and fast, both of these cars.
Yeah, I thought a lot of it could have been to do with the traffic, but even traffic aside, Hinz has got just a mountain more pace. I don't know if there's any damage on that car for Dance there, but you know, he is... Well, that car is almost a second and a half more off their best lap. Hinz more than a second a lap quicker. And look how much Dance moves across, trying to weave a little bit, try and break that draft, but I don't think it'll help him. Thomas Hinz is coming like a freight train.
You can see that freight train hard braking into the corner, and a lot more confidence from Hinz that time. About maybe 50 meters, give or take, earlier braking point, do you think? As this is going to be even more later, this time about 10 meters or so, to close the gap to what was 10 car lengths before the chase, down to the pit straight to about 4 or 5, Lorenzo. So they're closing in fairly quickly on this racetrack here with Hinz. And this is, mind you, too, the chance of fuel saving to try and get to the 7-stop window.
Yeah, so it's gonna be go ahead. But here's the thing. All right. So here's the thing. If they're gonna be able to save a little bit of fuel, it's gonna be awesome for them, because so far they are within a comfortable gap. And here's some of his coming up. There he goes into the quarry bin.
So Hinz seen an opportunity, quickly got the job done. Not just with the earlier braking and Dance letting him on by, but the faster car, it looks like. So move FT1 Motorsport back a spot, but Buell Racing Team is still closing at about the same pace, give or take. They might have a chance to move themselves back to 7th spot. If they play their cards right here, as Cameron Dance loses some grip that time on the corner exit at turn 9.
Yeah, and you can see the car is struggling for grip, and he's doing everything he can so he can actually try to be fast and consistent, but he's not being able to. So I think so far for Cameron Dance to try to hang as best as he can on the back bumper Thomas Hinz and try to work the draft, and who knows, maybe come closer to something up in the field. But so far I think he's not going to be able to, due to that lack of grip he has on that car.
And that lack of grip has all of a sudden lost him nearly a full second since the pass. So he's gone backwards. Meanwhile, up towards the front, you're following along with one of the machines that has been dominant from the jump. Omen Zero Esports Blue has led every single lap today, David. They're still now the fastest car on the track when they don't have lap traffic to deal with. It's been tough to stop them. They're nearly 20 seconds ahead of ERT's 26 car.
Yeah, since the last round of pit stops and Forza El Nabi got in, he's had a little bit of clean air, a little bit of breathing room, ability to run the race to their own pace, and that pace is very, very strong. Just lap after lap, pulling out a tiny bit more, and they're now 20 seconds clear of second place. So pretty close between second and third. Yeah, class of the field right now at this point in the race, Omen Zero Esports, and critically for an endurance race like this, for a multi-driver event, we've got two strong drivers in the one car. No one's going to doubt Brady Myers or Forza El Nabi individually. And you put them together, there's no weak link in the driver lineup for this car. For every other team, you know, there's a lot of strong drivers out there, but to get two strong drivers together in the one car, that's what they've got here in the 097, and it's showing.
And we'll have to see when they duck down. Remember, this car went 23 laps. The estimate would say if they are able to reach that same mark about lap 46. So with 117 laps to go, they will pass under the Armor All Bridge and stay out this time by. But you mentioned the skill of this team. Of course, we mentioned Myers for El Nabi. Of course, one of the best drivers in his own right in this car in various different series on the iRacing service. Really strong driver for this organization, to say the very least, in this machine. So it makes it tough, to say the very least, Lorenzo, to try and attack if you're a lot of the other teams. No offense to the others.
Yeah, I think no offense to the other. I think they are probably one of the cream of the crops coming up into the supercars themselves. Because, as you said, Brady drives in the Gfinity Supercar E Series, and Falls and El Nabi is a very high regarded supercars driver, driving in the V8 Cups and other supercar events that we had in the iRacing service, and getting good results overall. I think he even grabbed some wins. David can correct me on that, because I don't follow too
Forza
much
El Nabi
the scenario.
Forza El Nabi was the winner of last year's 2018 V8 Scops Bathurst 1000, so you cannot doubt the pedigree around this track and in this car.
And it's helped to where he's had nearly exactly the same pace, if not a little faster, as we've already seen with the fastest time on the top of the screen. In this race, they've been near identical. Race line, race times, race pace, and it's gotten quicker and quicker. Also going quicker and quicker still is Pursuit Sim Racing. They have closed in to P3. Hotbird Racing Team has lost so much time on this long run. They've fallen back more than 6 seconds to P2, and McMullen has been able to reel them back in here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I think that Hopper might be on hot terms in terms of driving their cars. Sorry, that was a bad pun. But yeah, pursuing, that was actually a good pun. Bam! Matt Mullen putting the work in and doing much better pace compared to David Tenford. So it's really coming down on not where and when. It's just how he's going to make that overtake. You can see McMullen actually is going for a heavy, aggressive fuel saving, putting the foot on the clutch and just braking the car coming down to the chase.
And Marwin looking to dive his way to the inside for P3. Looking to fight hard out of Murray's corner. Not able to get the run, though. The higher line, the faster line for Sanford. But can he hold on heading to Hell Corner? This time gives him the higher arc. Tries to squeeze him down. Nearly making contact, the two of them. As Sanford has the better corner exit, while McMullen tries to hang on the left rear, heading up the mountain straight for P3.
Sanford giving nothing away. Great job around the outside of turn one. That gives him the inside for the corner up here at Griffin's Bend. And like we've mentioned, the crown of the road, because this is functionally a street course, only used for a couple events a year. The crown of the road means the inside is heavily banked, and that's what allows David Sanford to hold on to that position this time. Marlon McMullen will not be denied. I think he'll be right back up there looking for another way to get past David Sanford, not willing to give that up, which was awesome to see.
Yeah, he pinched him down into Hell Corner and ended up trying to get him to not have a good exit. get him off the gas. Now McMullen has to get the time gain back again. By the way, this lap by Swift Racing ducked down to the pit lane. Remember, they were one of the first drivers to pit in the first stint of this race earlier tonight. Now it looks like the window is back open as you can see, we're on lap 46 for these drivers.
Yeah, so we might be seeing El Nabi coming down anytime now. As we can see a back marker just throwing their car out into the gravel trap off the chase and just letting the 97 go through. But 97 just staying out of the line for one more lap, you know, overextending that fuel range they have.
As mentioned, later stayed out side by side for the battle for position. Trying to fight hard, Pursuit Sim Racing having the faster run into the chase. Move McMullen up to third spot as the pit window opens back up here at the Bathurst 1000. Now the question is, will Pursuit Sim Racing duck down now that they're in P3? Not this time, but Hotbird Racing Team says, oh yes, I will pit in. They come in.
And hopefully no issues with the pit limiter for these guys this time. I think David Sanford will have that under control, and quite a few other cars jumping into the pit lane as well. We saw the Evolution Racing Team number 26, Kinetic Racing Velocity are in there as well. But staying out is your leader, Forzan El Nabi, at least one lap longer than those, second and fourth place runners now, going a little bit longer. That's the strategy here from Omen Zero Esports.
So a little bit more of an extension here for the race leaders. They have had some draft here and there from some of the lap cars where they lost a few tenths, but look how close they're getting to the walls. The amount of confidence we're seeing from the 097. They can get even closer, mind you, a touch bit closer, but it takes confidence to get to that specific amount of closeness without scraping the walls. Some others might be a bit squeamish, David, to get that type of tight.
Well, at this point in the race too, I mean, you might be looking to try and jump some people through the pit stops. You might need to put in some good in-laps and out-laps now, but there's no point playing too dear with some of those walls when we're not even at halfway point in the race yet. Watching from the sort of helicopter shot here, Forzan El Nabi, your race leader, he's only got a couple more corners before the pit entry. Is he going to pit this time? Is he going to have to react to some of those other cars? He did have a 20-second lead, so he can take all the time he likes, but his lead might get eroded a little bit by some of those guys on fresher tyres. One lap the difference. In from the lead comes Forzan El Nabi.
Here's the thing. He had about 20 plus seconds before the pit stop window opened. We also seen BO Racing Team Euronics make a driver swap, put Jan Eric Hofarth into the 450 machine. So a few teams making some swaps inside the top 10. We've also seen Stuart Vaughn jump into the 26 machine for ERT. So the race leader back in the pit lane. We'll see if El Nabi stays in this time as he ducks into the markers. About 30 seconds the gap. Overran the box a touch though. But again, he had a big time cushion as he jumps out of the race car.
Yeah, so Brady Myers both come in for their vehicle, and they're probably going to be switching back and forth between each stint. So they're going to be on the green and just say, oh, I've done my share, and so therefore I'm not going to be penalized or something of the sort. And like we talked about, their pace has been nearly equal, and they're doing really good thus far. And also Pursuit Sim Racing also in the pits. Let's see.
What is that smoke coming out of the 027? That was one of our cars, was in the top 5. Jamie McKnight was driving that earlier. That thing's been in the pit lane a little while.
Yeah, that car, I was going to note this a little while, has been there for a bit. It looks like they might have gotten back out. Jamie McKnight had to jump out because their main driver, the reason why they had their early driver swap was they had issues with their equipment in terms of listening to the car. This time McKnight, he mentioned this a little while ago, his gear shifter apparently had something happen to his car and ends up blowing the engine. So a car that was in the top 10 about, the 027, had a disaster at one point, now needs a new motor for their car. So it's been a rough day for McKnight and his organization. Meanwhile, Zuba Racing has been the team that's extended the pit window the most today, David. And they just scraped the wall.
Yeah, indeed. We saw at the end of the first round of stops, they went a lap longer than everyone else. That might have helped them coming through the field like we saw earlier. Slightly fresher tyres from having pitted later on. We've seen Pursuit Sim Racing here. They've pitted. Mullen still stays in that car. Great pace that he had, hoping that he can get a little bit further up the order. He just moved himself into the top 3 before the pit stops. A couple of cars in front of him. One car in front of him that has pitted yet. It's Thomas Hins in that Zuva Racing, so he's been undercut by Hotbird Racing. McMullen, the great work he did, and he's going to have to do it all again.
And you're taking a look now again at McMullen. He had a strong second stint of this race for that team, I should say, though, with that 77. To gain a lot of time on the racetrack, they looked fairly good. And now onto the fresher tires. Last time ran a 209.8. That was just a couple tenths off the race leaders for reference sake. So they've been up on it today. The gap, though, to the next car, that again took some strategy with a bit of the undercut. Hotbird Racing Team, 1.6 seconds in closing.
It's less than a second. Actually, McMillan got so held back by that back marker coming into the dipper and forced elbow that advantage is nearly gone. And McMullen now is going to be on the worst end of it because he's going to come to the chase. And that Holden right ahead of him is going to block him a little bit. But then again, you can see the other car, another back marker getting in the way of Hotbird and late braking for McMullen.
That's the same car, by the way, that got involved with Bill Racing Team. That is Wild Animal Wizards team that's had a rough day with 2 Sergeys on that in that car for the race as they pass by drivers like AAR Gold's organization. But McMullen gets by cleanly this time. Lost a bit of time was Hotbird Racing Team with the traffic, but the gap is 1.2 seconds still. And they still have an air lap car in front of them. That's the 13th place machine that's just in front.
So yeah, now the problem for McMillan is where he actually going to clear up that back mark is going to be ahead of him because he's catching fast. If I'm not mistaken, he might catch him right around the skyline to make the Filmy Park and be within certain contact whenever he comes down to the first elbow. So a little bit of a drama to the number 3 car as they come down to that first set of the parks.
Yeah, the reason why they call some of these sections like Solman Park, McPhilmy Park, etc. is the parks that are on the right side of the racetrack, just outside this facility where there's still daily events, in fact. Amongst this public road space, as mentioned by David, about 60 kilometers an hour normally much of this course is during a normal day. Vast majority of this track, in fact, is street circuit once there is an event. But you can see how much the wheel has been turned around by McMullen. Just 1 lap fresher tires ends up closing that much amount of time with McMillan still stuck behind traffic. That is Race on Oz, number 1, the 13th place car in the 451 with Andrew Mogridge letting on by the position for 4th. But still, McMullen has to get on by. So it's the McMillan and McMullen show here all of a sudden.
The Mac
probably.
McMullen just clears the gap. Sorry, go ahead, David.
Yeah, Andrew Mogridge drives these cars pretty often, and I think he'll be aware and sympathetic to the cause of these guys trying to have a battle over 3rd and 4th, and I think he's done a pretty good job of not leaping out of the way, but not impeding this battle of 3rd and 4th, and that time by, actually, if my timing is to be believed, was the fastest lap that McMullen has set all race. The track temperature, since I last called it out, has dropped 1.5 degrees Celsius. Not a huge amount, but just a little bit. So if that trend continues, we might see some quick lap times being set deeper in this race.
Indeed, if it's considered to try and cool off, as you mentioned, down to 117 degrees Fahrenheit on this circuit. There is a car stopped on the side of the road. You just seen there. That was one of the... I believe that might have been iRacing China Goes Down Under that was stopped along the side of the road. Yes, it was. So a rough day for them. They already were in the grass before being alongside the wall. And they've had a rough one in the 68.
They had a rough one. Basically, they started really well. They started basically second to the last. We're 15 up to a spot when this lap started, and unfortunately, misfortune struck their way, and now they're back in the pits, and they're gonna lose a lot of time, because not only that, they're gonna have to tow the car back to the garage, and then maybe repairs. Well, it's gonna be a long day for them.
They had just came out of the pits, by the way. Had made it looks like a driver swap as well, and then you'll see this here, David. Coming out of the pit lane, looks like everything's all okay. Was in a decent spot, still in 17th on the track, and then just about here, something went wrong. It looks like with the damage that was on that car already.
Yeah, rather bizarre there. Maybe they had a bit of damage that they thought they could get away, or thought was fixed, and it just hasn't quite worked out for them. Car was crabbing just a little bit, and that's unfortunate for those guys. They're having a reasonable day of it. That's a big setback anytime you need to put the car on the tow hook.
So that ends up setting them back to the garage area as the cars still shuffle around. Currently 8 drivers on the lead lap, with 110 laps to go this time by here on RaceSpotTV, the iRacing Esports Network. Let's draw to RaceSpot fan immersion as you're watching the iRacing Bathurst 1000 from beautiful Mount Panorama Circuit in Bathurst, New South Wales, Australia. Let's follow along with this machine once more as they try and close the gap and gain more positions on the track, just about a second behind for P3. Welcome back, everyone, to the iRacing Esports Network with RaceSpotTV's coverage of the iRacing Bathurst 1000. From out entering the circuit in Bathurst, Australia, Justin Prince, David Hayes, Lorenzo Bonder, Randy Chenin. With you for today's coverage, Randy Chenin in the director's seat. So far, the drivers that started in the top 8 have stayed in the top 8. But Moment Zero Esports Blue has taken full reins of this event, up 29 seconds over the battle that's now heating up not just for third, but for second. ERT's 26 machine, Hotbird Racing Team, Pursuit Sim Racing, all within about a couple seconds of one another, and closing in quick on each other inside the top 4. Swift Racing rounds out the top 5, with Zuba Racing amongst the drivers that have extended it the most in terms of fuel and tires. They're in P6. FT1 Motorsport Pi is in 7th. Fuel Racing Team Aeronix, remember they had contact with the last car a little while ago. Still round out the top 8, though, where the last car in the lead lap a minute and 18 seconds behind the race lead. As a look at your top 8 rundown, the Bathurst 1000 with 107 laps to go this time for the leaders. David, it's been an exciting one for a lot of these teams. Attrition for other machines, but this battle for second all of a sudden is heating up and quick.
Yeah, precisely. A driver swap at the previous pit stop, the number 26 car. So now Stuart Vaughan is driving that one in second place, and he's being closed in on by Thomas McMillan and Marlon J. McMullen. And you can see all 3 cars in the one shot here come through the chase this time. And for all that Marlon McMullen has done to close up Thomas McMillan, the last lap around, McMillan closed 8/10 or so on Stuart Vaughan as well. So the field really compressing on second place right now.
Yeah, last time by ERT in the 209s. The other 2 drivers in the 208s. This time by half a second gain by both that green and white car and this machine in the center of your screen, the 77 of Marlon J. McMullen. Both of them closing up and quick, and they're going to have lap traffic in front. They've got to deal with Racing Sim Tools Black, Dirty Torque Sim Racing, who are both up in front of them, and they're gaining and fast. So something's going on here with Vaughn.
If I have to say something about Vaughn, is just not being able to reproduce the same pace that his teammate has been putting. James Scott has been so far superior compared to Vaughn in terms of putting laps, like clocking around the 208s. In this stint, currently, Vaughn has still put a lap under the 209s, whereas the other 2 guys behind him has been constant on the 208. So it has been problematic. And to make matters worse, now there is a car right ahead of you when you're coming down McPhillamy Park.
Yes, this is going to get a bit dicey. The lap car, you'll see it on the right side. Decide to go to the grass. Zachary Hefner saying, let's just get out of the way by cutting to the grass. Unfortunately for McMullen, that's right in front of him down the hillside, as that's going to lose McMullen a little bit of time here and there compared to McMillan, who has stayed in the draft to Stuart Vaughan.
Yeah, did what he could to get out of the way of the leaders there, but again, it's just only so many places you can go when the track is that narrow and that twisty with the barriers on either side across the top of the mountain. And your second, third, and fourth place runners all do get through cleanly. But yeah, McMullen, probably the driver who got the least preferential treatment there, didn't get the short end of the stick too badly, though. He can still see the 2 cars in front, and again, they're not far from crossing the start-finish line, and then we get the lap update on how they went that time through the traffic. But you can just visually see with your eyes how much McMillan has closed on Stuart Vaughan on second place here. It's just a couple car lengths now. Again, they've got a little bit of traffic in front of them. McMillan is very quick in the first half of this stint. It looked like at the end of last stint, it dropped away a little bit. So if they're quick in the first half of the stint, not so much in the second half of the stint, now is the time for McMillan to strike, get into second, and then be able to hold the guys up behind him later on, because it'd be so hard for them to get past.
Keep an eye still in this battle. Dirty Torque Sim Racing trying to stay out of the way. Vaughn, though, used him as a draft down up the mountain straight, heading towards Griffin's Bend and up the hill. Now McMillan, though, stuck behind him as they head towards the cutting. So this is where some of the lap traffic can definitely come into play. You can see McMillan trying to take a deeper arc, Will the Ford let him by? No, has to check up hard as Nicholas Mucano still has not let by third or fourth position. They're both stuck behind him.
Yeah, and they're losing a lot of precious time with the black marker holding them back. If I was Mucano's already, I would have cleared off by the calling and avoid any possible trouble, because both drivers are coming in hot and they're not patient. Look at McPhillamy park that move deep down inside. That was a little bit dangerous if you're trying to drive overtake someone who's actually in your lap. That could have gone so wrong, but you know, now the damage is done. They have just to, you know, keep your head down and hope for the best for the next few laps.
Yeah, and that's given Vaughn a bit of a cushion for the time being with this battle. About a second plus now compared to McMillan and McMullen. They still have more traffic to still get through. Illusion Motorsport, who is in 9th position, mind you, is about to be lapped by these cars too. Chris Purnell behind the wheel of that machine is just up the road, so this is going to be more and more of a factor here as this event goes on, but there's going to be clear sailing for this battle afterwards. McMillan dealing with McMullen trying to dive a little bit. That time able to gain a couple car lengths, but losing it on the corner exit once more.
Yeah, that's right. So the sim racing card closed up. Nothing going through the final corner or through the first corner. We'll see how much they can potentially close up. 10th and 11th have been switching places as well, though. So something for everyone. Well, this field had spread out quite a bit in the early goings. I'm seeing quite a few more battles on my timing screen now as well. Not just this battle over second place where McMillan has trouble getting the power down out of Griffin's Bend, but he'll survive that because there's no way for McMullen to get past the short run up the hill here.
Battles for 13th as well as about 10th is also heating up. We just had an overtake take place with the 83 machine who missed his braking in the chase. That allowed a position for the overtake. Let's take a look at one of these battles now. That again is for P10. Race on Oz moves to the left side, while Will Leslie for Kinetic Racing Velocity moves themselves back into the top 10. Kinetic Racing, for both their cars, have had a bit of a rough day. One of their cars involved in an early incident, and now a rough corner for Race on Oz loses them not just one but two positions on the lap. That car, mind you, has a lot of damage we noted earlier on in the race today. P2
Race on Oz was a lap down on the 003 car and just went wide through the cutting there to let FT1 Motorsports pie through. We look back though to second, third and fourth because, you know, like you saw earlier and mentioned, Stuart Vaughan was a big beneficiary of a big chunk of time coming through the traffic across the top of the mountain earlier. McMillan in third place, back under 1 second, bringing Marlon J. McMullen along with him as well. So once again, they're all closing up on second place. Big wiggle though for McMillan.
And this was the trouble for that car. Every mid-run so far for Hopper Racing Team. And remember, they took a one-lap undercut compared to some of the competitors in this mix. So McMillan has a bit more older tires compared to the car behind them. Better entry in apex through Hell Corner as they try and use the draft. We've seen the aggression up the mountain straight today on the right side. Will McMillan get the run he needs to, though? McMillan looking to use the left side draft. No, none of the cars able to get a run to make a pass yet. And a bit of a bobble that time for second Vaughn. David.
Yeah, Vaughan and McMullen take a slightly tighter exit out of the corner there. McMillan lets it drift out a little bit wider, and it didn't really work out for him that time, but your exit out of that corner isn't so critical because it's a short run up the hill towards the cutting, all three of them together across the top of the hill, and this is where having lots of grip in your tyres, having lots of confidence gains you a lot of time, but it's not a place to pass. See McMillan there still right up behind Vaughan. And I think McMullen, sensibly, he doesn't need to be right up behind these guys in a place where he can't pass. He can watch and let these two battle in front of him. He only needs to be close at Forest Elbow at the bottom of the S's here.
See if he can get close enough. McMillan having a good run heading towards the Forest Elbow. Had to let off the gas though. Not the best place to pass. Gets the back bumper of Vaughn, and it's nearly to the rear end. Now it's going to be the question, will he decide to save or try and gain the position? Again, the battle for second spot. McMillan with a bit of a run. We've seen drivers bump draft in this section before. McMillan lets off. It looks like he's going big picture, going to save fuel for the next few laps or so with 103 laps to go this time.
And again, just going on the back bumper of the number 26 McMillan. He's going to try to have a look on the outside. Late braking for McMillan, side to side into Murray's corner. That outside of the favors a little bit the number 3, but having that wiggle and unfortunately did not get the proper runoff for him to actually try to challenge at Mountain Corner.
The SpeedCafe.com sponsor machine cuts back in front to keep second spot. But it looks like McMillan wants to save fuel, David, on the straightaways. But it looks like he's not afraid to, if he sees a chance, to make a pass. If he gets an opportunity, McMillan sees the defensive line from Vaughn this time. Vaughn taking the inside, nearly making contact. McMillan opens up the right side, though, for McMullen. Side by side, heading towards the cutting. Pursuit Sim Racing Machine lets him back in for P3.
Yeah, 2 tires on the grass and the braking and the turn in there for McMillan. He was very lucky to hold on to it at all, and I thought for a second there was going to be a bit of an incident, but there was not one, and McMullen then could not capitalize on that. So these 3 guys really scrapping amongst each other. The meat in the sandwich there for Hotbird Racing, looking at trying to pass Stuart Vaughan in front, but realizing now he needs to defend from McMullen behind as well, who once again drops back an extra car length or so across the top of the mountain. Maybe he's just anticipating there could be a mistake from either 2 drivers in front. He needs enough time to react if either of them go into the wall.
That's a good point, especially with how tight it is. Not enough space, really, in some cases, because McMillan just tapped the back end again. This time on Vaughn. Vaughn, though, had the better exit from that little tap, it looks like. As it looks like Vaughn trying to take the middle line. McMillan, last time in this section, down the Conrod straight, save fuel. This time, will bump draft his way towards the arc into the chase. The question is, though, will he keep behind him, though? Last time, McMillan tried to cut to the right side, heading into Murray's corner. This time, not a good run out of the chase, loses him some ground.
And one interesting strategy that we were seeing from McMullen on that 77 car, and I was seeing, I've talked about it earlier, I think on his previous stint, is the use of the clutch to try to maximize fuel saving. He's using it aggressively, especially in the end of the mountain straight and then at the end of Conrad leading to the chase. You just put the pedal on the clutch and then the other one on the brake and try to maximize the fuel saving. And the good thing is, not only doing that, he's saving also rubber for the end of his stint.
Yeah, because when you hold the clutch, it not just basically lowers the RPMs in the engine, so to speak, but actually, sometimes, say, if you do into the apex of corner, we've seen in a lot of different abilities of cars, it ends up slowing the apex speed down by about, say, 5-6 miles an hour by the time you have to get back on the throttle. Vaughn is still leading this group, though. The thing with being the lead car, though, is he's not able to save fuel like McMillan and McMullen are doing right now, David.
Yeah, exactly. And with the fact that the pit stops for these cars are limited based on how much fuel you need to take. If you need to take less fuel, your stop is quicker. The tires will always get done in the time it takes to add the fuel easily. The tires are basically free at every pit stop. It's all about how much fuel you need. And these guys, ERT car and Hotbird Racing team, both pitted on the same lap last time. So if they come in on the same lap again and McMillan needs to take less fuel, then they'll jump them through the pit stops just on having saved maybe a second or so of fuel fill. We saw 45 seconds for each car at their last stop. So saving 1, 2, or 3 seconds of fuel, not outside of the realm of possibility. And the McMullen behind pitted 1 lap later than these guys the last round of pit stops again. So if he pits on the same lap this time, he'll have gone a lap shorter in the stint, needs to take a lap less of fuel on board. He could jump both of them. So there's a lot of pit strategy being played out, as well as the fact that these guys are battling pretty hard on track as McMillan thinks about throwing it down the inside. Can't get a move done there either.
Pit window opens at about lap 69, by the way. And you mentioned that undercut was a 44-second stop for the last cycle for McMillan's team compared to McMullen, who had a 45.9. So the battle continues on for P2 as they continue to shuffle on. We'll see if McMillan, though, can keep up the pressure. Will he look to make a pass this time? Cuts to the left side. Vaughn takes the defensive line again. Cuts back up to the top again. McMillan, though, trying to go for the cross. Tighter apex through Griffin's Bend. Still can't get side by side and try and force a pass.
Yeah, not this time, and once again, just so easy to defend if you have the inside line there in Griffin's Bend. I say easy, I'm sure the pressure is there, but just the way that the crown of the road works, the way that the banking works, the inside is just that much quicker, and this time McMillan managed to keep all four of his tyres on the black stuff as he was braking and turning in there. He's definitely learnt from the previous time, putting the pressure on, and you see Vaughan struggling, all four tyres on the grass. What, is he going to get it stopped over Skyline? He just will. That could have been a huge incident. That could have been a position lost. I was just about to comment on how wide Vaughan was from the apex when we saw, in fact, he was very, very wide. Just in a replay, I think, definitely needed.
And it looked like it started by bumping some of the rumble strips, was able to get a handle on it, and then hits it again. Goes into that grass, loses some time, and now it's getting to the question of, now what do you do if you're everyone else? Because now it's the question of, is Vaughn holding everyone else up? Because Swift Racing is also slowly closing in. They're still a ways back, but that might be a thought process. McMillan is still bump drafting down the Conrad straight, not forcing a dive to the chase yet. But eventually something's got to give here. They're losing a second or more a lap to the leader.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see that they're also, in some of these shots, starting to catch a lapped car. It's the 9th place Illusion Motorsports car of Chris Purnell, and he'll presumably, also experienced in these cars, be able to be a little sympathetic to the cause of these guys in the 3-car battle that they are having. But where they catch him, that could also be very, very interesting, very critical to this little battle we're seeing. Vaughan now struggling on the brakes as well into Hell Corner, and he's going to defend the inside up the hill once again.
This time slowly cutting towards the left side of the track as they cross underneath some of the bridges. Back towards Griffin's Bend again. Vaughn, again, a bit of an earlier braking compared to the Hotbird Racing Team machine of McMillan. And now you mentioned again that lap traffic in Purnell. We've seen how much of a factor it was last time. It gave Vaughn a cushion for about 2 to 3 laps to breathe. Less pressure to deal with. Now, the question is, when are they going to reach Purnell? Because if they reach him in the wrong spot, this can really hurt not just 1 or 2 of these cars, but all 3.
Yeah, because right now Vaughn is just, I think he's feeling a little bit of the pressure. He knows he might not have the raw pace to stay within contact on number 3 and then number 77 cars. So he's doing his job of holding them back, you know, keeping them at bay. So he's doing, at this kind of rate, he's doing a good job, but you know, it's getting risky up to the point he might end up in the wall. But we got comms that he's actually confident, so well, keep at it, boy.
Back down the hill they go, down the Conrad straight. McMillan had gotten towards the bumper while the Illusion machine stays to the left side. Not a factor for this battle. That's the 9th place car, a lap down of Chris Purnell. And so he'll stay out of the way while Vaughn gets dived to the inside. Looks like McMillan said enough's enough. Trying to make the pass on the high side. Rough corner entry for Vaughn. Loses not just 1 but 2 spots on the bad run through the chase.
Hotbird Racing Team through. Pursuit Sim Racing follow on through as well. Vaughan had the inside to try and defend it. and he just could not make it work. Got pinched down onto the apex a little bit, and 2 cars go through. So from second down to 4th in 1 corner there for Evolution Racing Team and Stuart Vaughan. Now McMullen, his patience has been rewarded just a little bit watching the 2 in front fight. He picks up a free position, and now he can see 2nd place in front of him. And I'm sure he'll be thinking about that. He didn't have to use up his tyres as hard while he was watching the 2 in front fight. His tyres were already a lap newer. He's in a good spot.
And now still about 6 laps into the pit window as well. Keep that in mind. Now the question is, what does McMullen do? He has 1 lap fresher tires than Hotbird Racing Team here, David. Does he stay behind or way into the end of the window, or does he take advantage of mistakes like that where McMillan got loose up the hillside that time coming out of the quarry corner?
Yeah, indeed. So trying to hold on to it, and we did see Hotbird Racing Team quick in the first half of the stint. Maybe the tyres fade just a little harder than some of the other teams later in the stint. So we'll see. And he rides all the way over the top of that curb that nearly caught Stuart Vaughan out earlier. See what kind of pace these 2 guys can pick up now they've been unleashed almost as it was. And they're really only looking at a couple more laps before these guys are going to be into the pits again. We saw this happen at the end of last stint. McMullen closed up on Hotbird Racing Team, got the job done, then got undercut. This is a little bit of deja vu, I think.
I think absolutely as well. We've seen that from McMillan's teammate in Sanford. The second he got passed out of the chase, he decided to duck down and in, and McMillan jumped back behind the wheel of the car. Now McMullen, later braking, actually had a bubble that time by, nearly lost the car. A good save by McMullen under braking.
Yeah, that was a little bit scary for McMullen because that could have gone all wrong, but he just tapped hard on the brakes and avoided the contact. Had a little bit of a drift on the entry of the chase, but no contact whatsoever. Just keeps it going, you know, just stays in contact because the number 3 actually had a little bit of a wiggle coming into the second half of the chase as well.
And they're still wiggling about, it looks like now. McMullen still trying to gain time on McMillan. The Mick Show, so to speak, for this battle for second spot. Last time by, a 10th and a half quicker was McMillan, as he again early breaks it in. Under 98 laps to go this time by, 97 to go in fact. It's still shuffling hard. They still have, by the way, the RT car about a second or so back.
He goes wide, McMullen through.
McMillan takes the corner wide, lets McMullen right on through.
Substitute Sim Racing grabbed that spot. Bit of a lock-up there from Hotbird Racing Team. Thomas McMillan came into the cutting just a little bit too hot, and we'd seen he was starting to struggle. He was struggling up the hill. We'll see riding on board from McMullen. He's looking forward at second position, and it's up here, just a bit wide lock-up, maybe a tiny tap with the wall, and once you're off the preferred line there, it was easy for McMullen almost to jump through and into second place. And interesting thing to note though is, as these guys have battled so hard over second place, Brady Myers in Omen Zero Esports car, his lead over this second place battle now out to 41 seconds. He's just been putting in clean, consistent laps in the 208s, while these guys have been battling around doing some 210s. So they battle hard over second place. First place in the win of this race almost slips away.
They might lap the old racing team the next little bit as you see the battle for second and third bounce their way heading into the chase, while McMillan says hello with the back end bumper nearly tapping the rear end of the blue and black car. Now McMillan though there's just a couple laps away from the pit window now. We've seen the undercut from this team last time. Lorenzo, do you do the undercut this time and risk having a little less fuel and tires compared to that machine in front of you to gain that spot back?
I would stay in the same strategy as it is. You know, don't go for an undercut because you might find yourself in the same similar situation you are facing, but on the other end, you might be on the lead again instead of being that dark blue car. You might be the bright blue car ahead, and you might have to be defending fending off and keeping everyone at bay. So for now, just stay within the draft. You're seeing fuel. You know, the tire's a little bit spent, so you just try to stay within contact and do your stint. And whenever you're coming down around lap 69, 70, then you actually start thinking again what is going to be your strategy.
By the way, a huge bobble there from McMillan, able to save it at that time, not lose much time. What I was about to say is, remember the Wild Animal Wizards team? They're just a few seconds up the road. A few seconds behind the road is still Stuart Vaughn, who, while in the 209.6s, is now getting faster than McMillan right now on the racetrack. The driver behind them has been the machine that's opened the pit window every single time so far, the 363 of Swift Racing that rounds out the top 5 that's had a quiet and strong day so far. So back to the second spot we go. We'll have to see what the 23 machine does. He's just about 10 car lengths up the road, David.
Yeah, exactly. These two still battling over second place, catching just a little bit of traffic in front of them. We'll see how that goes for them this time. Riding plenty of the curb on the way in goes Thomas McMillan. Oh, and he crosses it all up under braking. Not easy to use the brakes on these machines. It really should go without saying. No traction control, no ABS on these. And here goes McMullen down the inside into the final corner, trying to get by number 23 machine. And McMillan follows him through and gains quite a bit of time out of that as well, I think. Has he got enough of a run to make a battle into turn 1? No, he does not. Definitely gained a car length or so, with McMullen needing to go off the preferred racing line to get past the traffic.
So Sergei Glaskov this time, his team not a factor in that battle, as McMullen still stays in front. A couple battles are shuffled around for positions such as 11th. We'll currently stick with this battle up on your screen towards the beginning of the pit window. McMullen again has McMillan trying to charge. McMillan, though, again loose off the corner and taking a higher exit line with that bobble as they work their way back through the cutting again. Mind you, there's still 95 laps to go this time by, and they're still fighting like there's just 2 to go.
It was pretty fierce earlier. It's settled down a little bit, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they've been at odds so much in these laps, and I think the entirety of the race, because if we are to consider P1, P2, and P3 have been at odds since the start of the race. They backed off, and the 97, the 097 actually now leads with a very comfortable gap. But we haven't seen, a race of gaps itself. Everybody has been close to one another of sorts. We haven't seen very spread out field. There are a lot of spots we can see close battles between not only guys in the front, but also in the mid pack and also in the back pack.
Yeah, again, you've been keeping an eye on battles such as 11th spot. That separated a little bit after the 12th place car got a bit loose, it looked like, out of the final corner. But still, McMullen with the fresher tires looking to push in. Keep an eye on the pit entry lane as they head towards the start of lap 68. Leaders all the way up in Griffin's Bend for reference sake. But will McMillan duck it in? No, not this time by. Looking to keep the fuel run a bit even with the draft still. By the way, the Holden machines currently dominating the field, currently in the top 6 positions on the racetrack. The first Ford is all the way back in 7th with FT1 Motorsport Pi. Remember, these cars exactly the same, just the cosmetics are the differences amongst the Holdens and the Fords, by the way.
And I think the preference towards the Holden probably just boils down to it was slightly more recently run in the Real World Series, although both of these two did compete concurrently against each other. Really, the choice, the setups can be transferred between one car and the other here, between these supercars. So it does all just boil down to which one the teams and the drivers prefer.
They head out of the tire power section, by the way, for the battle for second still. But McMullen, again with those fresher tires, looking comfortable. Again, by the way, just 8 cars on the lead lap with this battle. McMullen clipping the grass as you still follow along from the onboard nose. You can just see how much aggression and speed he's carrying, as much in some of these sections, 130 plus miles an hour into the braking sections here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, they're using and abusing the brakes itself, and believe it or not, for a driver like me, I probably wouldn't be able to hold the car because it is so slidey, and like we were talking about the entire race, it is a very hot temperature, but it dropped down 3 degrees ever since we actually reported. I think it was around 20 to 30 minutes ago, and now it's on 45 degrees. Still hot, but it's getting a little bit more manageable, David and Justin.
Yeah, it's clear skies, but the temperatures have been dropping. 13 degrees Fahrenheit, 80 degrees Fahrenheit is the air temp. So the track temp still hot, but a little tiny bit more grippy. We'll see if someone grips their way to the pit lane. McMillan to the grass, losing some time. Doesn't duck down to the lane, though, this time by. Expected to reach their window. We see some of the lap cars, by the way, this time by have ducked down. So there is the chance the lead cars will come into these next few laps or so here.
McMillan jumping over the top of one of those curves again. We saw him do that across the top of the mountain as well. So he's pushing very hard with what's left of his tyres to stick with Pursuit Sim Racing and stay in touch with second place. And indeed, certainly those tyres will well and truly be getting towards the end of their life, because you rightly point out, expecting these guys in the next couple of laps if they're going to stay on strategy with the others, and this race just continues to excite.
By the way, that was our RT and LeBlanc that had let the 2 drivers for position on by. I think let off the gas actually about 10 car lengths up the road to try and stay out of the way of these 2 machines. As we continue to fight along with 93 laps to go this time by Lorenzo.
Yeah, they're still having a good contact, a lot of race to go, but still, I have actually one question to David, and this is more like preference related. We know we can see those cars taking the high curves on McPhillamy Park and the Chase, the exit of the Chase when they're going down Murray's Corner. They are very high curves. They are very similar to what we find in Merch Life, with the concrete curves. What is the corner, in your opinion, that is most scary to take of those high curves, in your opinion?
I'm not sure if I know much about the curbs. I think certainly, like we see at the top of the mountain right before Skyline, you can get high centered on that curb there, and it can really put you offline before Skyline, and that is also a pretty scary braking zone there, because you come over the crest nearly blind at high speed, and if you get a little bit offline, if you lock up a tire there, you can go into the barriers very hard there. So I think jumping across the curbs at the top of the mountain right before Skyline, like we've saw Stuart Vaughan do, like we've seen Thomas McMillan do, that's probably where you're most wondering if you're going to be able to hold on to it and be able to get the car slowed down before the next corner.
Still keep an eye on this battle. By the way, the number 1 machine has just moved up a position, up to 11th position. The number 2 machine, rather, of AR Gold, able to get by a race on Oz. As you take a look at that battle briefly again, that's the blue and yellow machine that's just made the pass for P11. By the way, the pit window is open because Swift Racing just ducked down. Remember, they've come and lap early each and every window. So that means we're expecting a lot of the other cars to pit either this time or next time by, including these machines here, David.
Yeah, indeed, we flagged that lap 69 towards lap 70 about when we were expecting to see a few pits. So Josh Nowak comes into the pit lane. We'll see if he still stays behind the wheel of that car. We've seen plenty of driver swaps because driving these cars can be pretty demanding, and sometimes we see some long stints out of drivers in GT racing. We're seeing a couple of drivers try that here. In 2 driver swaps for your leading car in the Omen Zero Esports. No driver swap here for Swift Racing, but we've seen a driver swap in almost every car inside the top 8 so far. So as far as we are into the race, plenty of driver swaps going on, and these guys that we see on screen, 2nd and 3rd place, do look like they've used the best of those tyres and quite some time ago. So they continue to battle over 2nd and 3rd. Will they come into the pit lane this time? We'll see. But a note about the weather, about the time of day. We started just before midday in the simulator. We're now 7 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. That track temperature has started dropping away.
Yeah, it's dropped an air degree Fahrenheit. Is still second spot heating up. Some drivers are alluding to a potential driver swap for this window. McMillan follows the same pit pattern as last time. Undercuts McMullen's car. So the green and white machine dives its way to the lane and spins out of the pit entry. Able to save it though from hitting the inside barrier. So McMillan with a scary moment trying to get to pit speed. Mind you, this is a very quick and fast and tough pit entry lane near Lorenzo.
Yeah, it is very hard because it is basically a blind entry because you're doing the S's, air quotes around, and then you have to brake the car and do everything safely. And you can see that McMillan's car just slightly slides into the left and the rear right, flipping the wall itself. And they now gonna have a driver swap Stanford coming in for the number 3 Hot Bar Racing Team car.
So Pursuit Sim Racing might come down this time by based on patterns. Jordan Ross, by the way, is ducked behind the wheel of the ERT26 car. As well with their stop. Race leader is still yet to pit though, and Brady Myers. And Brady Myers still has 2 lap cars in front, including P8, Buell Racing Team Aeronautics, who has fallen off the map in pace to the 212s. Already closing the gap in half in terms of car lanes from 20 to 10 in the span of a braking zone to those 2 cars. The Racing Team ducks down, leader ducks in as well. Brady Myers, with a 44-second gap still, ducks in for his scheduled pit stop. As we take a look at the air cars that are still on the track that have already taken their service, Hotbird Racing Team has already stayed in front of ERT's 26 car. For reference sake, as you see that green and white machine up the hill.
So inside our top 8, pit stops done for a couple of cars, a couple that we still expect to see, and that one that we still expect to see on the lane, potentially this time, potentially next, but probably this time. Pursuit Sim Racing 1 and Marlon J. McMullen comes through the last corner before the pit entry. Is this going to be pit lane calling this time? No, it's not. So Pursuit Sim Racing continue to extend their stints out. It's going to be at least 2 laps longer than Hot Bird Racing that they were battling against.
So McMullen stays on an hour lap here, so this would be one of their longer stints of the day. They take the net race lead. Zuva Racing has also been on this strategy much of the day. And we'll have to keep an eye on them. Illusion Auto Motorsport did duck in as the last car that fell a lap down. So the driver's taking some different strategies here. It's going to be tight still for some of the cars. We've already mentioned originally estimated 8 pit stops. That wasn't factoring in, say, the draft though. Then it went to 7. And now we have the possibility of drivers cutting it to even closer as you look still at the net leader. By the way, Zuba Racing is in with severe right front damage on the 209 machine.
So Thomas Hins comes into the pit lane. He's followed in by the FT1 Motorsports Pi. These guys are on schedule. We'll see what's happened for Zuba. He's been potentially carrying that for a while. You don't need that body panel so long as that right front wheel is pointing the correct way.
Yeah.
But you see there, that's the cutting. So something quite slow there. An issue for Thomas Hins and the Zuva Racing Team. I think we're going to get the replay now.
Yes, indeed. We'll take a look at this starting from Griffin's Bend, and it looked like he just couldn't make the corner here, Lorenzo. It looked like he was turning all the way to the left in the car when it turned.
Well, we know Zuva Racing have been going longer on the tyres than some of the other guys. They might have just run out there and, understeer. The car does not want to turn in the slightest, and quite a hard hit there for Thomas Hins.
That looked like the steering wheel, though, was also stuck there at the same angle until he hit the wall, like it locked up.
Yeah, so come at a rather convenient time, I want to say. They were probably expecting them on the lane anyway, but it's never convenient to go nose first into the wall like that. Car that is being scored in the lead, Pursuit Sim Racing, we're expecting them into the lane, and we do see them now, and they're only 19 seconds ahead of Omen Zero Esports, who are going to come back into the race lead once again. And talking about Omen Zero, they had a driver swap at the last pit stop, like they've had at every pit stop, I think. So Forzen El Nabi back in, but Pursuit Sim Racing on the pit lane for them.
And Buell Racing Team follows a lap down. By the way, that incident is indeed looking like it might have been hardware failure for the 209. tough break there for a car that was in line for a potential top 5. They'll follow a lap down here as Farzan passes right on by him. So now, just about 6 cars on the lead lap with that. Pursuit Sim Racing, by the way, did make a driver swap. And for Michael
Taliantic.
yes, indeed, is now into the car for their car. That started off the run. No, indeed, it's now Michael Cracknell that's just jumped in.
A couple drivers on hand there for Pursuit Sim Racing, trying to decide who will take over from the great work that had already been done.
I should say Michael is in front of the PSR. Pardon me for the confusion there. But either way, driver swap there as the leader stuck in traffic.
Yeah, so Forza and Arby navigates a bit of traffic, but once again, Pursuit Sim Racing get ahead of Hotbird Racing Team on the track, pit later, get undercut, and Hotbird Racing Team back out into second place with David Sanford. Michael Taliantic, his first laps, I do believe, for that Pursuit Sim Racing car this race, rejoins the race in third position, and we might see a third stint in a row where Pursuit Sim Racing Team come out behind Hotbird Racing Team and have to get the work done on the track. Difficult getting through some traffic, and the number 92 car trying to get out of the way ends up in the wall. So tough for 2 cars to go too wide through the entry to the cutting there, and that has not gone well whatsoever there for the Racing Sim Tools black car. Zachary Hefner, they were running in 14th position. They're looking in their mirrors there at Michael Taliantic behind them. Taliantic closes quickly, and he obviously is trying to get through here. And the gap to the wall has just been a little bit misjudged.
And remember, they cut to the grass earlier today as well. That same driver in Hafner, and now severe right side damage for the 92 machine. And that was a bit of a scary moment for that car, but the leader is still in comfortable positioning. 42 seconds in front, with just 6 cars on the lead lap. Second spot is again Hotbird Racing Team. Pursuit Sim Racing rounds out the top 3. About 3 seconds is the gap. And we've seen that gap close before, David. A few times, in fact, with the fresher tires from that 77 machine. But with the different driver here. What's it going to take for Michael to do the same here?
Well, yeah, this time it's 2 laps fresher tyres for Pursuit Sim Racing. It'll all come down to how comfortable Michael Taliantic is with the car, with the setup. Pretty experienced racing these cars as well, so it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility. Very likely we might see him close up a little bit on Hotbird Racing again, and we'll see repeated the scenario we've seen just a couple of times. Gonna need to wait, I think, one more lap to see a flying lap out of Pursuit Sim Racing to gauge what the pace is like for them. But, you know, you see 2nd, 3rd and 4th on your screen here once again coming up Mountain Straight. David Sanford has about a 1.5 seconds on Michael Taliantic in 3rd, and then 4th place Jordan Ross. What can he do for that Evolution Racing team car? Stuart Vaughan didn't make too many big mistakes, kept the car pretty clean, but did drop that car from 2nd to 4th. So Jordan Ross has some work ahead of him if he's going to get the ERT number 26 back up into 2nd place as well.
We still have almost 88 laps to go this time by. What are you keeping an eye on at this point here, David? Because we've seen a lot of strategy come into play, especially the battle for second, especially with guys like Sanford nearly tapping the walls and closing gaps amongst positions. What are you keeping an eye on here with about half of the race to go?
Well, certainly the best battle we've got is still over 2nd, 3rd and 4th, where anything could happen for these guys. Your leader in the Omen Zero Esports car, I mean, 43 seconds would be a very, very comfortable gap with 88 laps to go in any other race, but we've seen that just about anything can and will happen with these cars on this circuit. There's so many places where a momentary lapse of concentration or a lapped car that maybe doesn't see you can put you in strife no matter how much of a lead you've built up. So, I mean, and there's still plenty of other battles to happen deeper in the field as well. I can't help but see that Zuva Racing are in the pits again, I think. So the issues that they had for Thomas Hins that then saw Michael Cracknell take over, I think Michael Cracknell's had to take another pit stop as well. So like we say, this race is not over until it is over. Issues, technical dramas, all kinds of things can happen for anyone still at this point. Come across the start-finish line and we'll see that Michael Taljancic was 7/10 faster than David Sanford that time by in this battle for second place. If Taljancic can just take out another 7/10 and then another, then we're going to have a battle for second place on our hands very shortly, the way that these two are going.
And it's been a battle that's happened multiple times today. And it's still closing on down. The gap currently under about 2 seconds at the moment, give or take. You can tell Taljancic is having a bit of a better run that time with the impact speed. Again with the better grip on the 2-lap pressure tires. That major difference again. We've also seen AAR Gold duck down another time, as well as a couple other drivers, by the way. That was about 10th on back. So we are seeing some drivers that have extended it or have been on different strategies, vastly different today with some of this attrition as this race has gone on. But still, we're only a few laps away from the midway point of this race. There's still a lot that can happen.
Yep, no doubt, all still to happen. Across the top of Skyline and down through the S's. And Taljancic, this is where the new tyres are going to help him as well, when the car is braking and turning at the same time, and when the car's turning and accelerating at the same time. That's where these cars are really, really difficult with no ABS, with the locked rear differential, and with just how heavy they are and the way the weight transfer works. So new tyres, lots of grip, very, very helpful through that section of the circuit. And power down out of Forest Elbow, so critical as well. And for the first time since their last round of pit stops, the Pursuit Sim Racing car is underneath 1 second. David Sanford. Jordan Ross also going quicker on the last lap than David Sanford, so he might close in on this battle for second place as well, doing pretty similar lap times to Taljancic. So we see that up on screen there. Last lap by lap 73. Pretty even between third and fourth, but both of them catching second place. So if Taljancic ends up underneath David Sanford and not able to get past, then Jordan Ross will be able to close in on those two battling cars as well, potentially.
You're taking a look now at that machine. Some of the drivers actually take part in the G-Xfinity Supercars series, including Ian Ford, by the way, for that organization. So that car still needing to gain some time. We've seen the last run. They struggled at the end of the run. That car's also been hit in the back end before by Hotbird Racing Team due to a pit limiter situation. But Ross at the moment is running in the 208.4s, or 208.3s I should say. That is in the same ballpark as the 77 machine, so there's a chance they can also get in the action to try and make a pass to get back on the podium. However, the gap 4 seconds to the next position on the circuit.
Yeah, so a bit of time to make up for Jordan Ross, but certainly the way he's going, half a second quicker and David Sanford last time. He'll be able to get there, and you know, a lot of race still to go, not at the halfway point yet. Still a little while to go before we get there. So got to just look after the tyres while they're closing in at this point, because there's no point in closing the gap down and then having burnt out all of the grip of your tyres before you get there, so that you can't actually make the move stick. So I think just, you know, not overdoing it, but just closing that gap half a second a lap. I think that can be a way forward for Jordan Ross, who does very generously get let by the lapped car coming down Conrod Straight.
Able to get on by the lap car, but P2 is just heating up side by side. The battle, Sanford pushed off in the grass. The Pursuit Sim Racing machine stays on the circuit, but Hotbird Racing Team shoved into the grass, so the chase loses the spot, falls to third.
Wow, so that is very, very important for second place, and both of those cars going all four wheels off in the grass. Rather forceful move done. We'll see on board from Michael Taljancic how the move was done. He tries to get a good run out of Forest Elbow, and he's coming down towards David Sanford here, and he's It's quite a distance back coming down the straight here. So this was either a very bold move or a mistake from David Sanford, or a bit of both. You can see closing. The closing speed rather massive by the end of the straight. Taliancic looks to the inside. He's all the way alongside by the point of the apex. Then he's maybe coming a little bit too hot, and that forces David Sanford off. I don't think that was a particularly clean move by Michael Taliancic now that we've seen that replay.
And with that, that moves him to second spot, and now you have to wonder what's going through Sanford's head here. That adds a little touch bit more damage. After that contact, lost them some time, about 2 seconds gained from that exchange by ERT's Jordan Ross. Just from that tap alone, so this might lose Sanford that not just one spot here we just seen, but potentially a second one, even with this 2-lap difference on the tires.
Yeah, indeed. So that is quite a bold move. Second place. Pursuit Sim Racing started this race in 5th, now running back up into 2nd. And I don't think Sanford has the pace to be able to fight to get that spot back. So really where we're going to end up looking is at Sanford and Jordan Ross. Sanford's last lap there, a 2-minute 10, being forced off onto the grass. Jordan Ross put in another good one at 2:08.675. So Jordan Ross managed to close more than 2 seconds on that lap, and you can see him just in the trailing edge of that shot, the ERT car looming ever closer to this battle.
Still indeed closing. Last time a 2:08.6 by ERT, 2:10s for the cars that went off the grass. That time clipping the edge of the grass is Ross for a potential incident point. Remember, there is an incident limit of 50 X's, and most of the drivers have not even gotten close, by the way, as we talked about. You need to really have a rough race to get towards that limit, but these drivers have only gotten an estimated 7 on the day, even with that tappy tap as they go back up the mountain straight. Again, the gap between them and the leader, 48 seconds. With 6 drivers, just 6 on the lead lap. In fact, 9th place of Kinetic Racing Velocity just went a 2nd lap down, David. So the pace is still there, and the pace is actually slowly approaching what we've seen at the start of the day.
Yeah, I was glancing at my timing screen, and I'm seeing exactly that as well. As the temperature continues to drop, the lap times are getting a little bit quicker as well, and Forza El Nabi only 2 or 3 tenths away from the car's previous best lap of the race, and temperature only need drop a couple more degrees, and then means next time they put on a new set of tires, we could see a new fastest lap of the race set pretty deep in the race. It often goes that way in these endurance races, where the first stint of the race, there's not too much rubbish put down on the track. It's pretty grippy, even if it is hot, and then the times drop away, the grip drops away till we get to the point now deeper in the afternoon, the angle of the sun getting lower, track temperature drops, and then the grip comes back. And Forza El Nabi's been in the 2:07s quite consistently.
Indeed, right now, with that, let's go to RaceSpot Fan Immersion here for the Bathurst 1000. You're watching the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpotTV, as we'll follow along this time for a little bit of a difference. Let's go to David Sanford for Hotbird Racing Team as he looks to try and go on the hot pursuit for second. Welcome back, everyone, to the Bathurst 1000 here on the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpotTV. As we approach the halfway point of the race, lap 80 of 161 for our competitors here at the virtual Mount Panorama Circuit. Justin Prince alongside David Haynes. We were also joined earlier today by Lorenzo Bonter, Randy Chipman in the director's seat for today's action. Following along still with the Hotbird Racing Team machine, David Sanford behind the wheel, but Thomas McMillan has also been driving that machine and has been fighting hard inside the top three. We're now joined by Thomas McMillan for Hotbird Racing Team. Thomas, it's been a strong day for you and your team today, and you're still in a hot pursuit with a driver on 2-lap fresher tires.
Yeah, it's really hard driving on older tyres. It's been a good battle with ERT and Pursuit Racing. It's been a hard stint. It really takes a lot out of you. Doing a stint in a V8 supercar on a hot track. A lot of wheel work, but it's been good fun. Saving a bit of fuel, but yeah, Stanford's doing really well at the moment. I think he's catching Michael Taliancic, so yeah, it's awesome.
Yes, indeed. We're still following along with that battle. In fact, your teammate has actually reeled in the driver on fresher tires for Pursuit Sim Racing in this mid-tier of the run here. But of course, it's been a difficult race to try and get into these situations at times here. What has been the most difficult thing for you, in your opinion? Not just with the tire where you mentioned a little bit, but with everything else to think about for today.
Just keeping in the right headspace and maximising the car and keeping it off the walls, because as you know, to go fast around Bathurst, you've got to use every bit of road. You've got to get as close to the walls as you can. It's awesome. It's good fun. It's just really difficult. It takes a lot out of you. But yeah, it's awesome.
And of course, your pit lane excursions have been entertaining, of course, in some people's lights. You had a pit limiter issue to start the day. And the second time, we seen you almost spin the car. What makes that pit entry so difficult?
I don't think it's exactly difficult. I think I'm just, you know, one of my mottos is 110% commitment. You got to go in full force, give it everything you've got, use every bit of road. So I thought I'd brake as late as possible, got in a bit sideways on the rears, but yeah, got away with it. Awesome fun.
And what came about the strategy? Again, we've seen the undercut to try and get by Pursuit Sim Racing. This time the back in front of you about 5-10 laps earlier, give or take, at least in 77. What has been the end game with this strategy with the 1-lap circuit pit stops and much of your competitors?
I'm not sure. I think next stint we might short fill. I think Sanford's going to do a stint and a half. Yeah, I think I just use a lot of fuel compared to David. So I think that's the issue. That's why it seems like we're undercutting. I think I just use a lot of fuel.
Now at this point, where do you go from here? How are you looking at the strategy-wise? And what are you telling your teammate who is still now in this fight with a lap car in front of them? And your teammate just ran the back end of it.
That was, yeah, that's not fun. You got away with that. I think we've got another 4X, but yeah,
I believe that's our producer stepping in. Yeah,
that's very that's a bit, that gets the heart racing, doesn't it? But yeah, I don't know what the plan is for now. Just run out the stints and see where we go.
Yeah, we're taking another look at that, by the way, on our screens right now. We mentioned, you talked about a little bit there. What did you see as that all took place from your perspective?
I saw Sanford giving the car a bit of Morse code down the dipper, and then a lap car kind of got in the way. I think Sanford got a little bit sideways on the rear tyres, and yeah, that was not fun. That was very scary, but anyways, we're still going, no damage, keep going.
The damage going towards the lap car, but thank you very much for the time. Is there anyone you'd like to thank real quickly before we let you go here in this top 3 position?
I'd like to thank the boys at Hotbird Racing, giving us a good car, good setup, and yeah, I'd like to thank Sam for doing an awesome job. Even though he had a little moment there, he's doing his best, and yeah, hopefully we're in for a good finish at the end.
Good luck the rest of the way. Still a long way to go. 80 to go. Make it 79 to go this time by, Thomas. Thomas McMillan, his team at the top 3 at the moment. As now, we're standing by with the team that's up towards the front, I believe. Omen Zero Esports Blues. Brady Myers now joins us here with the broadcast booth. And Brady, your team has been on rails ever since the first pit stop. Brady, do you have a copy? It looks like Brady Myers might have a technical issue, unfortunately. So we'll see if we can get him back. Apologies there as he has to deal with the technical issue. His team again up 53.6 seconds. But the team that's at the edge of the lead lap, by the way, and is currently about a quarter of a track ahead, is FT1 Motorsport Pi. They've had a quiet day, but a strong day. Cameron Dance's behind the wheel, but Dominic Ferreras, I should say, pardon me, has started the day and ran a few stints today. How are you feeling about your team's performance in the 003?
Really good. Yeah, we've had a really good day so far. Just been running it around this.
How difficult has it been to stay out of some of the attrition? Because we've seen some cars get into an incident at the start and around the edge of the top 10. The rest of the drivers, though, have gone through cleanly. How difficult has it been to stay focused and make sure you don't have bubbles such as that as your teammate just had in the middle of the corner?
Yeah, it's been really tough. I mean, at the start of the race it was quite a bit harder because the track was a lot higher and we were really setups having a few issues with towards the end of the stint. Massive pace drop off and the rears just don't want to last. So getting a bit better now, but finding we have to sort of start of our stint not push as hard and find a good rhythm, but we're getting there and going to the end. We've already picked up a few spots through others. And
what's it going to take to try and catch up to our positions? Because it's still about 33 seconds, give or take, up the road to Swift Racing, for example, but your team has been in the mix for some of the position battles today.
Yeah, I think we realistically got to catch Swift. I know their co-driver isn't as fast as Josh is in the car now, based off the V8 Sculpts Bathurst 1000, and me and Cam are both pretty similar.
Is there anyone you want to thank or anyone you want to give a message to before we say goodbye to you here in the broadcast booth in your 6th position car?
I'd just like to thank all my teammates at and all our partners, Demon Tweaks, Hybrid Racing Simulations, Fight CRC, PLA.
Thank you very much for the time, Dominic. Good run for your team so far. Dominic Ferreras, his team is in 6th position. Cameron Dance is behind the wheel of the 0003 machine. So they're having a good day. 2nd place is now seeing the battle spread away from Pursuit Sim Racing. It's now for 3rd because Hotbird Racing Team has fallen all the way back to Jordan Ross all of a sudden, David.
Yeah, after that little drama through the traffic that we saw for Hotbird Racing Team, it cost them a little bit of time. Might even cost David Sanford a little bit of confidence, who knows. And Jordan Ross was already closing up, setting in some quicker laps before that. That's just helped him bridge that gap. Now down underneath 1 second. They've got a Race on Oz car in front of them for traffic. See how they get past that. But yeah, certainly last lap by David Sanford was actually slightly quicker than Jordan Ross, but the times before that, Ross has been closing in the gap bit by bit. We'll see how it goes for them moving forwards, and it's all letting Michael Taliancic and Pursuit Sim Racing get away a little bit. Sanford will look to the inside of Griffin's Bend here, and that's not how he wanted to get past the traffic, but it's what he had to do, because otherwise he would be stuck behind that car for another half a lap across the top of the mountain. Jordan Ross gets slightly better treatment, but drama. Swift Racing from your 6th or 7th position. Drama's at the top of the mountain. One of the Illusion cars with a lot of damage on it there as well. That's at Skyline.
Back it up a little bit here because they started the calamity. They were in the top 5. That moves FT1 Motorsport Pi to that spot, and you can see it right there. That dip to the left front tire spins them around into the middle of the racing line. They try and get going, and a lap car smacks them hard.
it's not over because Illusion Motorsports come down the hill as well, and they get tagged in the rear as well. Once you're facing the wrong way there at that section of the track, cars coming over the hill can't see you. They're coming quick, and it's so hard to get the car facing the right way again. So drama for 3 cars there, and some of the ones that were running pretty well that have been affected, Swift and Illusion. Drama for Hotbird as well.
Yeah, apparently their screens on their car drivers have just gone out. So technical issues now for the number 3 car. In P3, that led them into the wall since they didn't know where they were going.
Heavy hit up the top of the mountain there. We were watching them in 3rd place, and now apparently technical drama's leading them into the wall there. Drama for everyone. And I mentioned this earlier, that you never know what can, will, or might happen at the mountain. So drama for everyone there. And unfortunately for one of our podium contending cars, you can see the replay here, and driving into the dark at some point here. Heavy damage to the right, heavy damage to the left. Thing has to go on the tow truck.
So 2 different teams in the span of a minute and a half end up having potential race-ending damage. Sanford's screens went out on his car. That's why he ended up banging off the walls, and all of a sudden, 2 of the top 6 are now into the garage area. Omen Zero Esports Blue is still ahead by 54 seconds, but this is going to help ESR in second, still by 4 seconds. ERT up to 3rd. And FT1 Motorsport Pi will take advantage of this and move to 4th as the only cars left on the lead lap.
Yeah, we just spoke to Dominic Ferraris from FT1 Motorsports, and we didn't know that they were going to gain so much just after we spoke to them. So now up in 4th position, Cameron Dance goes, and this gives so much breathing room to Michael Taliancic and Jordan Ross.
And apparently the reason for the first incident we showed there involving Swift Racing, pedals moved. And that just says how important it is to, with equipment, not regardless of what type of racing equipment you have for sim racing, if you don't secure it to the ground, especially the pedals, they will move potentially. And in that case, it led to disaster.
Not an easy corner at all to have those kind of issues either, coming down the skyline there and towards the dipper, because for just 3-4 corners there, you're slowing the car, turning right, left, and then left again, and saw that the rear gave out, and then into the barrier they went hard. And when your car is sideways across the track there, it pretty much blocks almost the entire circuit. They could have been maybe a little bit more careful, a little bit more cautious in the way they tried to get that car turned around facing the right way. But once you're in that situation, it's not easy. I can't say that I'd necessarily do it better, because it's not an easy place to do a 10-point turn, get your car facing the right way, and get the track clear.
I can't imagine what it will be like on the public streets. Mind you, as mentioned, majority of this course is public roads when there isn't a racing event. So that's a lot to think about. Jordan Ross, though, is giving Pursuit Racing Team, Sim Racing I should rather say, something to think about, because the gap has closed down by about a full second nearly in the past 2 laps or so.
2/10 on the last time by is how much Jordan Ross was quicker than Michael Taliancic, so not a huge margin, but certainly enough. The gap between them just over 3 seconds, and now 14 and 16 laps respectively into their tyre stints. You can see that, pardon me, won't be too long before they'll be pitting once again, so the stops come around pretty quick for these cars, just because of the way they chew through the fuel, they chew through the tyres, and what an advantage it is to be on the fresher tyres. It's different in that way to what we often see with GT racing. These heavy cars, a lot of power, none of the traction control or ABS like you have in some other cars, means they just go through those rear tyres. It's just such an advantage to have the fresher ones.
You've mentioned a lot about the ABS and a few of the other features. What else makes these kind of cars difficult? Because we've seen them try and fight this track all day long, and we've seen some of the difficultness. In your opinion, what else makes it so difficult to keep yourself on the track with this machine?
I think the biggest difference between the guys who drive these cars all the time and some of the teams we've seen come in and try and make something of these cars for this special event is just the way that you have to put the power down out of the corners is different to any other car on the iRacing service. A lot of that comes down to the locked rear differential, the spool differential. Just means the car behaves a little bit differently than some other cars. When you're putting the power down out of the corners, you can't just slam open the throttle, and the way you've got to roll into the throttle is difficult, unique. I have no mastery of it, but some of these guys have plenty of seat time in these cars, and it's just one of those things that you can have all the instinct for it, but it just comes with seat time, with practice, with putting the laps in. And I think that's why we get to this point in the race, and the top 4 cars, the top 4 drivers, all names I recognize as people who drive this car a lot, because it just comes down to experience.
Yeah, those again, Farzan, Onobi, Michael, and his car in second. This machine, Jordan Ross. 4th, Cameron Dance. But 5th is still young Eric Holfarth, who we see in multiple different endurance machines on the road course side. With the luck of the attrition, so to speak, they've had some rough racing. They've been off the pace for some of the day today with some damage. They could come away with the top 5 if they keep themselves on the track.
Yeah, certainly they were looking a little bit further down the order, like some of their pace had gone away and a little bit of damage to the car potentially not helping them. But they've gained a couple spots, because they've gained one from Swift, they've gained one from Hot Birds, and that puts them back to 5th for Beeler Racing.
Indeed. And, oh, by the way, it's a Ford. So that's the highest running Ford, I believe, of the day. All of a sudden, with some of the attrition, mind you, they were as low as high as 7 before all the carnage. So the
next running Ford, though, of Illusion Motorsports, that's one of the ones we saw get tangled in the Swift racing incident at Skyline. They are missing quite a lot of the back of that car, but it's not slowing them down too bad, because they're doing the last lap with 2 minute 10.9, only half a second slower. Sorry, 2 minute 10.2. They're quicker than Beeler Racing Team in front. So Illusion Motorsports, despite that, going pretty quickly, although they're in a little bit of a no man's land all by themselves. They're basically a minute and a half behind Beeler and a minute and 10 seconds in front of Race on Oz behind them. So on a little bit of an island all by themselves there, Illusion Motorsports.
And you can see some of the cars that have taken a massive beating again. The old racing team has taken some beatings today and some licks in that 450 machine. But if we can head towards Chris Purnell again and the Illusion Motorsport machine, it becomes a question for me of how difficult is it to drive these cars without a back wing, because it looks more like a sedan than a race car.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's not hurting them too much there at all. The pace is pretty similar to what they've been doing all race. So we see this pretty commonly in these cars, that you can lose just about any panel you feel like, so long as you don't damage the suspension, put your camber or your toe out, or make the car start crabbing. You can pretty well get away with it. They're not reliant on that downforce at all. But yeah, it does look a little odd, doesn't it?
Yeah, and wait, any panel that they want, essentially. So essentially they could take off the door and say, oh, I'm gonna lose some weight like this? Or am I misunderstanding?
I'm not sure I've seen any of the doors fall off, but we certainly see the 7th place running car, Race on Oz, is missing the engine cover off that. Beeler Racing Team are missing one of the fenders. And Illusion are about to go a further lap down to our race leaders in Forza El Nabi and Omen Zero Esports, who have just about every panel on their car facing the correct way.
Race leader is about to lap them for a second time, by the way. They're 4 minutes behind in track time. So needing a bit of luck to gain some spots, but they're not out of it yet. They will be the first driver 2 laps down. Once the pass is done, Purnell lets him on by. So move Purnell 2 laps down. Just one car is a single lap down. That's Beeler Racing Team. Everyone else is still on the lead lap, but that could go down more so because that car is quickly approaching FT1 Motorsport Pi to lap them.
Yeah, indeed. FT1 Motorsport Pi Cameron Dance, 1 minute 55 seconds off the lead. And of course, the last lap we just saw for Forza and El Nabi, 2 minutes 7 seconds, so just over the 2 minute bracket. So indeed, 4 cars on the lead lap, including the one we're watching right here, and just the pace that El Nabi is putting in. Another 2 minutes 7 seconds, while there's basically no one else even doing 2 minute 8s. There's one car in 2 minute 8s, and everyone else is in 9s, 10s, and 11s. So the pace advantage that Forza and El Nabi and Omen Zero Esports have over the rest of the field is beyond mega.
And in our second game last time, times updating to a 2:08.209, the fastest car on the track. Again by a full second, most compared to the last lap pace of everyone. It's not unprecedented. We've seen some attrition, though, happen to the race later. But it's going to be tough if you're some of these cars. ERT, by the way, gaining another 10th of a second, but they're still now losing ground all of a sudden. As you've seen with some of the red blotches on that bottom corner in terms of pace the past 3 laps or so, pardon me.
Jordan Ross, basically the second fastest car out there on the previous lap, and see if that trend continues. When he crosses the line this time, he's going to be 20 laps into the stint. The ERT car pitted a little bit earlier than some of the other guys around, like Pursuit Sim Racing or our leader, so we'll probably see this 26 car into the pits before the others again. This next round of pit stops that's just coming up. Crunch the numbers on that one real quickly. We're probably looking at only 2 or 3 laps away from these guys coming in. If we last saw them, lap 69 or lap 70, and we're expecting 23 laps or so, then maybe lap 92 or 93, we might expect to see this Evolution Racing team car come in.
Now remember, the last time these drivers pitted was around lap 69. That was the ballpark to make it a 7-stopper. At this point, Jordan Ross still looking fairly decent here to try and close up some time here to Pursuit Sim Racing. 71 laps to go this time, by the way. And we're just past the 3-hour mark a few minutes ago. So this race has almost nearly flown on by. Hasn't felt like 3 hours.
Yeah, any Bathurst running of under 6 hours is a pretty quick one indeed. So the way that they're putting the pace down at the moment, we very well may see that out of Omen Zero Esports potentially. Of course, no safety cars. That helps the running be rather speedy indeed. Of course, an endurance race that's run to a distance and not to a time. A lot of the more modern endurance races do go to a time certain, and one of the ones, I guess the example of that we've seen is that Petit Le Mans, which of course iRacing Petit Le Mans is not too far away either. It was a race that used to typically be distance and is now in the modern era become a 10-hour race.
Last year's race for the real world equivalent for the Bathurst 1000, by the way, 6 hours, 1 minute and 44 seconds on average. Since about 1,000 kilometers distance had been added with 161 laps, and as far back as 1993 has been the stint of they've gone that distance, has been 6 hours. So we are on the ballpark to get there, if not a little bit quicker. There have been races in the real life equivalent with 7 hours. And this is with no safety cars, by the way, so we're heading towards a potential 5.5-hour race in total distance. Still a ways to go here for the Bathurst 1000 if you're just tuning in once again. 4 cars on the lead lap. And the leader up by 58 seconds. Second place, about 5 seconds now ahead of Jordan Ross. Ross is now really struggling at the end of the stint here, David.
Yeah, and like I mentioned, he's got tyres that are 2 laps older than Pursuit Sim Racing, 1 lap older than Forza and El Nabi, and I think we saw it out of Stuart Vaughan in this same car at the end of the last stint, maybe struggling a little bit. So the pace has Well, it was good for the first 2/3 of the stint. It's dropping away just a little bit deeper in the stint. But again, they're not too far away from a pit stop. New set of tyres, maybe only 1 or 2 laps. We will see. Gain a little wide of the apex across the top of the hill and towards Skyline. That's where we saw Stuart Vaughan in the same car go off there. So maybe the car, just as the tyres wear out, picks up a little bit of understeer as well as the troubles that you inevitably have putting the power down on the exit of the corners. And there's I've had it. There's nothing more frustrating than a car that understeers all the way to the apex, and then the moment you put the throttle in, there's no grip at that end of the car either.
Currently, the track temp, the coolest it's been all day, 104 degrees Celsius. So that is something to keep an eye on for sure at this point. So the track temp now means there's a lot more grip. We just seen drivers into the 207s last time by, including the race leader, while everybody else that was in the 209s just 10 knots ago dropped a full second compared to the start of the stint. On older tires, mind you.
Yeah, so the ability of this car to just keep the pace going all through the stint, I think that's what's really impressive. Not just to set a couple of quick laps out of the pit lane on some fresh tyres, but to really keep those lap times very, very rapid, deep into the stint, really look after the tyres while setting those quick lap times. That's what sets you apart in a race of the length like this, compared to some of the cars we've seen come out of the pit lane, set some quick laps, and then have it drop away, not being able to maintain that pace.
By the way, Swift Racing's day continues to go downward. They lost control the last time by in the middle of the hills and nearly collected 3 cars, and now Swift Racing just hit the wall. Swift Racing in 16th spot has just crashed nose first into the wall, and their day continues to see tons of Fs fly into the sky. Remember, they spun out last time by.
Yeah, big incident for these guys earlier on, and I'm not sure that the damage on the car will have been completely fixed. So we ride on board another time, heading towards Skyline, and this is where they had the issue a previous time. That looks like the rear's just locked up on the way into the corner. The car veers left and nose first into the wall. Ends up off the racing circuit that time, so they don't really get in the way of anyone else. But yeah, more dramas yet for Swift, who are looking for a good result that just has not worked out for them. We'll see the off-board camera. That really just looks like the rears have gotten light across the crest, and it's oversteered. They've steered into it, and then it's snapped back and corrected the other way.
So their day has gone from bad to worse to horrible, to even worse than horrible at this point. They're into the pit lane now with some of the damage built up, as the 77 machine now trying to lap P5 to get on by him. Jordan Ross, by the way, just ducked down to the pit lane this time by, so the undercut in the window is open.
So, yep, third place, Evolution Racing Team number 26 car into the pit lane, and they're one of those teams with their pit box all the way down the end of the lane, so it's a long roll down towards their pit box. And they'll be looking for fuel. Jordan Ross will definitely be looking for new tyres as well. He finds his garage, it looks like it's just in front of number 2, and immediately the car goes up on the jacks. The fuel goes in at the same time the tyres are changed, and as well as that, I think the driver might change as well. Not sure. I think James Scott is going to get back in the car. So this another one of those teams using 3 drivers, which you're allowed to do in the iRacing Bathurst 1000. We've seen a couple teams that are using the full depth of their roster.
Now we've seen, including Ross, we've also seen Stuart Vaughan, and now James Scott back behind the wheel. And he looked pretty sporty when he was driving at the start of the day today. And is getting ready to get back onto the track. So an undercut strategy to maybe gain some time here in the 77. They were losing time at the end of the stint. They closed the gap to as much as 3 seconds nearly, but the gap had grown to 5 seconds by the time they ducked down. The racing team is still now following along with them, still in the 5th position. They are currently about a ways away to the next position, as you looking on board the Ford performance machine.
Yeah, our race leader also on the pit lane, and let's change there. Brady Myers, who we unfortunately weren't able to speak with earlier, which was a real shame because it would have been interesting to pick the brain of our race leaders there. So Al Nabi, his great pace, great stint, rewarded by extending the gap. And once again, they switch like they seem to be doing at every stop here for Omen Zero Esports. Brady Myers back in. We'll see how long that pit stop goes for. Typically, they're all just over 40 seconds. And we'll see, indeed, that'll be about what it is for them. 44.1 on the stopwatch. Pursuit Sim Racing just grabbed the race lead away from them, but are yet to pit. So, Omen Zero Esports, they come out after the pit stop, only 1.5 seconds adrift of the lead. They have almost an entire pit stop in hand for their effective lead of this race at this point. And the new tyres that they've got on for Brady Myers, he's going to catch Michael Talyancic, maybe even by the end of this lap.
I'm going to hijack here, David. We've had a sequence of technical issues catch people out. Brady Myers joined the team speak, and a technical issue kept him from being able to talk to us. We expect the 097 in the wall soon from his wheel disconnecting.
I think the silence says it all.
F.
David.
Race spot curse, is that what we're suggesting?
Yes.
That's what Randy is.
Well,
David doesn't want to go there.
I hope not. I just don't have much to say to that. I don't know what I meant to
You
bring.
gotta put the tinfoil hat on, David. When you unwrap those hot dogs for your hot dog eating competition, you gotta put the tinfoil on your head to get the conspiracy theories out. Is that too vague of a reference? That may have been too vague of a reference.
By the way, the gap is down to 9/10 of a second for Brady to already retake the race lead with Pursuit Sim Racing having a pit here. So you're going to see the bit of the difference in the tires. Again, able to take the braking zone much more harder on the fresh rubber. While Pursuit Sim Racing a bit more slippery, they are looking to duck in. Yes, just avoiding those little tiny cones and actually cutting the grass on the pit entry. That's a bit borderline, but able to make the cone.
Yeah, we'll see if they do get a penalty for an unsafe pit entry for that one. The automated race control can hand down a stop and hold, and you'll see Michael Talyancic on his way into the pit lane. Very, very, very aggressive with the little chicane on the pit entry. We'll see it on board, and yeah, definitely did some of the grass mowing around Mount Panorama here as well. Just that left on the way in. It's quite cheeky indeed. We'll see what the total pit lane time is, see if there was indeed a penalty for that. Who knows? But Talyancic now out, and Marlon McMullen is going to get back in behind the number 77. So driver swaps are plenty.
A lot of drivers coming in for new stints. Brady Myers still in the lead by a bunch load at the moment, but still some windows for drivers to pit. Cameron Dance is going to join these drivers in the back part of your picture at the top of the hill. Dance nearly lost it in that same section. He's ducking down. 77 off and away, no penalty. So no penalty for cutting the grass.
And probably rewarded for using all of the pit entry and a little bit more. So get away with that. They might have picked up an incident point potentially for that, but there was definitely doesn't look like there was a slowdown penalty or an unsafe pit entry given. So rejoining the race does go that Pursuit Sim Racing car, and ahead of Evolution Racing Team and James Scott. And James Scott has Billa Racing Team forward in front of him. He's going to try and put a lap down. It sits between him and second place. The gap about 4 seconds. Pursuit Sim Racing to Evolution Racing Team for second in this race. And like I say, with that Billa Racing Team car in between them as well.
So essentially, the strategy didn't work out too well. 4 seconds is the gap still. Only about a second gain from that call. And as you mentioned, that is a lap car in front for Billa Racing Team Euronics, one that is still on par for a potential top 5 if they can keep it on the circuit. The Because Jetstack is now behind the wheel of the 450 machine, but is looking pretty sporty. They were coming out of the pit lane, I believe, about the same lap, if not a 1 lap difference in the tires. We'll see if the 450 gets out of the way. It looks like James trying to use the draft for the time being and looking to get on by using that way. Yes, indeed, down the Conrad straight. He'll move on by. That is, again, not for position, but that does get him right on by the lap car. By the way, FT1 Motorsport Pi fell a lap down on their pit stop. So that car is the last one on the lead lap.
And the track temperatures continue to drop a little bit. Earlier in this race, it was closer to 50 degrees Celsius. I'm now seeing 38.9, and a lot of that is reflected in the lap times these guys have done, having just come out of the pits on fresh tyres. James Scott sets that time by the fastest lap of the race, a 2-minute 07.154. Brady Myers very, very close to that as well. He set his car's fastest lap of the race last time by 27.279. So the lap time's getting even quicker now, especially now these guys have just grabbed some new tires. This is the fastest the racetrack has been all race.
And mind you, James had the draft to help him get that time too off the Bale Racing Team machine. We'll have to see what Brady can do here. He doesn't have that same draft in front of him heading towards the chase. So keep an eye on the time. Sector 1, 47.7. Sector 2, 30.7. See how Sector 3 handles itself with the clean air. Has no one in front by about 2 turns, give or take. So keep an eye on that time. Remember, the fastest time for him, a 2:07.279. This time, that gets him not the fastest time, but the fastest for the team, a 2:07.179.
Yeah, so he takes another tenth or so off the car's fastest time, and is only a couple hundredths of a second away from setting the race's fastest lap as well. So pretty quick from Brady Myers. But very impressive there from James Scott. I mean, that's a good effort that he's managed to grab the fastest lap of the race away from our leaders. Is that going to be enough that he'll be able to close up on second place Pursuit Sim Racing? I hope so, for the sake of a great battle over second place.
Yeah, again, the gap still about the same, but it is slowly closing. That's been part from the 1.3 seconds gained from the fastest lap of the day by Scott. Now Scott looking to get up on the wheel, though. Has a few lap cars still in between, including some drivers that don't have back wings here. So this is a good chance for that 26 to, again, use the draft to close up and in, as well as save a bit of fuel, as we've seen multiple times today. This time by 2:07.2 still.
Yeah, so still very quick and 7 tenths faster than Mullen. He's got the James Scott's got the iRacing Today Motorsports car in front of him, the 160, who stays to the right. Lets James Scott through on the preferred racing line. So now no traffic separates our second and third place runners. The gap between them down to 3 seconds. And James Scott hoping to close that a little bit further. The pace he's shown at the start of this stint definitely suggests that that gap is going to come down.
You mentioned that car they just passed on by, the iRacing Today Motorsports machine. That car is in 7th, by the way. That's the car that got ran into the back of at one point as well. So they've had a quiet day inside online for top 10 run. No back end either on that machine. They're on a bit of a different strategy we've seen today, sometimes penning as late as 4 or 5 laps compared to the others, but they're in line for a potential top 10 with all the carnage.
Yeah, indeed. Starting out of 24th position and now running 7th. So I think they're our biggest gainer out there. Biggest mover is this iRacing Today Motorsports car. Now running solidly inside the top 10 at 7th, and some of that comes down to, sure, they've had some little bit of dramas, as evidenced by the body panels that are missing off the rear of that car, but they've avoided having to spend much time in the pit lane getting repairs. They've avoided any serious damage, and the attrition in this race has meant that they've benefited from that, and some potentially quicker cars that have run into some trouble.
At one point, we've seen 2 to 3 cars fighting for P2. Now, just 3 total on the lead lap. Scott still about 3 seconds or so behind with a bit of clean air back in front. No lap cars in the way for the time being as he tries to get up on it. Fastest lap of the day, that time by for the 77, by the way, a 2:07.6. Still 3/10 quicker with Scott again. So Scott is up on it, back behind the wheel in his red driving suit.
Yeah, Mullen McMullen sets his personal fastest lap of the race, but not enough to be quicker than James Scott, who closed in again just a little bit. The rate that Scott is closing is diminishing. It's gone from being a second a lap, being 7/10 a lap, now 3/10 on that last lap. I can't help but feel like maybe the ERT car getting towards the end of the best of those tyres now that it's done 5 laps on them. And again, those tyres are 2 laps older than what Mullen has got. So it makes a lot of sense that as they get deeper into this run, some of the momentum would come back towards Pursuit Sim Racing.
Then let's go with Scott. He ran the same pace for the first 5 laps of the race today in hot temperatures. This is the first stint since coming out of the car on lap, pardon me, I had to double check this, around the second stop on lap 46. In that time, the start of the race, he ran 2:07s 4 straight times. He's around that same pace right now with the colder track temp. So Scott definitely looking like the first driver for this team at the moment, with still a ways to go.
Yeah, and as you say, the lap time's proving that as well. Brady Myers has just set the fastest lap of the race. Are we going to see a lap in the 2.6s soon? Maybe not in this stint. Maybe it'll be next stint when they get a new set of tyres. But we'll see.
That time, a 2:07 flat. You see that on the top ticker. The new fastest lap set last time by. He got a little bit of help with the draft of some lap cars, but he still has to get by some of them. This time by, once again, that car we've seen a couple times he's able to get on by. We've seen that car go in the grass without the front hood or the clip. But Myers still dominating. Half a second quicker than second domination station with 63 laps to go, coming to 62.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing them get past the traffic at the top of the mountain there, but they managed to do it cleanly. Would have compromised their run a little bit. They couldn't track all the way out before Skyline, but I think they'd rather get past cleanly than try and scrape every 10th of a second they can find, especially just managing the lead they've got that is longer than a minute now.
Indeed. It's been tough to try and keep up with these two drivers in that machine. And again, back to clean air and having the chance to lap 8th again. Some cars are back in the pit lane and ducking down to the pit lane, including the car he just lapped that doesn't have the front clip. That again was the, was the Racing Sim Tools black machine. Let's look on board of this machine with the RaceSpot fan immersion. Brady Myers, the pro driver, dominating in Australia. We'll be back after this. You're watching the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpotTV as we head to RaceSpot fan immersion. 1000 from El Panorama Circuit, where just moments ago at the start of the race spot fan immersion, we've seen near disaster for Brady Myers. At the start of the fan immersion into Griffin's Bend, he clipped the grass on the corner entry, drifted the whole way through this corner, and saved the car, only lost about a few seconds, and is still in the lead by a minute plus. Justin Prince, David Hay, Randy Chennin behind the director's booth here today. Man, that was near commentator's curse for the race leader, but he is still leading and going, and still setting fastest lap times. Let's take a look at this, David, because this was near disaster at the start of lap 100.
Yeah, indeed, coming up the hill, and we saw it on board, so it'll be interesting to see it from the TV cameras. I think just I've seen a couple of drivers have issues with that braking zone where the grass is just right there. You don't want to narrow your angle into the corner, and it's just the tiniest bit on the grass, big wiggle, big slide, and lucky to save it. Play all of your favorite Eurobeat at that moment, and I'm not sure Brady Myers would have enjoyed it nearly as much as we did. He might have briefly seen that race lead flashing before his eyes, but they hold on to it through all of that. We hope to not experience that again. Also going on though, this battle over second place, Justin.
Yes, you see last time by 3/10 gained again by Scott. The gap is closed down to 1.6 seconds. So Scott's still closing in. So you can hear a bit of that beat going through the mind of McMullen now all of a sudden. That da-da, kind of sound.
Yeah, I was thinking it'd maybe level out a little more than it has. The McMullen's pace on the last lap, 207.9, nearly 208. James Scott's been able to hold on to this pace a little bit better than I thought. What might be happening is not only does the descending track temperatures mean that they're quicker on a new set of tyres out of the pit lane, it might also be helping them hold on to the tyres deeper into a stint. You remember early in this race, we'd get to the last 5-10 laps of a stint and you'd see these guys just slipping and sliding everywhere. We're not seeing that quite as much as we did then, and some of that will be the track cooling down, the track being grippier. That also helps them be quicker for longer as well.
Yeah, the cooler the track, the more grip there is. The more grip there is, in turn, it's more easier to handle. And a lot of times in these cool temperatures, tires don't wear as much. And we've been seeing that now with the times staying nearly concurrent for the top three in the 207 since that temperature drop. But the gap has dropped even more so. It looks like, though, Scott might be able to sniff the draft this time by of McMullen.
Yeah, the gap still just over 1 second. Once he gets within that 1 second window, that's when I think he'll really notice it. But he can see pretty clearly in front what McMullen's doing, which braking points he's picking, and if he has any troubles, Scott will have a very fantastic view of it now. Tell that gap closing in a little more, the pressure building just ever so much. These guys are still in the first half of this tyre stint, so it's a great time for James Scott to try and take second place away for the Evolution Racing team.
Scott now within that second mark just about. The thing is, though, with McMullen's machine, he's been bobbling around a lot. Scott has looked nearly planted this entire stint with the colder temperatures. So even with the cooler temp, it seems like the setup is helping a lot in that 26 machine compared to McMullen, who is a little bit still on the slippery side, give or take, on some of these corner exits.
Potentially, so still not quite within a second, but when you look at the speeds they do down the Conroe Road straight here, might be feeling just the tiniest bit of the slipstream. James Scott, McMullen weaves a tiny bit this side and then the other, trying to not give too much of the slipstream to the pursuing James Scott.
Remember last time by, it was 6/10 gain. And now McMullen, who is backing up his corners, is having Scott now inside the draft, so it's closing down and quick. McMullen's done a phenomenal job today to hold on to the second spot, even with some of the attrition helping out a bit, but 2/10 gained again this time by Scott. What do you think is going through McMullen's mind now as this gap closes down and fast?
That's hard to say. I think he'll know that if the pace difference is only 0.2 of a second per lap, that if Scott gets there, he'll still have a very, very difficult time of overtaking, of making a pass stick. I think McMullen might also know that his own tyres are 2 laps younger, that as they get further into this stint, maybe the ERT car's tyres will go further, and I think McMullen has a reasonable chance of defending, even if James Scott gets right up there. McMullen doesn't need to feel too much pressure from this. There'll certainly be some, he'll certainly be thinking about it, but you know, the pace difference isn't enough that overtaking would be easy, and McMullen has 2-lap tyre advantage.
That's the main thing that might help him. Yes, indeed. I'm glad you brought that up there. And he's still struggling a little bit on the corner exits, but as we've seen at the end of these runs, it's swung back to whoever's got the fresher tires, it seems, at the end of the stints to be able to pull the time back. We've seen that with the gap closing down to 3 seconds and expanding back to 5 between these two cars.
Yeah, this will be an interesting one to watch, especially later in the race. Bit of a slow boil, I think, on this. ERT cars definitely been quick at points, so both of these cars will definitely have some driver swaps later on as well. And you've said it yourself that James Scott, he's looked very, very quick, but he's definitely not an outlier within the car. He's definitely... He'd need his teammates to also try and match his level, because Teliancic and McMullen, I think, were pretty equal match in the Pursuit sim racing car. Maybe McMullen slightly quicker, but it's a lot more balanced driver combination. ERT really need James Scott to get the pass done, build some advantage. The other drivers, well, quick and have obviously kept the car clean, haven't quite been as fast as James Scott, who's had some the fastest lap of the race at some points in this race.
Mind you, these are some of the best drivers in these machines on the service. McMullen was looking at the world records going into today in the entire history of the service. 8th quickest at this track was McMullen. Mind you, the track temps might have been much more coarse. It's the 4-second difference for the world records, give or take, but again shows the talent of McMullen. McMullen drifting his way a bit that time by. You can hear the tire squeals from the sky from that 77.
And again, that's the kind of thing that will wear out the tyres. Just driving them too hard like that too often heats them up, and when they heat up they slide, and when they slide they wear down. So McMullen and James Scott, visually that gap even less so now. Scott is in range to potentially try and strike now. McMullen will have lost a bit of time from that.
If he chooses to strike, that's the thing. They do have a lap car in front. It's the Redback Racing Team machine with LeBlanc sponsorship in the 17 car, the 17 machine, I should say, the 299 number on that car today. But that car has they've been very friendly letting drivers by today. We'll see if they get out of the way quickly this time. We've seen them get off the gas 10-15 car lengths up the road today. This time they're not going to have as much room. The battle for second is already there. McMullen trying to use him as a pick. Instead, Mark Dial stays out of the way, able to get out of the way, but Scott was able to gain a couple car lengths from that.
Yeah, that's just how it goes sometimes with the traffic. You can never demand that you get immediately let through, and again, he knew he wasn't fighting them. He did the right thing by these guys and just didn't sacrifice too much of his own race to jump out of their way and lay down a red carpet. I think that's all fair. McMullen wasn't really disadvantaged. Did provide an opportunity though for Scott to get just a tiny bit closer.
And right now, even with all that checking up, it was a half a second difference for Scott compared to McMullen. They still have another car up in front of them, though. Kinetic Racing Velocity that just came out of the pit lane and had a driver swap a little while ago. Vincent Leherbier this past time by is the driver they're about to approach. And that blue machine you see there, the tiny one there for Kinetic Racing. So they're going to have to deal with it as, oh boy! Scott nearly just died in the corners.
Yeah, he's seen what Mullen McMullen did the lap before. He's taken the notes and unfortunately copied it a little bit too much. That's such a difficult corner to put the throttle down. You're going uphill, you're turning, and it's difficult putting the power down in these cars on any day. You might have clipped a bit of a curve as well. That can unsettle it. You'll see it coming up through the right-hander here with the ERT car. I think it's just a bit too eager on the throttle coming up the hill. It drifted one way, it drifted the other. He picked it up, he saved it. For a second there, it looks rather dangerous. Well, what that has done is cost him a bit of tyre life, cost him a little bit of time. And now he won't be so sure he can follow McMullen that close across the top of the mountain. You see it again, and from this angle, yeah, he gets the tail out to the left, he gets the tail out to the right. Plenty to give him a sharp intake of breath.
He still stays within range of the draft, though. He was able to close back around the gap he had last time at this distance, so draft is a bit of the equalizer, even with some of the loose moments there. McMullen a little bit loose on entry, bobbled a bit to the left with the back tires, but as they crossed the finishing line, fastest time was still Scott by 1/10 of a second, even with that moment. So Scott still looking to maybe pounce here. Will we save the fuel? Will we attack, though? With 54 laps to go, that past time by the stripe. Scott staying in the draft up the mountain straight. The Evolution Racing Team machine looking to pounce. Doesn't do so yet. Doesn't even pick up too much time. Fuel window is open from here on out, it looks like, to make it on a one-stop or giver. To make it a one more stop.
And what we mean by that, anyone who takes a pit stop now will only need one more stop after that to get to the end. And kind of means that if we saw either of these guys jump into the lane early now, it wouldn't massively compromise their strategy potentially. We'll see, but these guys are probably going to stick to the stint length they'd been doing all race long. We're seeing around that 23, 24 laps. It also means about if someone had to come into the pits to repair some damage or something now, then it'd only be one stop after that to get to the end, like 109, with 53 to go next time they cross the line.
And David, a quick question actually to ask about this on strategy, because I'm a strategy mastermind, but everyone knows that. What is the comparison between tires and fuel in the road? I know you said they have them, but how long do the tires usually take in comparison to the fuel? Because I think the ideal situation would be to try to set this fuel run coming up so that the final stop that you make would be just change the tires and then a short splash of fuel as little as you can. That's equivalent to what a tire change takes to get you out of a light car and fresh rubber.
Yeah, so we're seeing about 45 seconds for a full tank of fuel. And I think it's closer to 15 or 20 seconds to get the tyres changed. So about half a tank of fuel, maybe a little bit less than half a tank of fuel is how much you can fill while also changing the tyres.
Battle's still shaping up here, but there was the mention of some teams that, by the way, they could potentially short pit or short fuel the car, so to speak. On this upcoming stop, there's still a few laps, I think, realistically, to make it for sure with some of the distances we've seen today. But I believe it was mentioned by actually one of these machines that is a possibility.
One of the other things to think about with the strategy going to the end here is the length of that pit lane and how slow the pit lane speed limit is. Even if you only need a short amount of service in your pit box, every time you have to take the trip into the lane, that also takes quite a long time. The transit time of the pit lane looks to be around 30 seconds or so as well. We saw when Omen Zero had a lead of about 50 seconds, they did a full service and still didn't hold on to the lead. So the time down the pit lane, that 50 km/h speed limit, all those things mean that if if you can avoid having to take a splash of fuel at the end, you absolutely want to do that. You don't need to add an extra pit stop. You don't want to do that.
Still falling on board. This is the onboard for McMullen with a clear track in front of him. But a driver trying to use the draft, already taking the defensive line. Scott trying to get the run. Coming to 52 laps to go this time by in the Holden machine. But again, way too far back to even think of a move. At this point, I think Scott may as well just stay behind and wait patiently here before they duck down to the lane, because realistically, based on the numbers we've seen today, that would be about 48 to go to split it by 24 apiece.
Yeah, and of course we've seen that a team event like this, all these guys have got some co-drivers, and some of them have got some team managers and that, and the drivers behind the wheel won't necessarily have to think about that strategy. There'll be someone else to do it for them. So I think at this point is focused on driving their race. This is as close as we've seen James Scott to Marlon McMullen in quite some time. Not quite close enough to make a move this time, but you see McMullen is across defending it a little bit, or is he? Up the inside he goes, big bold move.
Scott sends it in hard, gets loose, able to save it on the corner exit of Griffin's Bend. So moves Scott up to second on the dive bomb. He's seen the opportunity, seen the right side of the lane, and we've seen that pass many times today. Into Griffin's Bend, getting the run to the entrance, catches the driver sleeping, and it looks like McMullen gave him the space while Scott nearly drifted the space away.
He dove that in very, very hot indeed, and I'm surprised McMullen didn't try and cross back underneath, but yeah, again, once you're on the outside of that corner, it's difficult to defend out there because of the way that the camber of the road is. So decisive move, bold move from James Scott, and he does move himself up into second place. Now he needs to focus on building out a little bit more gap, a bit more buffer for next time they come around to the pit stops.
Scott already pulling away a decent amount on the corner exit, so McMullen already losing 4, 5, 6, 7 car lengths on the Jim Beam sign above the sky there. They're about a minute and 4 seconds back, but again, this is the fight for the second step on the podium at this point that has continuously been going on all race long. It's just that 0-0 Esports Blue pulled away from them quickly in the early stages. Depending on how things would have shaken out, and even in the early going, it might have been a bigger scrap towards the end of this race. Still 51 to go.
Yeah, these two still our closest battle on the track. There's a great little battle, I think, brewing over 7th, 8th, 9th though, between that iRacing Same Motorsports, AA Argol, and Race on Oz. Something we want to watch later on as well. Yeah, this battle for the final steps on the podium. James Scott has it for the moment, and he's probably going to be into the pits earlier than Pursuit Sim Racing next time around as well. One thing though that will become more critical, especially as once we get towards the final pit stop, is that obviously the Pursuit Sim Racing car is carrying 2 laps more fuel. That'll mean that at some point we'll have a slightly shorter stop. What they really need to do is not let James Scott get away.
Scott was already a full second quicker last time by. After the pass that let him on by, knowing it was the quicker pace now. Can they keep up the pace and gets a bit of luck? They got Race on Oz, number 1. In the 451 machine, you see that car without a hood up in front of them. That might be a bit of a factor to keep it close. It's the closest battle for position on the track, by the way. Much of the competitors still spread out by 5-6 seconds. And obviously, Marlon not wanting to let James Scott out of his window. Andrew Mogridge trying to stay on the bottom side of Forest Elbow. See if he can get out of the way quickly here as Scott trying to use the draft. Scott follows him to use the slipstream, while Mogridge stays on the left side of the track and lets by P2.
Yeah, and it's the Race on Oz car in 9th position. His last lap was a 2-minute 11.8. Only a couple seconds ahead of Kinetic Racing Velocity, who are quite a couple seconds a lap faster. Big wiggle from McMullen as he tries to get through the traffic. Eventually he does. He locked up the brakes there. And that Race on Oz car, as I'm trying to point out, in a battle of their own with the car behind that's catching them. So they didn't quite want to jump out of the way of Marlon McMullen. This race on Oz are being caught by Kinetic Racing Velocity in the battle for the final 2 spots in the top 10.
So now that lets them on by. Again, we've seen a different strategy for Kinetic Racing Velocity with the pit stop a little while ago, about 5-10 laps ago, we'll give or take, with that car in the backdrop. We'll keep an eye on that for 9th position. 2nd spot's now way off and away. Scott has just taken off. He's not as quick as the race leader, yes, but despite even drifting those back tires, you might notice right there, Scott off and away, saying bye-bye.
Indeed, certainly how it looks right now for our podium positions. James Scott did the job this stint, didn't he? Closed the gap, made the move, now trying to get on down the road with a little bit of advantage to his teammates so they can hopefully hold on to 2nd position in the run to the end of this race, the final about 3rd of the race.
You look at the time amount lost by McMullen the past few laps. That middle lap was where he let on by the now second place car, but he has lost time since then. Difference in tires coming in pretty decently, to say the least. Still 48 laps to go this time for the race leader. These guys still coming to 49 to go. Now approaching where it would be around where they might be able to split the run in the middle, give or take. Again, we've seen these cars go about 23 laps. That'll be about 46 if they feel they can make it 24 laps. It would be this time by, if not next time, for these cars you see up on your screen. With that, we of course mentioned notice moments ago, we've seen about an hour or so ago, one of the top drivers and part of this battle. And from a technical issue, we've seen Sanford lose a monitor. We'll see if we can take a quick word here with him now. David, do you have a copy?
I do, sir.
What happened to cause your incident there?
So it happened twice. The lap before it happened up Mountain Straight, and I thought it was a one-off. So I sort of laughed about it and was like, haha, yeah. GG, computer, you can't get me. And then it did get me a lap later. So I've got triples on my middle screen. My middle screen went out as I was going through the grade, and I was trying to drive on my left and right screens, but that didn't really work out too well. Parked it.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we just parked it after that. Well, I was pretty disappointed. I just straight up disconnected from the Discord pretty much instantly. I was pretty mad. So
that was unfortunate luck for you and your team there. You're looking very strong and sporty with different strategies. We heard McMillan talk about some of the undercut strategy. We actually mentioned wanting to underfuel the car before all of that happened. How were you looking in terms of your strategy before the bad luck happened to you?
Pretty good. I was going to pit in a couple laps because I was the minimum driver. I'm about half a second off Thomas, so there's no point having me out at the pointy end of the race, you know, at the end. So what we were going to do is I was going to complete my 54 required laps on that stint, and I was up to, I think, 40 odd. So I was going to come in and short fuel the car and get some new tyres and absolutely try and run away. That's where we get our fuel strategy, but it just obviously didn't pan out.
So where do you and your team go from here? Right now you're 20th on the board, 28 laps down, make it 29 still in the garage area, but where does your organization go from here in the big picture, both short and long term?
I'm actually the roster manager of Omen Zero Esports, so Thomas McMillan wanted to do it with me, and we didn't have anyone else from Zero that wanted to do it. So I just said to Tom, hey man, let's do it. We're pretty good mates. So we just made up a bit of a laugh of a team name. But we've been racing together for over a year. We used to be teammates on another team. So I talked to the boys at Zero and said, hey, can I use our set from the Bathurst 1000 in Scops last weekend? And they were pretty happy to let me do that. So we used that, and the set's awesome. Like, I'm not that quick around Bathurst, and the set made me look way better than what I am. So,
I mean, Brady and his teammate are right now ahead by a minute in plus here, so that setup definitely has some speed in it, to say the very least.
yeah, absolutely. We worked really hard on it. I put in a lot of hours with Forza and Brady last week on the run-up to the 1000 last weekend. And we finally just randomly clicked with it. Like, we were finding that 1% you look for in setups. Bash your head against a wall for hours and hours and hours on end, and you end up going backwards and blah 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 blah. But we finally cracked it, and the boys up front have had huge pace, and they're sitting in Discord. Like, I'm on it, I'm absolutely sending it, and these guys are like, yeah, we're just cruising. Mate, like, those guys are so good, man.
Yeah, they're on pure domination mode at this moment. They actually were 8/10ths quicker than this battle we are still seeing for second and third. Is there anything you want to mention before we let you get back to your team?
Yeah, just shout out to all of our sponsors at Zero Omen Esports. We've got Omen by HP. We've got Molecule Australia, Paladin Sports, who's coming on as our shirt sponsor. 46 Designs does all of our paints. We've got The Cave, who's a pretty cool simulation organisation in New Zealand. They run a little VR simulation room, which is really cool that they're on board. And all the guys that, you know, make it happen. Everyone works really hard at Zero to try and knock a few of the team off the top steps. So I think we're coming in a real...
See what happens for these next 46 laps or so. Good luck the rest of the night.
Beautiful, mate. Thank you very much.
Mr. Sanford with his team's entry currently in 20th spot after a DNF 30 laps down. Now they were in a battle for the podium before their incident. Now in the garage area after that screen failure for them, but as mentioned, also have affiliation with Omen Zero Esports Blue that is in pure domination mode. The car that's in 4th spot, by the way, one of their drivers is now standing by as well. Cameron Dance, I believe, is standing by. That car again has quietly had a good run today here. I believe so far we've seen FT1 Motorsport Pi have a quiet but strong day here. Cameron, how are you feeling?
Yeah, it's been actually not too bad of a race, to be honest. I'm actually very, very surprised that we've ended up being P4. We obviously don't have the ultimate pace of the likes of Zero Sports and those sort of drivers have, but we've just done exactly what we needed to, put in clean, consistent laps all race long and put ourselves in a really, really good position.
Yeah, your team has stayed out of trouble, and while it's not been in the battle that's still for second and third up on the screen at the moment, it's looked consistent. Dominic's mentioned in feeling confident about their strategy, and we're talking just about trying to get positions. How do you feel about the job overall you've done today to keep on moving forward? +2 from the start and stayed clean the entire day.
Yeah, I mean, I'm relatively happy with how I've gone. Obviously, the warmer conditions earlier in the race made it a little bit difficult, but managed to just do what I had to do really and just bring the car back in one piece every single stop. There was a few times where I got relatively close to the wall or had sort of a bit of a moment, but it wasn't anything major, so yeah, just pretty happy to bring it back every single time.
James Scott has just pit into the lane, ERT's 26, which leads to a quick question right now. We're in the window to make it a one more stop while another car is spun out of Murray's corner, one of the kinetic cars. What's your pit window looking like to have a good strategy and to avoid the car that just spun out at the exit of Murray's corner?
To be honest, we're not entirely sure. I'll probably go back and chat with Dom after this, but yeah, I think we'll probably either split it up into two or possibly just run it long and then just do a short stint at the end. We'll just have to see how it falls in the end.
Is there anything you want to say before we let you get back to your race team to focus on this final stretch to the checkered flag?
Yeah, just like to thank, obviously, you guys for putting on an awesome broadcast, Dom for being an awesome co-driver today, and the guys from FT1 Motorsport for letting me come on and have a bit of a drive in the car.
Thank you very much for the time. Good luck the rest of the way. Your team is currently in 4th while Dominic nearly locked it up and nearly sent it to the grass in the chase. Good luck. Cameron Dance for FT1 Motorsport pie. And they've been looking to eat pie today. By the way, James Scott, as you've seen, finished off his pit sequence already. And already off in a way, still in third. With still Pursuit Sim Racing looking to come into the lane. They've already had to deal with some traffic here, so James Scott trying the undercut, David.
Yeah, indeed, and if he stays in the car, so if there's anything we've learned, he's going to be very, very quick on a new set of tyres when he comes out. Race leader also in, and driver swap there again, so Forzen Al-Nabi takes the spot of Brady Myers. And the other car in the podium positions we're expecting a pit stop out of is that car, Marlon up on the jacks is Forzen Al-Nabi, and it's just about ready to go. Interestingly, it's actually 36 or so seconds the car drops down off the jacks, and immediately he gets going, so it's a pretty short fill.
Gonna have to double check the timing there, but it says 37 seconds on the ticker, some timing picking up to a 43 seconds. But again, that leads to the potential strategy of short fueling for some of these teams. There is the chance that these cars can split 23-23 to the end of this race. And it looks like Omen Zero Esports Blue is one of them. We are still waiting on some other drivers to come down, including Marlon McMullen and his team, by the way, who is still in second, even with the pit stop. That's how dominant that car's been.
Yeah, exactly. I remember earlier when the Omen Zero Esports car came out of their pit stop just 2 seconds behind, but they've got a full pit stop and then 5 seconds in hand as well. They are behind one of those Evolution Racing Team cars, and this is one of the ones that's a little bit further down the order and not been able to get past on their outlaps so far. It's the one being driven by Jamie McKnight down in 17th place, sister car to this one here in third position. James Scott on his first flying lap out of the pit lane. Let's see what kind of lap time he can do on that new set of tyres. Track temperature now down at 35 degrees Celsius. It has gotten a lot more manageable since the start of this race. Getting towards 4 p.m. in the afternoon in the session, track temperatures are getting a lot more conducive to the tyres lasting and setting some quick lap times.
Yeah, the CRT car, you see him on the screen, still a minute 4 back, so they didn't lose time at all to the leader. They're still looking for an official time. Well, the Omen Zero Esports machine coming around for one of their first flying laps. They've again pit this past time by with a gigantic lead. Still ways to go with Mark McMullen has just ducked down to the lane this time by in the 77. So second place is just ducked in while the leader continues to dominate, as we will follow along the onboard and see how he does, because there's a chance he might be able to set the fastest time, the coolest track temps of the day, and lean track for miles.
Yeah, indeed, it's more than 15 seconds up the road before you're looking at the next car after our leader. So Forzen Al-Nabi has all of the real estate he needs, and from Brendan, he goes on this lap clean through there, and the wheel work a lot more steady than we'd seen from some of the onboards early in the race. A lot smoother, a lot more grip available into the cutting, and that's wide of the apex through the cutting. So this won't be the fastest lap we see probably, but still at least under control there, but he come in a little bit too hot, couldn't make the car turn, a little bit of understeer. The first sector there is 47.8. We were hoping for a really quick lap here, but unfortunately in the first sector there, a little error cost him a little bit of time. Not in the wall, no damage, but just that's not going to be the fastest first sector we'll see.
Fastest time set this time by James Scott, who was able to jump in front of Pursuit Sim Racing. So, as we follow along with this machine, the fastest time has been set by James Scott. As mentioned, who has jumped to second spot on the track. Should note those times for Omen Zero Esports Blue are about around where they were for their fastest time of the day. However, it wasn't a 2:06.4. Nowhere near that ballpark.
Yes, we'll see what he can do into the chase on the final sector of this lap. It's all looked a lot more clean since that little issue. Takes plenty of the curb through the middle there just to straighten up the angle. Reaches it a little bit on the curb on the exit. No huge dramas in just one final braking zone that he navigates. towards the line. We'll see what this time is. It's a 2:06.7, so it's quick for him, but not the fastest lap of the race. Even with that error in the first sector, they made up for it everywhere else. And in the 2:06s are a couple of cars now. We'll see the sectors on this one, see if he can improve.
Remember, first sector 47 seconds, second sector about 30 seconds. Keep an eye on those on the left bottom corner of your screen. If he can close up the gap, the track temperature has been all day, 94 degrees Fahrenheit. Perfect conditions to try and go on hot lap mode. This is where he messed up last time. This is the cutting. This time much more better through the cutting.
Yeah, we'll have learned far more precise, picked a better braking zone instead of coming in a little too hot. See through the second sector, and this is where, again, I say new tyres are very, very beneficial. Trying to make the car turn, bounce across the curves a little bit. See how brave he can be over Skyline. Such an intimidating braking zone because the track, you can't see it until you're right over the top of it. Forza El Nabi trying for a quick lap, and boy does this indeed look quick. He's still got great tyres underneath him. Only the second flying lap on this set.
2 tenths quicker than the first sector. Another few tenths quicker, it looks like, in the second sector, 30.5 flat for El Nabi. So it's the question, can he keep up the pace to get the fastest lap of the day? Again, he's looking to gain 3 tenths to secure that mark. The fastest race times of the day in the 2:06s, as they look to try and hunt for the fastest time. Through the chase they go, rather, this time by using the curves a little bit, staying a bit up the curves on the right side, rides the curves on the left side of the Armanol Bridge. We'll see how he goes. Remember, the finishing line earlier than the starting line on this circuit to get to the exactly 1,000 kilometers at this track. 2:06.420. Make it a 4:04 when correcting in. Either way, fastest lap of the day by a couple hundreds.
Certainly what we were expecting. A little bit more pace than the previous lap. Massively quick, and it'd be real tough for James Scott to match that. Yeah, it only managed a 0.7.1 last time compared to his best of a 6.5, but still quite a bit quicker than Toljancic in the Pursuit Sim Racing car in third. That gap was 2 seconds or something before the pit stops. It's now come out towards closer to 6 seconds. So it's looking good for the Evolution Racing Team car in the number 26 in second spot. Pursuit Sim Racing, though, pretty comfortable grip over the final spot on the podium. We spoke with Cam Dance of FT1 Motorsports earlier, and he's back in that car on his second lap of his current stint.
So again, the fastest time when correcting in was a 4:05. Initially shown as a 4:20. Either way, the fastest time of the day for those just checking in. But now it's 7 seconds from second to third. That undercut strategy worked like a charm compared to Pursuit Sim Racing, because they just have not set the same pace whatsoever, it seems. They're still in the 2:07.6s. They haven't even reached the 2:06s like we've seen for the top two for their fastest lap times. Not even close.
Yeah, it's worlds apart there almost. So we're seeing almost like a trading of lap times between first and second place, with the gap between them still 1 minute and 3 seconds. The Omen Zero Esports have over everyone else.
One more stop for these drivers right now, as El Nabi comes out of the corner of 4:55. That's the second fastest time of the day. So the top two times set by the same driver, as he's now hunting even more silver times, as he's already passed by lap cars. While Scott looks to put an icing on the cake for P2 at this point. Just 3 cars, 3, are on the lead lap. That is impressive, to say the very least, even for this kind of a length of race. Usually, you see a couple more cars than that, but with the attrition, that's helped with just the 3 on this lead lap, while Scott arcs it in a bit.
looking at the sectors once again for James Scott. Final sector that he's on right now. Traffic in front of him helpfully jumps right out of his way. He should have been able to keep it flat out there, but he can't quite take the natural racing line through the final corner. It's going to compromise his time just a little bit. Graphical update briefly and let you know that it was not quite bothering his fastest lap of the race, or even the overall fastest lap either. Still a quick lap, still quicker than pursuit behind. So the gap continues to grow between second and third. You can just see the third place car coming out of the first corner in the background there. Gives you an idea of the gap between these two guys, these two teams. Anyone's race still for that second step on the podium. Swings every lap, just a couple of tenths of a second in the favour of Evolution Racing Team as it stands at the moment on current form.
Let's follow on with the race spot fan immersion with the fourth place car. That is FT1 Motorsport Pi. They are currently the first driver a lap down. They're looking to try and secure a top 5. Cameron Dance behind the wheel. So we'll take a quick break. You're watching RaceSpotTV, the iRacing Esports Network for the Bathurst 1000. 40 laps to go, this time by for Cameron Dance. Welcome back to tonight's coverage of the iRacing Bathurst 1000 on the iRacing Esports Network. RaceSpotTV here from up hammer in the circuit at Bathurst, Australia. 3 drivers look to fight for the podium still. Oman's Hero Esports Blue dominating from the onset. But drivers still have 37 plus laps to go to make it to the checker flag. Justin Prince alongside David Haynes and Randy Chennis is in the director's seat. There's still a ways to go in the action here. A few things to keep an eye on. 3 drivers on the lead lap, but battles potentially could break out. We've also seen a lot of cars come and go through the field and some strategy from Kinetic Racing Velocity, where they underpit fueled the car on their last stop and have just ducked down. Still a ways to go here, David. A lot can still happen as we've seen in these special events.
Yeah, there's been some twists and turns in this race, no doubt. But we are within the final home stretch of this race almost. 124 laps in the bag, 37 to go when a leader crosses the line next time. It's been interesting, and we have narrowed it down to just a couple of cars that are a chance for the win.
See if we can get a few questions in with Marlon McMullen. His car is currently in P3, about 7 seconds back from second spot of James Scott. Marlon, how are you doing tonight? Marlon McMullen, do you have a copy? Try this one more time. Marlon, do you have a copy? And unfortunately, it looks like Marlon McMullen might have a technical issue here. So apologies again there with Marlon McMullen. He has had a phenomenal race though for that machine. His teammate and Michael also doing a pretty decent, solid job here.
Yeah, of course, no doubt. They're still in contention and still doing everything they need to do to be able to hold on to third place. We might have Marlon now.
I believe he might have just said hello. Marlon, do you have a copy?
It's a bit embarrassing, guys. I think you can hear me, but I've got racing so hard, something's in my ear, so I can't hear you. Just give me a second while I clean out my ears.
Okay. Again, we apologize for the technical issue as Marlon McMullen works on an audio issue on his side, but his team is currently in third spot. And Marlon's had a heck of a drive today, is also amongst the fastest drivers in the world record charts entering today, by the way. Marlon, do you now have a copy?
I sure do. Sorry about that, guys. Had the earplugs.
Okay, sounds good. There's been drivers that have lost their earplugs today, so it's good that you have yours working here. Right now, your team is currently in P number 3, and you've been having a dominant day, Mr. McMullen. How would you describe your team's performance?
Oh, Michael Talian sent me a message last night saying, would you like to drive with me for today? And I said, why not? Let's have a nice go. And qualified quite well up there in 5th. We sort of had no expectations because we did no practice because us V8 guys are always busy racing other V8s on other tracks. But yeah, we got out there and did pretty well in the qualifying, and we tried to just keep out of all the trouble because there's no safety cars around you. And yeah, we've been running really well with the car at the moment, keeping it out of the wall. I mean, I hit the wall on about lap 5 or something on my stint because I just sort of wasn't in the groove. But after that, you just got to survive the whole thing. And yeah, it's been really good. Had a great battle with James Scott in the middle half of the race, and I'm absolutely knackered from that. So I'm going to let Tally finish the race for me.
It sounds like it a little bit here, but how would you describe the difficulties of the event as it's gone on? Because while the track temp has started to cool in the second half of this event, it seems the attrition level seemed to spike at one point in this event. There's just 3 cars in the lead lap, including yourselves.
Yeah, well, everyone was sort of just putting around at a nice, 80-70%, which is good for Bathurst. You don't want to drive at 100% because if you do, that's when things go wrong. And James, man, when he got in the car, he turned me from, a 60-70% driver into a 120% driver. And, we were flying out there with our battle, and I really liked that. I didn't mind that at all because it really sort of gets you eye into the track. And around here, you make one little mistake, touch one wall, it's all over. So, man, we were going for it 120%, and I loved it, but anything could have went wrong, and thankfully it didn't. So hopefully now we've got the fingers crossed on the podium.
Now, what are you guys looking at strategy-wise? Because we're coming to about 35 laps to go this time by for some, under 35 for your team specifically on the lead lap. What are you guys looking strategy-wise for the rest of the night?
Definitely one more pit stop. That's always the plan around here. But hopefully one more pit stop. Fingers crossed, touch wood. But yeah, that's about it. One full tank, maybe. I've saved a bit of fuel in my stints a bit earlier on. Get a couple of laps here and there, and that can cut off 10 litres. But if we can get second's a milestone. But yeah, we just want to lock down third now.
What lap do we expect to see your car in?
Well, I don't want to give you the exact number. It doesn't really matter, but yeah, I think about another 14 laps.
Okay, sounds good. Is there anything you'd like to say before we let you get back to your team for this final portion of this race?
Yeah, thank you guys for putting on a broadcast. It's awesome to watch this back later on, and thanks to everyone who had a go at today, because it's not an easy track, Bathurst, and some guys, very different skill levels, so we all try to do our best to keep it clean. So it was good to have battles with new names I've never had before, and other than that, thanks for Michael Taliancic for giving me a shot with him today, because that's not my car. I'm not part of his team usually, so. But I want to fix the job for him today, be part of his team and get him a podium, so that's the goal.
Good luck the rest of the way. We'll let you get back to your team.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Marlon McMullen, his team is currently in third spot for Pursuit Sim Racing, and he's seen some of the happiness and a bit of the joy, it almost felt like, a little bit, David, from after his stint, even being buzzed a bit from some of the battling with this car, James Scott.
Yeah, I think job well done from him, so he can be rightfully happy, and a interesting mindset there. He's not let his hopes get so high up that a third place would seem like a bad result. He's come in with an open mind here, looking for a finish of some kind, and decided, yeah, on the podium, that sounds fine. Third place would do just all right by me. James Scott, bit of a slide there, putting the power down, but we see that from time to time. Not the biggest slide we've seen from that car. Not remember the one we saw coming up the hill here, where we thought maybe he was headed for the wall.
Yeah, that time nearly scraping the wall that time on some of the Fujitsu air conditioning sponsored billboards on the left side of that track that time by, but man, he's also looked comfortable. He's also gained another second this lap alone in terms of time. It looks like overall it's stretched to 9 seconds. A lot of the drivers, though, have to do two things, though, I think, David. One, keep the car clean. Two, make it to that crucial final pit stop.
Yeah, exactly. Get it to that last stint of the race and then bring it home from there. I'm watching a battle over 7th and 8th. iRacing Today Motorsports and AAR Gold. There's plenty of battles, I think, that are shaping up for the final stint.
Yeah, you had mentioned it just before we came back that they came out close to each other in the pit lane. They were separated by a couple seconds a few moments ago. But Chad Dalton has seen Dwayne Burns reel him in by being just 0.6 quicker last time alone in that blue and yellow machine. So that gap is closing and quick. Here's the top 8, by the way, with Omen Zero Esports Blue in the lead, as mentioned. Evolution Racing Team in second. Pursuit Sim Racing, we just spoke with, it in third. FT1 Motorsport is in fourth. Fuel Racing Team fifth. Illusion Motorsport is sixth. Then there's these two cars that are battling for position on the racetrack as they look to battle for 7th spot. That's closing quick. There's 3 laps down, give or take, to compare to the race leaders. The only one of 2 make it 3 cars under the lap cycle along with Illusion Motorsport make it 4. Yeah, 4 drivers that are 3 laps down.
This battle we see right here. Dwayne Burns, and we'll see what the lap times are when they come across this time, but certainly a lap ago Burns was half a second quicker. You see 2.4 seconds quicker the lap before that. I think that might have been a problem for Chad Dalton on that particular lap. So these two guys battling it out over 7th and 8th. Dwayne Burns, what can he do with 33 laps to go? It's not too much of a gap between these two cars.
Again, Dalton trying to keep in front as the red boxes pop up, as that's around a second or so. The gap a bit more looser as Burns on the corner apex off. So that lost him a little bit of time in the Holden machine compared to this red and white machine. We now on board, in fact, with the AR Gold machine. They've been in the converse, slowly moving up the leaderboard. Both them and iRacing today, even with some of their contact, they've quietly snuck up the top into the top 10.
Yeah, iRacing today is our big mover still, starting from 24th, now running in 7th, but AAR Gold want to get one of those spots back off them. Just gap is extended out to just over a second now, but these two teams pitted on the same lap. It's the same age of tyres. It's all coming down to just the difference in the team setup and the drivers driving them, and it seems to come and go a little bit here. Not quite as much consistency from these drivers as we were seeing maybe out of our podium position battles. The overall trend though, Burns could still get it.
Now Burns still looking to reel in time. Was a 2:09.6 last time by. And this is where he's been gaining some of the time. A bit more confident under braking. Well, you can see a little bit of the glow all the way from up here a little bit from a couple of their brakes, in fact, as they dive on in. That AAR Gold machine, by the way, plus 11. Chad Dalton's iRacing Today Motorsports car, plus 17 on the grid today. As Burns closes the gap down to about a car length and a half, make it 2. Back through Hell Corner towards the mountain straight. Dalton has a bad corner exit. Burns gets the better run. Looking to try and take advantage of the draft as they get up to the gears, up the straight. Can Burns try and make the draft? Yes, he can, to the right side. Dalton sticks it on the high side of the corner. Heading towards Griffin's Bend. Will he give him the spot? Looks like yes, indeed, gives him the spot. Move up AAR Gold to 7th.
Yeah, good move. Capitalized on a mistake and was just pretty consistent in the last sector of the lap previously. Close that gap down, put a little bit of pressure on, and then execute the move. So Dwayne Burns up into 7th. Chad Dalton back down into 8th. Pretty textbook move into Griffin's Bend there. Well done between these two guys. Racing clean and racing pretty hard too.
And now Burns already is 4, 5, 6 car lengths in front in that Junior Motorsports sponsored blue and yellow car. Still trying to grow that gap as they work their way towards the S's portion of the racetrack. But here's the thing though, there's a chance they fall 4 laps down because you know who is about 4 or 5 seconds back for Omen Zero Esports blue at the moment. So run away, Burns, run away if you want to stay 3 laps down. The next position is about nearly a minute and a half ahead.
It's interesting, we're left with only 17 cars out on track and running, and half of them seem to all be in the one section of the track between Forest Elbow and the Chase. We've got these two cars battling. We've got Forza El Nabi back there as well. I'm looking at my track map, and yeah, it seems like just about everyone, well, at least there's 6 cars are all around the Chase at this point. It's like a third of the field. So they're all grouped in this section. You can see in the camera shot a couple of the cars, including a race leader who's coming to put these guys another lap down, are all crossing across the start-finish line now.
With that pin window closing in, what is at this point something you're thinking about in terms of what you're looking for as a team manager and or as a driver here? With the next pit stop estimated to be in about 6 to 7 laps, give or take or so, what is something you're looking at?
Well, I think it's going to probably, for some of these teams, potentially be the first pit stop of the race where they don't fill the tank all the way to the top. In an endurance race like this, you can go every pit stop by just, change the tyres, fill the tank to the top, go back out there and go. If you're in a close battle, which a couple of the drivers out there still are, then when you get to the final stop, you need to actually look at how many laps are remaining. Do you need to take, maybe only 100 liters of fuel instead of 112 or something. You know, you got to make sure you get that calculation right. Some of these guys can't afford to waste time adding too much fuel, but then the other side of that coin is you cannot afford to run out and need to come in for another stop deep in the race, especially if you're in a close battle. So that's one thing to be thinking about. What is your fuel number for that final stop? The other one is, of course, who's going to drive the car across the checkered flag, across the finish line at the end of the final stint. I mean, every pit stop they're thinking about whether a driver swap is needed or not. We've seen one every stint out of Omen Zero Esports, pretty much our leader. So what will some of the other teams do though? Will they leave their driver in to the end, or will they do a swap at the final pit stop?
Definitely a lot of questions. The fuel tank load, by the way, is about 29.6 gallons. Looking at that based on what is shown for the drivers when they try and figure out their setups and how much fuel they can put in the car here. So what would your fuel number to be comfortable be to make it to the end, to make it to the checker flag, while having just enough to make sure you don't run out of fuel, because this is a giant racetrack to risk it?
Yeah, no clue. It depends what team you're in, depends what situation you're in. Especially there's some of the cars that might be involved in a battle that might think they might go another lap down on the final lap, and therefore need one lap less of fuel in the final stint. But then, if you take that slightly shorter fill, and then something happens to the race leader, they don't end up putting you that lap down, that can be problems as well. So some of the cars, especially those who think they're going to be around abouts on the same part of the circuit as the race leader, definitely have some difficult decisions to make about how much that fuel fill they're going to need is. And we just saw Forza El Navi put a car a further lap down. Pretty easy done on the exit of Griffin's, I think it was.
Actually, that was a fourth lap down for Chad Dalton. He was 3 laps down before that. Dalton 8 minutes 30 seconds behind that car right now, and is about to lap AAR Gold to also put them on that lap cycle at the moment. That what has been pure domination for that organization here today. That experience has definitely helped throughout the run today for the Hewlett Packard sponsored machine.
Now 20 past 4 in the afternoon. Track temperature still dropping now down to 32 degrees Celsius. El Nabi's last lap was in 07.1, so a little bit shy still of his best lap and the fastest lap of the race. I think we'll again see that lap record bested in this next stint. It definitely seems like in these cars the fastest laps are to be had in the first 5 or 6 laps of the stint. Sometimes out of, for example, a GT3 car, we see the tyres hang on a lot better, and as the car gets lighter, they get faster towards the end of the stint. Same thing can be true of the HPD LMP2 car, or even the Porsche Cup car can get quicker as the fuel burns down. Not these cars, it's all about the tyres and not the weight of the fuel. So we might see a further lap record the start of the next stint. Doesn't look like anyone's got the tyres underneath them to do it now.
To clarify, though, that isn't the world record. That's the event record at the moment, or the fastest event time, I should rather say. That's a 2:06.404 to keep an eye on, with the track temperature close to dipping to 89 degrees Fahrenheit in the sky. On the track, I should say, with the air temp already going down as well. The world record times, for those that are keeping track, are in the 2:02s to 2:03s. The times today would put the best times in the 200s in those rankings, and you have to get in multiple factors to even think about that. Cool. Have to have potentially quality skies, very cold racetrack, and not scrape the wall like that.
Yeah, easily done. He's now caught up to Dwayne Burns, who we saw make the move on Chad Dalton earlier, and this will slow down this particular lap for Forza El Nabi, being held up a little bit by the traffic, but that is how it goes sometimes for El Nabi.
Still a ways to go in this racing action. with 28 laps to go this time by for the race leader. As we go to RaceSpot Radio, we apologize for the quick technical difficulty here. As there's still a way to go, there's still a few laps until the pit window here, but most of the drivers are currently spread out on the track. Omen Zero Esports Blue already just got on by Dwayne Burns to lap him on by. Now, Onabi, though, has been scraping the wall nearly for a few laps now, but has not really damaged the race car, David. So he's testing the limits of the track, but he hasn't gotten to where he's failed the test.
Yeah, certainly stretching the limits of the circuit for sure. But I think if you trust anyone to put it millimeter precise there, I think Forza Elnabi probably looks a little bit more in control of it than other drivers would doing that. Although, that said, some of the traffic that he had to deal with his last lap was about a second off his best. And some of that would have been passing Dwayne Burns. Some of that would have been, like we saw, maybe had to roll out of the throttle in a couple of places where he thought he'd be able to keep it pinned.
Yeah, now he's got the chance to lap fifth again, a BL Racing Team Euronics, in about maybe 2 or 3 laps or so. BL Racing Team is a 2 seconds slower a lap right now. And one of the only cars, really the last car a lap down, FT1 Motorsport Pi, is also 1 lap down in 4th position on the circuit, but still, long ways to go for the race scene here. With the pit window estimated to be about 4 laps or so for the race leaders, the gap between first and second, 1 minute and 11 seconds. But not to bring up the potential jinx in this event, but earlier this year in special events at Spa, we've seen Team Redwine have a dominant performance such as this. This was with Lando Norris and Max Verstappen, mind you, behind the wheel. But with 14 minutes ago, Verstappen's brake pedal broke on the first sector of the track. They had to take a tow truck. They won because the gap they had about 2 minutes, they barely won the race still. This isn't what was 2-minute gap in that event. There's still a chance for potential error with still 27 laps to go for the leader.
Yeah, exactly. You just never say you never say never. You never take anything for granted, especially when the walls are as close as they are for half of the lap around here. And second and third, still anything could happen. 10 seconds is only so much margin for Evolution Racing Team. So only so many mistakes or problems that they could recover from within that much margin.
And even though they've been the fastest car, they've stayed in the 206s, Elnabi, by the way, during this entire stint. There's still the chance that we see what we've seen before with clip of the grass, a drift. All it takes is one overcorrect, and your race could be done. As the cars still zoom around the racetrack, about 1 minute 23 back is third spot of Pursuit Sim Racing, by the way. Making 1 minute 24 for the race later, but 12 seconds for the next position. But Kinetic Racing Velocity, by the way, is slowly but surely trying to make a fight of their own with their different strategy. I bring this up because they have been, for the past couple pit stops, taking 35-second fuel loads on the track as we bring back the video for the leader. But if you can swing back towards Kinetic Racing Velocity's 83 car, they've been taking 35-second fuel loads for the past 2 pit stops.
Yeah, they're on a shorter stint strategy there. Probably realized they couldn't. They might have been setting themselves up for maybe a 5-lap splash or something at the end and decided they didn't want that and have chopped up the remaining distance evenly so that they spend more time on fresh tyres. Interesting way to go about it, but when you think how critical and how quick new tyres can be, it's kind of the most sensible way when you haven't got an even number of stints left to get to the end. There's no advantage to be gained really from double stinting a set of tyres. You just lose too much doing that. So that's what they've gone and done, is they're just taking 3/4 of a tank of fuel or so at each stop. and just running the car a bit lighter, taking fresh tyres more often.
And mind you, with the strategy, they were as high as about 7 with some of the different pit windows, but I found it peculiar when they decided to come down after about 10 laps on a stint to try it. They have Will Leslie behind the wheel, by the way, of that machine in the 83. We're still looking at the race leader, and still closing towards the window past the tire power billboards, and a chance to lap Buell Racing a second time on the night. And this has just been spectacular, even with drivers like Justad behind the wheel for Buell Racing Team. Buell Racing Team just hasn't had the luck tonight.
Yeah, obviously it's a car that we don't really see them driving a whole lot outside of a special event like this. So for Buell Racing Team, and they've got 2 good drivers in there, Jan-Erik Hoffarth, and as you mentioned, also right now driving, it's Lucas Jestad. And in any kind of GT3 machinery, those 2 would be a pretty dominant pairing. But just here, maybe they don't have the experience or the seat time in these cars, and that counts for so much.
We'd like to apologize for the technical difficulties as we still work our way towards the finish. Some of the drivers that are multiple laps down have ducked down this time, so some of the drivers about 6 laps down are in their window, so there's that, but that's also a sign that the drivers are about to duck down pretty soon here on the circuit. Again, the gap for the leader to second spot, 1 minute and 13 seconds. Third place is 1 minute and 25 back. Cameron Dance, the first driver, lap down for FT1 Motorsport Pi. Buell Racing Team Euronics rounds out the top 5. Illusion Motorsport is in 6th, 7 minutes behind, with AAR Gold up by 6 seconds for 7th spot over iRacing Today Motorsports' Chad Dalton. Rounding out the top 9, Kinetic Racing Velocity on a very different strategy. In 10th spot, Race on Oz 1, who we haven't talked about much, who is 5 laps down, the first of that grouping, but Chicken Up Racing might be able to change that point again for P11, I should say, because Zuber Racing is also falling back towards that direction.
Yeah, we obviously didn't get the pictures of it earlier, but I saw Michael Cracknell go quite deep into the chase, have to cut across the grass like we've seen 1 or 2 cars do before. It's obviously the hardest braking zone on the circuit. You miss your braking point by a little bit, you get into hot, that happens. There's a bit of runoff there, you can just skate across the grass, but it'll cost you time. I saw Michael Cracknell do that, so obviously he's either pushing on hard or struggling with the balance of the car a little bit, whatever that may be for Zuva Racing Car, who had a little bit of promise, but this race just unfortunately hasn't come together for them how they'd like.
Yeah, right. It's not worked out for a lot of cars, but that's the main thing when it comes to racing. You plan for something, but there's the chance that anything can happen. There's the chance of adversity. There's the chance of damage. There's the chance of various different factors. It wouldn't be racing without it. And again, apologize for some of the technical difficulties here on the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpotTV as the drivers approach the pit window. As there's still a ways to go for these cars with 24 laps to go for the lead machines on the circuit. Again, Owen Zero Esports Blue in the driver's seat on the racetrack.
29 cars took the start of the race. We've got 18 or 19 running right now, and Racing Sim Tools Black, the last car out there running, I'm seeing as 19 or 20 or so laps off the lead of the race, but credit to them, they had to take quite a significant amount of repairs, 22 minutes in the lane, but they've gotten back out there. So there's a few drivers not having the race they would have wanted, but getting back out there and hoping to see the checkered flag no matter how many laps down.
And we're still keeping an eye on the pit window here as we're on RaceSpot Radio. We apologize again for the technical difficulties to insert that once again. But right now, none of the lead cars have ducked down. They are in the window this time by to make it to the finish, but as we've mentioned, there's the chance of underfueling the car to save time. We've seen just a 1 lap undercut be 1 second slower, 1 second quicker rather, in the pit lane. So it's going to be the question, who can extend it, as the times for the top 2 are still in the 2:07s. El Nabi still stuck in lap traffic though. He's trying to get around the Wild Animal Wizards team that has had an adventure today. In the 23 machine, the 15th place car lets him on by on the right side of the racetrack going down the Conrad Straight. El Nabi now having to work his way past iRacing China, goes down under to lap them once again. Lin is off in the grass, the driver 8 laps down, 14th place. Their day has continued to get worse. They barely avoided a tire barrier. So near disaster for Yoshini Lin sees them duck down to the pit lane. The leaders did not go down though. But some of the cars that have been multiple laps down with damage are still struggling.
So iRacing China goes down into the pit lane, dare you say it. So obviously they've decided pit service for them at this point in the race, and they will get to the end from here. But again, still waiting on our top 3. Omen Zero Esports, Evolution Racing Team, and Pursuit Sim Racing. Any of them this time by could stop, get to the end rather comfortably. It'll be 23 laps to go for this car, Forza El Nabi and the Omen Zero Esports Black. The one we expect to see first though, probably Evolution Racing Team, who stopped earliest last time by. Pursuit Sim Racing are a bit deeper into the stints. They could go longer if they wanted, or jump in at the same time as everyone else, take slightly less fuel, and maybe they'd come out pretty close to ERT, and we might see a battle for second place. Regardless, I think that could close up just a little bit. James Scott has done a fantastic job in this stint though. He's 13 seconds clear of third place as he comes into the pit lane from second place.
So, last time he came down was lap 116. Again, that's James Scott he's referring to. That has just ducked down into the lane for his final scheduled stop. That is the 26 car. They've also brought down Kyle Stokes. And as mentioned, Lynn is also still in the pit lane after cutting the entire sand trap through the chase. So, window is open with still one more stop for a majority of the leaders. The race leader is coming out of the chase this time by, and El Nabi in the 097. He's about to join these cars into the pit lane. He ducks in for his final stop. It looks like that scheduled stop this time was able to extend it to a 22 lap to go situation. Pursuit Sim Racing still has to pit though for the top 3 positions, while ERT rolls out of the lane, David.
Yeah, and you see that Omen Zero car in the background, the race leader, and that's kind of how close even second place was to going a full lap down. Again, a driver swap out of the leaders. We've seen this every time. El Nabi out. Brady Myers is going to have the honours of bringing that car to the finish. Now, of our top 3, the one we're still waiting on, Michael Talyancic and Pursuit Sim Racing, they might even go a lap longer. See what they do.
You're looking now at Brady Myers. Again, for comparison's sake, just 1 lap extended more from ERT. It was 44.6 seconds when they put in the fuel, along with the tires. Let's see if they can get the tire jacks are down. This time, 41.6 seconds. The quickest, one of the quicker stops of the day.
Yeah, obviously not a full fuel fill there. They've taken just a little bit less, because they think with the 22 or so laps to go that they don't need all the fuel to get to the end on that one. So Brady Myers, he's got good track conditions, he's got a new set of tires. Fastest lap of the race is by his teammate, 2 minutes 6 seconds 0.4. This is his out lap, and then it'll be a couple of flying laps. Maybe Brady Myers can break that record further. And this car here, Pursuit Sim Racing number 77, yet to take their final stop, currently running in second. Expect after the pit stop they'll come out in third. How much closer can they get to Evolution Racing Team, and how much on the fuel fill can Michael Taliancic cut out, try and gain some time in the pit lane?
I found this interesting with the interview. There was, they mentioned 14 laps. Correct me if I'm wrong. That was, I believe that was more. That might have been less than 14 laps ago. That interview, give or take. It's been a little while, but the way they made it sound like is they were trying to stretch it long.
Yeah,
this
not
is right around the window.
It's about time. I think bit of a miscommunication there with the lapped car though on their way down into Skyline. Who's trying to let them through, and I don't think they quite realise that could have ended horribly. That's the kind of thing that could befall anyone. Taliancic reacted just quick enough to keep the car going the right way, but yeah, high drama there for them. That could have been a nasty moment.
And it's, for some of these drivers, they're going to be happy they were able to finish off the day. Drivers like the old racing team that got in contact earlier on. Teams like Kinetic Racing with their second car having lap 1 troubles. Some drivers, it's about finishing this kind of an event. And right now, just past the 5-hour mark, including the gridding time, it's gone pretty quick for some of them, but a lot of them are going to be happy that they were able to finish this race. By the way, PSR has just ducked down to the lane in the 77.
Yep, so from second place, we'll probably slot back out in third. A couple other cars have jumped in for their final stop. That's like Illusion Motorsport and also Bila Racing Team Uranus. You can see the Illusion car on the lane there. Bila have already just come and gone. So Michael Taliancic brings it into the box, and I think from what we heard from Marlon McMullen, we won't see him again. So I think Taliancic will remain in the car. What's the pit lane time going to be like though? Because the Evolution Racing Team car and James Scott will soon be around to regain second place. I'm not 100% sure Taliancic is going to have enough to be able to fight for that second place. And just in the corner, see what I think was the Evolution Racing Team coming across the start-finish line.
Yep, it is coming across the starting line and just already past them. And they're still on the jacks and getting their fuel. 40.5 seconds. Even with the fresher tires, that might be a little bit to try and close up to James Scott. 10 seconds plus is the gap. You see that gap growing in the middle portion, has stabilized in fact to 9.3 seconds. So that's going to be a very tough task to close that up, even with 20 laps to go this time.
Yeah, I think the status quo stays as it was. It's still Scott driving the EIP car, still Taliancic driving the Pursuit Sim Racing car. If they, for example, had Marlon McMullen to throw back into Pursuit Sim Racing car, and if James Scott was unavailable to take the ERT car to the end, maybe with a different combination of drivers, Pursuit Sim Racing might have enough on track to be able to close the gap. But right now, it's a big wiggle from James Scott as he gets the car up on the curb there. But as it is right now, I think Scott probably has the pace over Taliancic in this final stint, getting towards the end. Last lap just ended from Brady Myers, the leader, 2 minutes 6.7, still 3/10 away from beating his teammate's best lap of the race.
Swing back over to the third place car in that 77 though. Our friend Wild Animal Wizards team is currently holding up Michael by a ton. Had to spend the entire second sector behind that orange and bluish machine. They're making contact nearly. Nearly swing to the left was Sergei Solotov that time, finally getting on by. That was some lost time, about 2 seconds, because of how much they were stuck behind there for about 10-15 corners.
Yeah, so tough there for Taliancic, and I saw that again. Yeah, it's not the responsibility of the car's lap down to jump right out of the way, but sometimes when they're a couple of laps down and they're you know, not giving up the racing line after a couple corners. I'm not sure what they think they're going to gain out of a significantly damaged car trying to battle against a car that is several laps ahead of them.
Yeah, that car was 10 laps down, 14th position, by the way, and you already see him in the backdrop by a ton. Again, AAR Gold is also in the backdrop as well, as drivers still ducked down. Kinetic Racing Velocity also just ducked down this time by. And so that lost a ton of time, as mentioned, for Pursuit Sim Racing, even with the fresher tires. Still going to be a tough amount of time. Fastest lap of the race just set by Brady Myers. 2:06 flat. At 2:06 flat by the race leader. And the pace still picks up the coldest the track's been now at 87 degrees.
Yep, he had a bit of clear track. The tyres have had the right amount of time to warm up. The track is perfect, tyres perfect. Brady Myers sets the fastest lap of the race, goes 4/10 quicker than the previous fastest lap of the race, and sets a real benchmark to show that it doesn't matter if it's Forza El Nabi or Brady Myers in that car. It's the class of the field, the pace of the field right now, and they just need to bring it home in another 20 laps, because the gap that they have for the lead now, 1 minute 20 seconds. And when they keep setting the fastest lap of the race like that, it continues to extend. And you watch the body language of the car here. He's using all of the track. He's pushing it hard again. I'm not sure if he really needs to go much faster than a 0.6 flat. But it definitely looks like he's still got the grip and the confidence in the car to do so. So looking very, very quick. And you can just tell from some of the off-board camera angles here how hard he's pushing that.
He wants to set the fastest time even more so. Again, the 2:06 is only in the 200s in the world records for comparison's sake, so there's a chance he might be able to push that towards the 100s. By the way, he's getting ready for the Gfinity Supercar Series' longest race on October the 8th, mind you, at this track too. 41 laps the distance for that. This is some good practice as well for that, as he prepares for that pro event.
Yeah, certainly. Any time in the car is good practice, no doubt. This is going to be a very interesting lap time to see what he gets on this lap. Again, no traffic for him. All clean track for Brady Myers. Out the final corner, across the line. And can he improve? No, he can't. It's 6.4, which is still very, very quick, but not going to trouble the 2:05s on this particular lap.
17 laps to go this time by for him, but I want to quickly touch upon the Gfinity Supercar Series, by the way. It's been a competitive series so far, and as mentioned, that's the longest race coming up for them on the 8th, and approaching the real-life equivalent as well. Their series currently sees a mixture of 3 sprint races on 3 different tracks for each of the rounds. First round taking place on September the 24th at Phillip Island Circuit, which hosted this event initially, actually, in the first 3 years in the 1960s. The Autodromo Nacional Monza and Suzuka Circuit. It's a series that has a ton of talent and his own teammates as well in that series as well. Myers, the only driver today that's a part of this series, but again, he is looking to still have a strong campaign, still a lot of races to go in the series.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll be looking forward to that. Still got lots of clean track in front of him, so he can just hit his own marks in this race and not have to worry too much about some of the traffic out there, though I'm sure he'll catch some later in the race. Almost everyone's taken their pit stops to get to the end, and we're just in this this home stretch of the race. Last car in the top couple of positions to pit was a lap ago. FT1 Motorsports took their final pit stop, and because of that and how deep into the run they went, they only had to take 38 seconds of fuel. Dominic Ferraris going to drive the 003 to the end, and there again another car in a bit of a no man's land, 2 minutes behind the car in front, 1 minute 20 seconds ahead of the car behind. There's not much they're going to be able to do to close the gap in front, and not a lot they could do to lose the gap behind. They've just got to keep setting their own laps, just keep running, and then the finish will eventually come for these guys. And fourth place would not be a bad result for FT1 Motorsports here. Dominic Ferraris driving now. Cam Dance drove earlier. And they're just rewarded for staying out of too much trouble. It's one of the straightest cars out there, outside of maybe the top 3 runners. There's some walking wounded out there, but this FT1 car isn't one of them.
They've actually gained spots from some of the attrition, including the 2 incidents in about a minute and a half from some of the battles we've seen inside the top 5. So they look to try and keep it in one piece, with still ways to go to the end for the Demon Tweak sponsored 003. Again, about 16 laps to go for the race leaders. That car looking to make it home free. Dominic Ferrer is still looking pretty well. His fastest lap for that team, I should say, has been a 2:07. Only driver in this stint to crack the 2:06s has still been Brady Myers. But there's still the chance that they might be able to gain spots if there's any attrition. There's still a long ways to make it the end, because while it's only 16, 15 laps to go, give or take, these lap times are still 2 minutes apiece. That is still about 15, 20 minutes away from the checker flag.
Yeah, not over till it's over by any means, especially we've seen even in the last half hour some teams have some issues, have some dramas. We saw even when Omen Zero Esports looked home safe, Brady Myers went for a bit of a drift there when we thought there was no dramas left for those guys. We've seen iRacing China goes down under have some problems as well, need to take a pit stop. So that's not recently, but regardless, you know, anything can go wrong, especially get deep in the race, loss of focus. Some of these teams have got drivers who're going to have to do some long stints to get towards the end of the race, and that's when the fatigue takes place, when you've got to push the car close to the walls, across the top of the mountain, down the S's. Those sections of track there, millimeter wrong can be a big problem.
Indeed. iRacing Today Motorsports has just ducked down to the pit lane, it looks like now. So they've taken a second pit stop here. Or 6 total, I believe, on the day overall, give or take, looking statistically wise. So the 160 is essentially back to the battle. That was for 7th spot. They were about 6 seconds behind for that position. We're looking back at ERT meanwhile again, and we've mentioned so many times and given so much praise, I have to say, with Scott, but it kind of is well-deserved again. He's been essentially the only driver on par pace-wise for much of the day compared to Myers, but Myers just slipped away in after that first pit stop window, him and his team.
Yeah, they just checked out, didn't they? In the battle, it was 2nd and 3rd, although I think that's where James Scott's made his biggest impression. Is it was back and forth between, you know, Hotbirds, Pursuit, and Evolution Racing Team for a bulk of the race, and then the last couple of stints, James Scott's just put the hammer down, pulled out a gap of 10 or so seconds, even though Sim Racing has set their fastest lap of the race on the last time by. So too for FT1 Motorsports, where Dominic Ferraris has just set that car's fastest lap of the race. Yeah. Time in session approaching 5 p.m. in the afternoon, sun getting quite low, track continuing to cool, and even as there are a couple laps into some of these stints, these guys are still setting personal bests.
Still ways to go, but the driver he just passed by has been Illusion Motorsport. It's had a pretty quiet day again in that top 6. Looking to make it to the checker flag. Let's go to RaceSpot Fan Immersion with the 592, in fact, as he looks to try and make it to the checker flag. That's that white and black machine with the yellow striping, with still about 15 plus laps to go here for the Bathurst 1000 on the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpot TV. Take a listen to this RaceSpot Fan Immersion with Chris Purnell. 2.5 hours ago, when we've seen some of the best iRacers in all of road course racing take to the Mount Panorama circuit. And with just 12 laps to go, they're nearly to the checker flag of this 161-lap race here with the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpotTV. Justin Prince, David Hay, Randy Chin in the director's seat. As the man that's been in full control from the drop of the green flag and his team, Omen Zero Esports Blue, is just under 12 laps away from glory here this evening in Bathurst, Australia, David.
Yes, indeed. This race getting towards an exciting finish. And certainly lots of drivers will be excited to see that checkered flag at the end of this race. Well run. 161 laps. And, well, we've run 150 of them now. This is the run to the end.
Drivers have already taken their final pit stops of the day. Brady Myers, still behind the wheel for Omen Zero Esports Blue, has been in cruise control, running in the 2:06s much of this entire stint. Those are the fastest laps on the track today. His teammate Farzan El-Nolbi has also been very quick. He had the previous fastest times before Brady took to the wheel on this cold racetrack. Let's take a look. Let's take some quick questions now to Farzan, who is now standing by here with us here in the broadcast booth. And what has been a strong run for him and his team. Farzan, it's been a dominating run for the drop of the green flag for your organization. How do you feel?
Yeah, it's gone pretty well so far. I think myself and Brady have not really put a foot wrong throughout the whole race, and yeah, it's been quite enjoyable up there.
It was mentioned earlier by, I believe, your roster manager that you guys had a good setup from one of the previous series here on the iRacing Esports Network that's been shown here, covered by SimSpeed specifically, but you guys, as soon as the first pit stop happened, it seemed like when you jumped in the wheel, you guys just took off from the draft. It was about a couple seconds back before the pit stop window for the first time. Pulled away to 5 seconds. You guys haven't looked back. How did you guys pull away as much as you have for tonight?
Yeah, we've prepared quite well because we run obviously another series, which is the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series.
Mm-hmm.
So we're well prepared from that race and that round where we came P2, and yeah, me and Brady are quite similar for pace as well. So I mean, either of us could really jump in the car and do an equally good enough job, and yeah, I think that's what we've been doing. But yeah, I think most of all it's just been trying to stay out of trouble, you know, because you got to be mindful of traffic and lapping cars, especially across the top of the mountain. So yeah, it's been quite good so far. Fingers crossed. There's a few laps left, and yeah, hopefully Brady gets the job done.
Your car's only had one drift the entire day. Just one mistake the entire day. But one thing I want to ask you about is the track temp has changed dramatically from when you first got into the wheel to what it is now. We started at 120 degrees Fahrenheit at the peak. It's down to 86 degrees Fahrenheit right now. How much adjusting have you had to go through as this race has gone on, from having little grip to now near maximum grip?
Yeah, it's taken us a bit by surprise, but I think with the amount of laps we've done, both of us, me and Brady, we've been able to adapt quite well, and as you guys can see from our times, Brady's got the fastest lap of the race, and I think when I was in the car as well, I managed to put a good lap in as well. So yeah, it's obviously, I think experience matters, and yeah, me and Brady, we've got quite a bit of that, and yeah, I think it's really showing today, and it's going really good.
Your team just took 10 laps to go at the finishing line down the pit straight that time. What have you been telling them, if anything, to try and keep focused on the task at hand, because there's a chance your team does reach some lap cars here in these final 9+ laps to go?
Yeah, I mean, I think I've told Brady to just keep his head down, keep a level head, and really take too much risks with the lap cars. And yeah, I think he'll do a really good job and bring the car home. Yeah.
Especially with the experience that we've seen from the Gfinity Supercar Series from him so far. Is there anything you want to add before we let you get back to your organization for these closing stages?
I'll just thank our sponsors if I can do that. Just thank Owen by HB, Sam Blacklock Media, the Cave and Z, and yeah, just thank our David Sanford for helping us with the setup last week and this week as well. And yeah, just thank you guys, RaceSpotTV, for putting on a good broadcast.
Thank you very much for the time, Fawzan, pardon me. Fawzan El Nabi with the leading team, as his car currently leads by 1 minute and 25 seconds. And it's still a dominant pace from Brady as well, with these cooler temperatures still in the 206s here. It's going to take a massive mistake to lose this lead, I have to say that, to be honest.
Yeah, I was wondering how Fawzan felt about Brady taking his fastest lap away, but so long as his teammate keeps the car on the road, I'm sure he will not be too disturbed by it whatsoever. We do have another battle shaping up, and it's a little bit of deja vu between the number 2 and the 160. It's AAR Gold and iRacing Today Motorsports. Change of driver for AAR Gold, but once again, Chad Dalton looking a little bit quicker. This battle over 7th and 8th place once again between these two teams, and here comes iRacing Today Motorsports car. They were 1.4 seconds almost faster on the last lap around. Closed this gap down a little bit to around 3 seconds, so definitely a chance for this to be a swap for position in the last couple of laps.
Remember, iRacing Today Motorsports took a bit of a strategy change. They took a second later pit stop and put 31 seconds of fuel in the car. However, AAR Gold also has that same amount in their car, so they have been on some different strategies, these two cars, compared to much of the machines. A lot less fuel compared to even the top runners here at this point, so a bit more lighter, these two cars.
I think what we're seeing there is that in the first half of the race they went a couple laps longer and then a couple laps longer on the next stint than the front runners, and it just means that their last stop has been for about 3/4 of a tank of fuel, rather than our podium runners who split the race into evenly sized stints and took around about 90%, 95% a full tank of fuel every time, trying to split the race up evenly. These guys went longer on the earlier stints and now have a shorter, almost half size final stint to them here. So the tyres on both of them are going to be pretty new, pretty fresh, especially considering, compared to even our podium runners. So last time for Chad Dalton dropped off a bit. He's back into the 210s compared to the 208s that he had the lap before that. So he needs to get his head down, keep the car in a rhythm, keep it focused, because he can potentially catch up one more spot in these final laps.
That was his fastest lap of the day, the one you just referred to, by the way, the 208.989. So you look at that car currently on the brakes a little bit towards the downhill section of the racetrack, winding and weaving its way through the end of the S's to the Forest Elbow to try and continue to fight for the position, because yeah, it's for 7th and 8th position right now on the track, but you have a carrot on a stick essentially right in front of you. You may as well fight for position, fight for the best result you can. You don't want to say, okay, I'm happy with 8th. You want to be hungry for as best as you can get.
Yeah, exactly. He can see that car in front of him, not just, along Mountain Straight, down Conrod Straight, but just about every section, every corner he comes out of, he'll look ahead and see what the distance is to him and that position up ahead. And both of these cars didn't start in the top half of the field, didn't start in the top half of the grid, just slowly, as the race has gone on, worked their way up. AAR Gold up 12, iRacing Today up 16. So two big movers reasonable pace out of them, but also they've just not fallen into some of the traps and the pitfalls of some of their competitors, not had to spend too much time on the pit lane getting damage fixed, none of that. They've just stayed out there, kept lapping. Sure, there are just a couple laps off the lead of the race, but they're being scored within the top 10, and that's a pretty decent result in the top split of any iRacing Bathurst 1000.
There's a chance they can build momentum off it too as an organization, because teams take pride in finishes such as this one. Yes, it's 4 laps down right now, but 1, you finished. 2, you survived to come away with a potential top 10 if you keep up on the wheel without making a mistake here. So it's a chance to build something off of for the future.
Yeah, no doubt. Great boost to anyone's confidence to jump up here. Been another swap for position, the 027 and the 23. So the Evolution Racing Team car that had run into some troubles, the lower running of the two, have just in the last lap or so gotten their way past Wild Animal Wizards, the Sergey and Sergey car, whose last lap was a 213. The car's looking pretty solidly damaged, unfortunately for them. The Evolution Racing Team car a lot cleaner, so they're in the last stint here managed to grab one more spot back. Unfortunately, it's 4 laps for them to go to try and catch the 13th place car. This is the real battle here, and you can see those updated gaps there, closing on 1 lap, stretches out a tiny bit on the next, and closes again on the next.
See that blue and yellow machine able to get onto the brakes. They have nearly the exact same braking point, by the way, but it looks like Shane Bowden, who's behind the wheel of that blue and yellow car, compared to Chad Dalton, is just able to, at least it looks like, at least from the gearing, get a little bit more extra speed compared to Dalton here. This time, just hitting 100 miles an hour, for example, just around the finishing line where that bridge is. There is that difference from the start and finish line, as I noted earlier. While Bowen just seems to be able to get up more quicker through the gears.
Yeah, there could be potentially different gear ratios on board. Could also just be one of them might be carrying a teeny bit more drag. We will see. That time by though, Shane Bowen extended the gap back out in this little tit-for-tat with Chad Dalton over 7th and 8th. So it goes one way, then it goes the other. These two are pretty evenly matched, pretty close out on track, and oh, that's a pretty big lock up there.
And that was nearly top 10 potentially over for Dalton with the lockup. Man, that could have been worse. Worse than it was. He felt it on the corner, and it nearly got exasperated by, it looks like, a bump bit towards the middle of the apex, going to the high part of the cutting.
Yeah, it got in a little bit hot, and he had that locked up, and I thought it was going to go all the way to the barriers, but he just managed to save it. That has cost quite a bit of time there to Chad Dalton, unfortunately. I mean, obviously he could see the car in front, had to push hard. He's pushed just a little bit too hard.
And that might just about have thrown him out of the position battle if he can't get back up on the wheel. Again, he's fallen to those 210s. The 209s has been where Shane Bowden has been for the past lap or so. Even though he's kicking up that grass you see there in that dirt, he is still pulling away some of the time. They are looking pretty decent, by the way, in terms of the incident limit. We haven't really seen any estimated totals even close to 50 for even the cars that have been in attrition today, which has been, as you mentioned, you had to really have a rough race to get into, but we haven't even seen drivers get to a fifth of that estimated so far.
Yeah, we mentioned it right at the start that it's very difficult to rack up a lot of incident points without retiring the car. I mean, you'd have to shortcut the chase 50 laps in a row or something, you know. There's only a couple places that you can get a 1x off track. Everything else, you're looking at getting incident points by making heavy contact with the wall. When you make heavy contact with the wall, you're not getting back out there to accrue more incident points. So to reach 50, but still with a clean car, much harder around here than it is at Spa or Silverstone or anything like that.
at this car. We're still looking at this car, I should say, the 160. As they work their way through the hillsides more again, they're coming towards what would be about 5 laps to go now. That's just been taken by Brady Myers for comparison's sake about a moment ago. As we go onto the onboard, you can see again the speed they're trying to carry down the hillside to try and hope they can get up to P7 at this point.
Saw a lot of steering angle coming through the dip at that time. I mean, it's a tight corner, but maybe that's just overdriving it a little bit. Maybe that's too much scrub on the front tires. Don't know, but certainly the gap that they were hoping to close, it looked like it was going to close in this battle, still just hovering around 3 seconds. Last lap was pretty damn identical between the two, and this time I can't help but feel like Chad Dalton hasn't closed it down any further.
They do have lap traffic that might potentially play a factor. They do have the Redback Racing Team car of Mark Dial in front. You see that corner edge of that machine, in fact. Let's go back onto the onboard now as you see them go to the sunshine. As it starts to set amongst towards the edge of the mountaintops and trees, you see there down the pit straight. So the sun continues to set here as we get ready for the checker flag and party time.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, number of laps remaining ticks down ever lower. 5 to go for Omen Zero Esports Brady Myers. 5 hours 40 minutes after the start of this race. We will get it completed within 6 hours. 1,000 kilometers, 161 laps of this Mount Panorama circuit.
Was this what you expected in terms of the racing today, to see this type of dominance from the leader compared to some of the competitors we've seen today?
I mean, we talked about it at the start of the race. We definitely said that attrition was going to play a role. We definitely saw that there were some drivers and some teams we definitely see often in these cars and driving this kind of racing, and some other more international teams that maybe weren't as experienced. So we add all of that together, and I guess it's not an entirely unexpected result.
Meanwhile, this battle we've been following along with, the lap traffic playing a factor. Remember that RRT LeBlanc car that was just mentioned a lap ago? It didn't get out of the way this time. Mark Dial didn't move as he has done a lot of times today, and that helped gain some time back for Chad Dalton. Closed him back to about a second, and towards the edge of the toe, Shane Bowden, you see him there, still can't get by the 299. In fact, they're evening out in pace, and this has allowed Chad Dalton back into the conversation for 7th.
Absolutely has. Across the backside of the mountain is where they really got impeded. That lap car comes into the pit lane this particular time, but we're going to see in just 1 second how much time that will have cost AAR Gold. 2:11 compared to some of their previous laps were around the 2:10s, 2:9s. iRacing Today Motorsports in 8th place gained a full second that lap around, and if it lost a little bit more time, I think Shane Bowen would have been rightfully put off and annoyed by that. But in the end, that car, the RRT car, pulls into the lane, lets these two carry on their battle, and I think they're probably going to have 4 more laps for 4 more laps for Shane Bowen to hold on, 4 more laps for Chad Dalton to try and close the gap, try and make a pass. If you're Chad Dalton, you'd be very tempted to throw everything at it in the closing stages.
And if you're Shane Bowen?
If you're Shane Bowen, you need to hold on to it. You need to make no mistakes, not put it in the wall, keep it on the tarmac.
You can see him now probably thinking about the possibilities there. If he got by the traffic, it might have been a surefire P7, but now Shane's going to have to work for it. They may be 4 laps down, but they still have a chance for the positions. Leader still coming with a couple laps to go, coming to 2 to go this time by the way. So they still have a long ways to fight, though, because this battle is a ways from the leader. So essentially, they'll have about 5 minutes to try and sort this position out.
And one of the things that I think makes this tougher for Chad Dalton is he's not a lap clear of the car behind. Kinetic Racing Velocity is, you know, a safe distance behind of 15 seconds or so. But if these two were a full lap clear of the next cars behind, then on the final lap, Chad Dalton could really throw caution to the wind, trying to get the pass done, knowing that it wouldn't be possible for him to lose a position so long as he could bring the car around to the checkered flag at the end of that lap. This time by, the speeds picked up for both of them. Shane Bowen from a 211 drops it down to a 209.6, and that is something Chad Dalton cannot match on that lap. And you see Shane Bowen goes all the way to the left-hand side of the circuit early to try and break the draft. Now he's coming back over to the right, come back over to the left. The distance between the two, Shane Bowen just doesn't want to be giving away a free toe, a free slipstream to the car behind.
Yeah, you seen there, Chad Dalton actually didn't even follow him in the draft. See the time difference last time by about 0.3, but it's still a ways of a gap regardless here. He's going to need to have a major mistake, I think, here from Bowen if he wants to move up to 7th spot here. The leader again in Myers, again just at a 2:06.8. These drivers again are still in the 2:09s in terms of pace.
Yeah, that just goes to show that they just have not let off the throttle at Omen Zero Esports. Myers is still setting quick laps to bring that car to the end, and he's only going to have a couple more laps to do anyway. So whatever's left in those tyres, he use them all up in these 2 laps, bring that car to the finish. His lead still 1.5 minutes. Gap between 2nd and 3rd closed up just a tiny bit. It's still 10 seconds between Evolution Racing Team number 26 and Pursuit Sim Racing number 77. It was out a bit more, closer to 12 or 13 seconds earlier. Michael Teljancic has done enough to keep Evolution Racing Team on their toes, but not enough to really challenge or pressure them, just to make sure that those guys have to keep delivering, otherwise they will lose 2nd spot. They can't afford to put the car in the wall, but they can afford to relax just a little bit. They don't need to be putting in the hot laps that Brady Myers is.
They're expecting to get the white flag this time by. With about 1.3 laps to go, Brady Myers and his team has been on cruise control for much of the day. They've led a majority of the laps for the Bathurst 1000 for the iRacing Esports Network and RaceSpotTV. They'll still have to make it to the checker flag. Remember, the finishing line is a bit earlier on the pit straight to make it to the even 1000. The reason, as described by Mount Panorama Circuit, was because if it was at the starting line where they took the green lights and the green flag today, it would be nearly 1,001 kilometers. So, as he approaches the Murray's Corner, he'll get the white flag at the finishing line at the bridge, this time by 1 to go for the Omen Zero Esports Blue Machine. As we look to the battle for 7, it's closed up even more so, as Dalton has a chance to try and go for one last pounce with about a lap and a half for these cars.
Yeah, exactly, but where can Chad Dalton get the move done? He doesn't look quick enough over the top of the mountain, really. He's going to either have to pressure a mistake out of Shane Bowen, or he's somehow going to get the mother of all runs, all the traction down out of Forest Elbow, and he's not close enough to worry this time. There must have been a mistake on the last lap, though, from Shane Bowen, and that's some of what's allowed Chad Dalton to get closer. Maybe the tyre's starting to give up just a little bit for AAR Gold.
Potentially, especially in some of the corners, the leader still has about a half a lap to go. But the focus stays on, for now, on P7's battle. Can Bowen hold on to 7th spot? Or will Dalton be able to reel him in? Earlier braking this time from Bowen. Dalton, a bit later on the brakes, closes about a car length or so, heading through the chase. Still looking to chase for the position, though. It's going to be tough, though. This time a little bit later in Dalton on the brakes. Too late, nearly sends it off to the grass. That lost him some time. That might have been it.
As they start their final lap, they've got 6.2 kilometers to go. But your leaders, Omen Zero Esports, Brady Myers only has 2 more braking zones to go to the end of this lap before he'll see the checkered flag. And these guys started from pole position, and that really should have given us an indication of the kind of pace that they have in their Holden Commodore. It's been dominant once they got through the first stint. They came out clear, and they've just built a gap since then.
Omen Zero Esports Blue have led a majority of the laps for the 2019 edition of the Bathurst 1000. 1 corner to go. Brady Myers will take it through Murray's corner and take the checker flag. Brady Myers will celebrate. He wins the Bathurst 1000. A dominant performance by the organization. 1 minute and 30 seconds is the advantage at the checker flag over Evolution Racing Team's James Scott. Domination by Omen Zero Esports today, David.
Victory and thoroughly deserved. 5 hours, 49 minutes, and 4 seconds, I think is what and 40 seconds, their time to complete 1,000 kilometers or 161 laps. We look at this battle over 7th and 8th, and really Chad Dalton is running out of opportunities to force a mistake, running out of opportunities to make a pass, and he pushes quite wide through Forest Elbow. I just don't feel he's close enough there.
And the gap was so big for the race leader, a majority of the drivers still fighting. We're still looking at a fight though, heating up for P10. It's close and fast. Race on Oz, we've seen them deal with damage much of the day. They bobble with the damage. Liam Tipping forced to the left side, getting loose. They send it hard into the wall. Mitchell Cracknell makes the pass for Zuner Racing for the edge of the top 10.
Drama on the final lap there. Liam Tipping had such a horrible run out of this corner here and towards Skyline. Cracknell gets this car to the inside. Tipping tries to squeeze him down there. They make contact. Tipping squeezes too hard, and then that ends up with the Race on Oz car in the barrier in the final lap. Michael Cracknell somehow got the car stopped, made the corner at Skyline, and is going to bring it to the checkered flag to grab 10th for them. And Liam Tipping will have to limp this crabbing car home. It's missing the bonnet, it's missing the front bumper, it's somehow got some headlights on it still. Race on Oz just could not hold on for 10th place on the final lap. Michael Cracknell, good move.
I don't know if some drivers would agree, but for Zuber Racing, they were in line for a potential top 5 at one point. We'll round out the top 10. Some cars taking some spins. Race on Oz will come away in 11th as some of the last of the drivers get ready for the cool down lap here. It was a dominating performance for Omen Zero Esports Blue in the 097 to take away the 2019 Bathurst 1000. Let's take a look at your unofficial race results. As mentioned, Omen Zero Esports Blue led a majority of the laps. They took the checker flag officially by 1 minute, 29 seconds, .737. A dominating run to the checker flag over ERT's 26 car. The last car on the lead lap was P3. Pursuit Sim Racing finished in 3rd, with FT1 Motorsport Pi coming away in 4th after starting in 6th. The old racing team Erotics had some rough moments, but Jan Enric Hofar took it to the checker flag 2 laps down in P5. A top 5 run for them after what looked to be near disaster at some point. Illusion Motorsport finished in 6th, 3 laps down, where AAR Gold held on for 7th. iRacing Today Motorsports finished in 8th. Kinetic Pro Racing Velocity with a different strategy. Last driver 4 laps down in 9th. And Zuba Racing, as we've seen, went bumping and banging their way towards Skyline for P10. They started there, they finished there. Race on Oz came away 11. We're close to securing that spot. Chicken Up Racing finished in 12th. Dirty Torque Sim Racing finished 13th, +7 for the grid. But 027 had a full motor replacement, but still 11 laps down, came away P14th. Wow Animals Wizards team finished 15th. iRacing China goes down under. They're still zipping around the racetrack, but are in line for 16th, the last driver 12 laps down. Everyone else, 17 laps down on back. RRT LeBlanc finished in 17th. Racing Sim Tools Black had to duck down 22 laps down with severe damage. Hotbird Racing Team amongst the DNFs were in a conversation for a top 5, finished in P19. Rounded the top 20, Pulse Racing Team Blue. RSR Esports finished with a DNF in the first half of the event, 115 laps down. Rest of the drivers finished only 161 laps or more down. Swift Racing, No Luck EM Sports, Race on Oz's number 4 car, Majoa HCR course, Transparent Apex with 2 oval drivers from Stiltman Crowder Racing having a rough run. J3 Racing an early to finish. Team Hyperdrive, 987.28. Connect Racing, they made only about a lap or so in the 323. That was an entry with Gabriel Roos and Matthias Magnussen. But the race winners are standing by. Amongst the 29 drivers that made the top split for the Bathurst 1000 tonight, Brady Myers and Farzan are joining us in the broadcast booth for Omen Zero Esports Blue Pure Domination. Brady, first with you. How does it feel to be the 2019 winner of the Bathurst 1000? Brady, do you have a copy? How about Farzan? Do you have a copy?
Yes, I have a copy, yes.
How does it feel for you and your organization to take away the checker flag for the Bathurst 1000 this season?
Yeah, super stoked, obviously. It's a really tough race to win, and yeah, it's probably one of the hardest, most grueling tracks on the V8 Supercar calendar, and yeah, for me and Brady to win the race this year is, yeah, it's a really good feeling, and yeah, I'm sure Brady feels the same way about it as well.
I absolutely think so as well. Brady, do you have a copy again? It looks like Brady's still dealing with a technical issue, but I'll ask you this here. What was your expectations in the event? Were you expecting to pull away as much as you had, as we were talking about a little bit after the first pit stop? Were you expecting to win this by not nearly 90 seconds?
Brady there?
It looks like he's not. What's your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts well, we knew ERT, they're usually pretty strong. They won the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series race here, so yeah, we always knew they'll give us a good fight, and yeah, obviously there was the Pursuit Sim Racing team as well with Marlon and Mike T. So yeah, they both I think they both had a good battle for P2 and P3, and yeah, I think for us really, I think that first stint, I think James from ERT was keeping up with Brady along with Thomas as well, and yeah, I think once we got our pit stops, and since me and Brady are really similar with pace, I think we managed to put quite a gap on them, and yeah, just walk away from there.
What's the focus now for your organization?
Hopefully, well, we've got the next round of the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series, which is, I think it's at Silverstone, and I think Brady's obviously got Supercars E-Series commitments as well, so I'm sure he'll be looking forward to that.
Real quick, is there anyone you want to thank before we let you guys go here tonight to celebrate?
Yes, we'll just thank our sponsors, Owen by HP, the Cave and Z Forcex Design, Molecule Australia, and Sam Blacklock Media, and yeah, we'll just thank obviously you guys at RaceSpot for putting on the broadcast. It's a long race, and you guys do a really good job to give us great commentary and put a good show on for us.
Congratulations on winning the 2019 Bathurst 1000.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much for the time. Farzan El-Nalbi and Brady Myers. Myers having technical issues, joining us as the victors of the 2019 Bathurst 1000. Real quickly, let's get to our second place team, Evolution Racing Teams. It's James Scott. He's now standing by with David Haynes. David?
Yeah, James Scott, fantastic result for your team to stand on the podium. Good pace from you all race, but what did you need to find to close that gap to our winners?
Yeah, first of all, congratulations to Brady and Forzen. They drove an absolutely awesome race. Their pace was outstanding. We sort of knew we'd be up against it from their pace from last week's Scops 1000. I was pretty happy with my pace individually, but yeah, she couldn't keep up with them.
Interesting, I guess, driver selection in your team where you drove 115 laps and then there was one stint each from Jordan Ross and one stint from Stuart Vaughan. Not many teams using 3 drivers. What was the reason for that?
Well, to be honest, when I headed into the race this morning, I didn't really know who my co-driver was going to be. We sort of made it up on the run, and yeah, that's how it ended up.
And plenty of battles between you and Pursuit Sim Racing here, and in the end you're just 10 seconds clear of them. Were you at all anxious about being able to finish ahead of them?
Yeah, 100%. Their race pace was quite good as well. It was pretty much a race-long battle with those guys once Brady and Forzen broke away at the front. We were wary that they did have 2 laps more fuel in the car. So we just tried to build a bit of a gap so when the final pit stops played out, we'd still be coming out in the lead and just manage it from there.
Obviously a big swing in the track temperatures throughout this nearly 6-hour race, starting at almost 50 degrees Celsius track temps, finishing down at 27. We saw some quick times coming in towards the end. Any troubles with the setup, working with that huge temperature range? Did it come to you? Did it go away from your setup? Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, it probably went away from us a little bit, to be honest with you. The car felt really good at the start of the race when it was quite hot. But obviously, as you'd expect, we went a bit quicker at the end. But yeah, I think it actually felt better relevant to the start. It actually felt better at the start, yeah, compared to the end.
Well, congratulations to you standing on the podium of the 2019 iRacing Bathurst 1000 along with your teammates. I'm sure a result you can be proud of. Who would you like to thank on behalf of yourself, Evolution Racing Team?
First off, thanks to all the guys at Evolution Racing Team. The work they've put in over the last 2 weeks for the last week's race and today, it's been awesome. And obviously our sponsors, Logitech G, Speed Cafe, SDK Gaming, and West End Mazda. Thanks for all their great support.
Well, there we go, Justin. Back over to you.
Thank you very much, David. Again, the James Scott, his team finished in second tonight. We also have the drivers for the 003, I believe, standing by. That includes Cameron Dance and Dominic Ferreras. Real quickly here, first off, your team coming away with a top 4 finish here. How does it feel that after all of the craziness, you guys moved up the pylon to come away with a top 5?
Yeah, it was really, really good. I mean, we literally did what we had to do. We just kept our nose clean, put in the laps that we needed to, and yeah, ended up just getting in the top 5 and 4th place in the end.
Now, Dominic, I want to swing this towards your direction because I asked this one to the competitors earlier tonight. You started the race on that hot track temperature, about 50 degrees Celsius, 120 degrees Fahrenheit. It dropped to about, give or take, 27 degrees Celsius or 80-something degrees Fahrenheit to the end when you were back in the car for the final stint. How much difficulty was there to try and adjust to the constantly changing conditions, especially in the second half of this event?
Yeah, it was really tough. First half of the race, including that first stint, hardest stints I've done. I was constantly wanting to go places that you weren't expecting, and we really did have to work quite hard in that first half of the race. However, sort of got our race set up. The last few stints, we were able to pull it back a bit and control our pace. But yeah, the track difference was incredible. The amount of extra grip we had in those last hours was crazy.
And Cameron, compared to your team's expectations, how do you feel overall to come away with this top 4? Because I'm not sure what expectations you came in with tonight. You gained +2 spots from the green lights. What was the goal? And did you achieve that goal tonight?
I think main goal at the end was obviously survive. We figured we were going to be probably at least top 15, if not top 10, depending on the teams that we saw doing practice. So to end up qualifying P6, which was actually quite good, and then to just pretty much ponder away at it and just put in the laps and come away with fourth in the end is really, really good and well overachieved what we expected we were going to end up.
Now, Dominic, swing this second to last question over to you. Where does your team go from here after this strong performance here at the Bathurst 1000?
I guess looking ahead, we've got a couple of other V8 races coming up, other different series, the majors, the V8's Supercars Online Premier Series, and this is a really good leaping board for us, knowing that we do have the consistency, and we found sort of a sweet spot with the setup, and yeah, we're just over the moon with this result.
Yeah, definitely the chance to use this as a springboard here. Swing this last question over to you, Cameron. Is there anyone you want to thank before we let you guys go here tonight?
Yeah, obviously just the guys at FT1 Motorsport, obviously for the awesome hard work, and our sponsors, Demon Tweaks, Hybrid Racing Simulations, and everybody else for the awesome days racing, and you guys for the great podcast as well.
Thank you very much for the time, you two. Congratulations on the top 5.
Thank you.
Cameron Dance, Dominic Ferreras for the 003 for FT1 Motorsport Pi. They came away 4th today. But before we say goodbye here, David, your quick final thoughts for the Bathurst 1000 today.
Always a very, very challenging race for all of our drivers and teams, and that's been shown by how many didn't make it to the end, how many were carrying some damage to get towards the end, and all of that just underlines what a fantastic job our podium finishing teams did to be as quick as they were, as consistent as they were, and stay out of trouble for 161 laps.
Indeed, but in the end, only one could take the checker flag, and today it was Omen Zero Esports Blue that won the 2019 edition of this prestigious event. But we'd like to thank everyone for tuning in across the iRacing Nation. We'd like to also remind you that the Porsche Esports Super Cup finale is just in 6 hours' time. Be sure to tune in as the champion looks to be crowned in what should be a thrower for that event. But for everyone that's tuned in here tonight, for the more than 6+ hours of coverage for the Bathurst 1000, we'd like to thank you for tuning in for the virtual Mount Panorama Circuit. We'd also like to thank our director, Randy Chinnett, for bringing to you this great coverage, as well as Lorenzo Bonder, who is a part of our first half of coverage in the booth. David Haynes, I'd like to also thank you for you for being along with us for the ride for the whole 161 laps. But once again, it's time to say goodbye. I'm Justin Prince for the rest of our crew. I'd like to say so long, enjoy the rest of your weekend, and what was a thrilling edition of the Bathurst 1000. Congratulations to Omen Zero Esports Blue for winning the 2019 edition of this year's event.